Okay, dude, fuck it. Game Awards time. Once again, when there's like one thing that's going on, there's absolutely 0% chance I could do anything else. Everyone is being cringe and cancerous fuck. It's Game Awards time. Sorry. We are going to watch the Game Awards, okay? I can't deal with it. I know there's 20 minutes left, but they're already showing stuff, and nobody, and I mean nobody, wants to miss out on a single second of my fucking soy-facing ad! Oh, watch it! Game Awards!
I can't focus on this anymore because all you motherfuckers keep talking about the PlayStation event. You did fucking fucking channel. Pause, mommy. Sorry. Mommy. Sorry. Mommy. Sorry. Mommy. Sorry. Mommy.
Dude, Megaphonics is literally just like hitting the levels of parasocial that previously people had never heard of before. Goddamn! What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the broadcast coming to you live from shitty weather, California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and enemies are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. It is 59 degrees and not so sunny here in California, Los Angeles. I'm Hassan Piker. This is the Hassan broadcast, folks. We're live from sunny Los Angeles, live from cloudy Los Angeles, California. And I hope all the boys, girls, and enemies are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thursday. It's Thirsty Thursday, folks. Thursday, December 12th, 2024. We are close to actual Christmas. We got like Christmas is in like 2 weeks, man. That's crazy. How did this happen? The year is ending already. I don't understand it. You look sad, tired. Hope you're doing all right. I am not sad, nor am I tired. I guess that's not true. I am a little tired, but I'm always tired. Cold plunge didn't work. Yeah, I mean, maybe it did. I'll talk about that in a second. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, though, before I get to anything else. And personal news wise, a lot has happened in the universe of Hassan Hasanabi Piker. I am big chillin', actually. What did I do last night? I ended the broadcast. I went back home, spent a little bit of time with my family, and I passed out. I passed out instantly almost. Fully equipped with the knowledge that I might be an autistic man, and also fully equipped with the knowledge that the night prior I had done something important. Yeah, I'm saying might, okay? It might be. It's still up in the air. My autism is still up in the air. Don't even start. Okay? Anyway, listen. Get a diagnosis on stream P content. I already did. How long it take you to get back home? Nothing. It's like 30 fucking minutes when there's no traffic. That's how LA is, baby. When distances that normally you could traverse in 25 to 30 minutes can turn into a 2-hour stupid ass, silly ass experience. Anyway, literally your special interest is politics and you can't stop talking about it. Okay, fair. So, folks, personal news wise, not much going on in the world. I woke up early. I'm late because I had to do some big business deals, as always. You know, it's constantly people that want a piece. You know, who's the journalist with you last night? Don't worry about it. Why do you worry yourself with everything? Don't worry about it. But yeah, for those of you who missed it, this is what I did last night.
Oh, you did? Yeah. You tricked him. Oh no.
It's worse with the Jets. Shit. My feet.
Is it getting worse?
Yeah, it's getting worse. You're good, dude.
I'm live and alive, and we got a big day today. But yeah, here's the ballpark. You already know, boys. Doing some light workouts. You know what I mean? Trying to make sure that I have a decent amount of post game, and yeah, some post gay. Yeah, but after the what was I gonna say? Yeah, after the post game, I also. I mean, after the what do you call it? Yeah, we'll do the thirst traps in a second that hit the algo. But yeah, after the ball sesh.
How old are you again?
After the ball sesh, I Are you going to talk about the Alyssa Mercante lawsuit? Destiny and Co. are blaming you for her firing, even though it looks like they brigaded Kotaku. Wait, they were blaming me for Alyssa Mercante getting fired from Kotaku? What? How could I have played any role in this? Anyway, I don't even understand. Also, again, wait, who's the one who posted that? Hugh Chu. Okay, never mind. I thought it was Hideo Offliner. I was about to be like, you motherfucker, I got you. It turns out, nope, it wasn't him. It was not him. He was actually complaining about the drama. I was about to say, you motherfucker, you came in with some drama hot, and it wasn't even him. Never mind. I have no idea what the fuck any of that is, chatters. So good luck. I mean, maybe we can look into it. I don't know what's happening there, but she didn't get fired from Kotaku. She left because corporate management Kotaku sucks now. This guy's part of the Clondadon meltdown. What is the Clondadon meltdown? How am I so tapped into like all of the, how am I so tapped in to actually what's going on in the universe of politics, but so oblivious to all these like little silly little like internet based drama based shit that's happening? Do you see this clip from the GOAT, Tom Dickey? No. But anyway, listen. Yeah, I got the prisoners cheering on. We got video game awards. We'll be watching that, obviously. People are saying 127. I don't know what that number even means. Shut up about that. But yeah, folks, we're live. I'm going to blast off and we'll get started. We'll look at like some of the stuff I did last night. Recap of the thirst trap. Okay. Recap of the ice bath, watching Sicko, UHC CEO shooter updates. Fans are mad at Ben Shabibo for defending private healthcare. Video game awards, reacts later. So much more juice and content. We got so much going on in the world. Trump named person of the year. There's some January 6th stuff happening as well. Do we have a blast off or what? Do we have a blast off meme? The drone story. I haven't even gotten into that. January 6th is a PSYOP. Clondadon. Y'all are so ableist in the chat. This community is autistic as fuck, chatter. Let's be real, okay? It is it's quite difficult for them to be ableist unless they are being ableist to themselves and others exactly like themselves. All right? Let's be real. Let's be really fucking real, you know? Finally, WebP photos actually are easy to transfer over now, and you can just like drag and drop them. That's great. Anyway, we're blasting off. This is it. Andrew Tate crying in court. Wait, what? Really? The drone started in November and no drones were reported on Thanksgiving. I heard a woman interviewed say this. Yeah, we got video game awards and stuff like that later as well. Historic stream yesterday at the gym. Thank you. It was a historic stream for me, at least. Why was it a historic stream for me? And I'm going to do that recap real quick. Is because I took my shirt off on my own stream for the first time ever. I've never done that before. Like in an uncontrolled environment. Got to give us an update on the Fox News. Oh, I didn't go on Fox News. They're going crazy. You got to, what is this? Okay, calm down. This is not they're going crazy. This is just a chatter. But yeah, this was a big deal for me. This was a big deal for me. I've never done that. I don't think I've ever done that in my history of streaming. In the many years that I've been streaming, I've never actually taken my shirt off on stream. So this was definitely the first time ever in my life. Yeah, we got the Clarissa Ward video as well. We'll look at the bizarre video that they came out with. Don't know why they did that, but translate? I don't want to translate. Okay, well, I did. But bulge pics on Insta, that's different. That's different. Bulge pics on Insta is different. Or not even bulge pics, like progress pics on Insta is different. It's like, that is bulge, not bulge. Why am I saying bulge pics? A still photo is different. You know, it's you control the lighting, you control everything, you control the angles. I become more comfortable showcasing that over the years, but like this is a big deal for me, at least, like because I see so many imperfections. Like I do have body dysmorphia, so I when I do that, when I take my shirt off like this is like I see a lot.
On the bar, this goes to the strippers and the fucking porn stars and them sexy motherfuckers showing shit.
Yeah, that was
On the bar, this
hit that. Okay. I see that it has hit the algo. That's good. I don't think we're tapped in the weird freak drama because you're mentally healthy right now. Your positions are being vindicated. You spoke at Oxford. You're getting goated guests. Don't get engaged with those losers are up to. Oh, I did see my I did see your message about the sumo competition chatter. I'll get back to you. So that was one, and then this is the other one that hit the algo. It seems. What is this? I'm not following this trash. I'm gonna give you any age you get. Damn. Yeah. I'm 33.
By the guts.
Son of a bitch. He's funny.
Wait, how old are you again?
I love Jason. Jason is hilarious. Oh, this was funny as well. Hassan Ivy ruined my date. I like that they blurred out my Trump shirt in the title. Jason is afraid of women. Dude, that's memes, dude. He's cooking. Are you kidding me? He's killing it. He's not afraid of women at all. Hassan, viewer count down. Time to do Worms Crazy Golf. This is really going to bring us back, boys. Dr. Mike Isabel says cold plunge is just bad. So yeah, as far as cold plunges goes, there is no like coherent scientific narrative on this. Like there is no like the science is out on this for the record. It's not as of yet. People haven't really fully figured it out. There's no scientific consensus on it, and I think like the latest shows that like it's actually better if you do cold hot. Like you go into a cold plunge and then you fucking go into the sauna and then you do the cold plunge or whatever. Honestly, I don't really care. I think it's more so like a mental stressor, if that makes sense. It is bro science. It's bro science. For the time being, it's bro science. And I don't know how well it works for recovery. I think it's more so just like doing something difficult paired up with the placebo. Doing something difficult that makes you feel bad paired up with a placebo that you think that it's actually helping you is the reason why people think it's good. It's not bro science. I can explain if you want. No, I mean, I've seen some of the research on it. Like there's still, it's not like fucking, it's not in the same vein as creatine. You know what I mean? Like there is not, you will not find a scientific paper on creatine that says it's bad and it doesn't help. There is academic consensus that creatine actually does provide the benefits that it says it provides. Okay? Whereas cold plunge and things of that nature, a lot of this like rest and recovery procedures are experimental in nature. Some of them are limited in its success, but people still do it regardless. Creatine makes you bald. Okay, that part is also a part of the academic consensus. You know? Jason cooking last night.
Like, you're really sick. Your heart's literally about to erupt. You go to the hospital and they say, yo, you got health care? Yo, you need to pay this certain amount first or you won't live. You know? I feel like everyone should have the privilege to be able to get saved, especially with the technology in this world, how advanced it's become.
Damn.
You know, I feel like
everybody in the chat going, he's not wrong. W's.
Especially, I feel like everyone should have the
then people going, okay, stop now, bro, stop.
to be able to get saved.
Capitalism, can you fucking stop? Yo, Jay, respectfully shut the fuck up. That's so funny that like there are people in Jason's audience that are like, nah, dude, I think you're talking about politics. I'm scared.
With the technology in this world, how advanced it's become, you know, I feel like everyone should free healthcare.
Let's go. W's in the chat for Medicare for all. W's in the chat for free healthcare, chat. That's what I'm talking about. My dad has a triple bypass and a month stay in a hospital costs $0. Okay, stop flexing. Stop flexing about your free healthcare. You know what I mean? W nephew. His mind is in the right place. His heart's in the right place. I love that. Okay. All right. Where was I? What was I going to talk about? There's a lot to cover today. Yeah, this is the same clip, I think. There's the current affairs piece. How much of the Harris campaign was a scam? We can dive into that as well. I guess this is Klondadon. There's some racism happening in the Donadon universe, which is not, or the Faniverse. Okay. What is this? New Hitler? That's crazy. Hey, yo, you see this new Hitler drop? A banger. Yo, hey, yo, y'all see this new Hitler drop? Tyler Hitler Vera dropped another banger. TikTok Hasanabi Girly Union has formed. This has 0 likes. You put this on just now. You posted this just now.
Keep on sending me slash to go crazy on 40. Keep saying it's time to be patient. There's so many people we turning the tables on. Capo got plans, but we'll say that for later on. Hush and keep saying they know that they played it wrong. Katie just text what the fuck are we waiting on? Damn. Me, I'm expressionless. Niggas be talking about don't shoot the messenger. 555 get shot way less than here. None of you pussies is blocking my blessings here. What?
The Hasanabi Girly universe is expanding, and I like that. Dondadan article on the Discourse. Racists are trying to make Dondadan the latest when their latest front in their culture war. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. I mean, this is kind of in my pocket because it's like weird culture war shit, but also an anime that I enjoy. So you want to talk about the real banger articles? Brian Thompson, not Luigi Mangione, is the real working class hero. Oh, let's go. Oh, I'm nutting. Banger new edit. Really? What's up with your enemies always ending up getting outed as criminals, racists, rapists, or class hero? Oh, let's go. Oh, I'm nutting. Banger new edit. Really? What's up with your enemies always ending up getting outed as criminals, racists, rapists, or pedos? Do you plant evidence or some shit? Is too sus at this point? No, I think what ends up happening is I bring a real, like, I'm anti-pedophilia vibe to the party that people who are either in defense of pedophiles, like, or are directly pedophiles or sex offenders don't really like. They don't appreciate those vibes. It's self-sorting for the most part.
They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. You think the Bay gon' let you disrespect Pop, nigga? I think that Oakland show gon' be your last stop, nigga. They cold foul. I don't know why you still pretend.
God damn.
What is the owl? Bird niggas and bird bitches. Go. The audience not dumb. Shape the story.
Judge me by my enemies. God damn, son. Jesus Christ. I took the jacket off as well. All right, what is this? Hold on. All right, let's get started with the news. Trump named time of the year, person of the year. Hello?
Tower is able to stay at home last night, and there's going to be ringing the bell. Ringing the bell, and he's got to be excessively happy because we know he likes to collect magazine covers. Right. But now he doesn't have to mock one up. For the second time, he is Time Magazine's Person of the Year. To me, there are other contenders, but if they did anything but name him, that would be flat out biased.
Well, so Time.com has just released that, and I'm looking at the actual article, and it's great. It said, and the subheadline is, if what comes next is anything like what he promises, Trump will reshape the nation and the world. And that is why so many people, according to polls, which we're going to get into very shortly.
Dude, they're trying to be doing the same exact thing that they did with Hitler again. You know what I mean? Not wrong, but in a good way. No, I mean, they're not wrong in a bad way for sure. Like, they're not wrong. Also, there's a bunch of stuff from the interview where apparently he admits prices likely won't go down, won't rule out war with Iran, says he agrees with Sarah McBride, and doesn't want to talk about the trans bathroom issue. Yeah. That's because he is a room reader and understands that like the trans panic shit does not work. It's sweaty and gross loser shit. I will forever stand by that. I know that things change and attitudes change and culture shifts, but the problem is for many Americans, they just don't give a fuck about trans people like that. It only works if you know, it only works if like people can just be like, look at these silly goofy ass Democrats that don't give a fuck about like fixing the prices. They only care about like giving free trans surgeries to Latinx people or whatever. You know what I mean? Like most people just don't give a shit. The sweaty fucking loser constituency that like only cares about trans people are very, they're marginal. They're loud, but they're marginal. They're just like popping off online.
People are really up.
Everyone I don't like is Hitler. bro, come on now. I mean, come on now. You can make it. If you can't say Trump's got some Hitlerian politics, who the fuck can you call Hitler? Latinx is not real, bro. I know. I'm that's a joke. Anytime you hear me say fucking Latinx, know that I'm memeing, okay? Dude. Who the fuck can we say it has exhibited Hitlerian qualities, if not a guy who is just like, who fucking ran on saying, I'm gonna do concentration camps to deport 20 million people. It's crazy, man. It's wild. I saw someone say that calling Trump Hitler was anti-Semitic. Yeah, people are just fucking so brain broken. All right, we'll get in that. Let's just keep going
about the next 4 years. Look, over the last 4 years, things have not gone well, and people are ready for something new, something better.
He was Time Magazine's Person of the Year in 2016 when he won that election. Also up for the other contenders were Joe Rogan and Elon Musk, Kate Middleton, and Kamala Harris. But
and Benjamin Netanyahu.
Well,
that's right.
It's hard to believe that the election was just last month. And I mean,
feels like he's already the president, right?
Exactly. I mean, and to Joe Biden's credit, he's essentially stepped out of the way and allowed Donald Trump to start doing what he's doing right now. And I think when you look at the other people that were considered, he was the only choice. I mean, you can't have Kamala Harris that lost the election, then become the person of the year.
But by the way, as Trump moved in, he has Steve Witkoff over in the Middle East. He's got Tom Homan working the border, doing his appearances. Already. So he's got that going. The President of the United States got rid of the FBI director, put so much pressure on him. He actually saluted.
I can't believe it's only been a month. I actually cannot believe it's only been a month since this happened, because it feels like a lifetime ago. Like, it literally feels like it was a year ago that the election happened. And goddamn, dude.
Saluted the moment that he stepped aside. Great day for America. And then he's got his nominees stealing out of the spotlight in Capitol Hill. So they're following him around.
And he's already calling the Prime Minister of Canada, meeting with him. He's already calling the
But Ainsley, you know what's different now?
What?
It's not really Trump tweeting or going. It's kind of like the things he's doing rather than the things he's saying.
Action.
You think he learned from mistakes 4 years ago?
I don't know. I think it's definitely intentional. I also don't think he's not in the middle of an investigation. No one's questioning the authenticity of his election. No. They're not talking about Michael Flynn making a call from Puerto Rico and them saying he's talking to the Russians about some secret deal to toss the country.
Even Fetterman was tweeting on Truth Social. I think he's the first Democratic lawmaker to get on Truth Social, and tweeted out that Donald Trump should be pardoned for the case here in New York.
You know what, Ainsley, to your point about why he's doing things differently last time, I think last time when he won, it was kind of a surprise. It's like, okay, I ran for a year, but I won. Now what do I do?
Yeah, it was a surprise because Americans were kind of oblivious to the ways in which America operates, okay? Many Americans were oblivious to the anger and resentment that a lot of people felt towards these institutions that ruined their lives. And many Americans were like, oh, they'll never vote for this like racist charlatan. There's no way. And Americans were like, nah, dog, that guy is just like me for real. He's talking like me and he's walking like me. And I think part of that shock came from the broadest subsects of society that still were laser focused on mainstream media as their primary source of information, that I think were deluding themselves into a different America than the one that actually exists. One where people do have reverence for the institutions, if that makes sense. And it's not. That's not the America that we live in. And that's part of the reason why I don't think there's going to be a revamp of the... that's why I don't believe that there's going to be a revamp of like the hashtag resistance liberalism that happened immediately after Trump got elected the first time. What I mean by this is it was a shock for a lot of liberals who got a wake-up call and were like, we got to do something against this. We got to do something for it. And then they did, and then they protested, and not many things changed, right? Like nothing really changed. A lot of young people, I talked about this quite a bit in 2020. I think a lot of young people's first foray into political action was literally direct action. In the midst of COVID, there's a lot of panic, there's a lot of anger, and they see police brutality. They consider it to be unacceptable. They take it to the fucking streets. And then what came of that mass mobilization? Nothing. And when that happens and you get nothing after doing all of it, that you go out and you vote for the right guy and nothing changes. You go out and you march, you go out and you protest, you fuck shit up and nothing changes. Yeah, at that point, you're going to be like, well, I'm a little disillusioned by this process. So that's the problem, you know? Chatter said your katanas are upside down. No, they're not. And I don't care. Not only are they not upside down, but even if they were, I wouldn't care. I like it the way it is. Yes, they are. Okay, I don't care. I like it the way it is. BLM, March for Our Lives, Women's March, youth climate stuff, all kind of led to nothing for progressive Gen Zers. Yeah. How do you expect, or why do you expect progressive next generation people that took it to the goddamn streets, that did everything, that did like the outside of the politics stuff, but then also they went out and they voted, and then they didn't see any positive changes in their lives? How do you expect anyone to feel like their voice matters in this process? I think their voice clearly doesn't matter in this process, and they came to that recognition and they felt disillusioned, and now we're living in the ashes of that.
He's done it once
Yeah,
before.
that's true.
Some mistakes are always made along the way, but he's figured out how he has wanted to do it more efficiently. And so far, so good.
And Elise Stefanik, by the way, got the Fetterman endorsement yesterday. That's the first time I've seen a Democrat come out and say that. Yeah, then they took a picture together.
And to your point about Joe Biden just laying low, he's not doing anything except an historic number of pardons and commutations. Over 1,500 issued this morning.
I don't think he's going to give us any comment about that.
I don't think so either.
Anyway, we're calling this the Trump effect, and it is in full swing. The last Fox News poll of the year is showing that the majority of voters feel hopeful about his victory, 54%.
That's right. And with under 6 weeks until Inauguration Day on January 20th at noon, plans are well underway, including an invitation to the China President Xi Jinping to show up live in Washington. If he accepted, he would be the first foreign leader to ever attend.
Is that right? That's right.
Bro, he's going to make a MAGA communist out of me. I swear to God. I swear to Christ, dude. Yo, what are you doing, man? Oh, God. His love for, like, strong men is so crazy. Bro, they're championing this like it's a good thing, as if their viewers don't hate China. No, I mean, but Trump thinks it's a good thing because Trump is like, I'm very strong on China, but also at the same time, not only he's very strong on China, but also he likes the strongman aspects of Chinese governance. He likes that Xi is a strong man. Like he likes him for the wrong reasons, I guess, kind of. Like he doesn't like the centralized power for the broad, 15, 20-year agendas that can dramatically improve the material conditions of like Chinese people with like even development and stuff like that. But he likes it for the mass surveillance apparatus and the fact that like maybe he looks at it and he's like, well, you guys are really cleaning. You guys are really cleaning our pockets with your economy. I don't like it. And they worship you. They worship you over there. I want them to worship me. Yeah, it's crazy. He's jealous of Xi's perfect hairline. Yeah, he does have a really good hairline.
The first foreign
I'm
leader
hoping
to ever attend.
it's in the script.
Okay. And Trump's inaugural fund getting a boost from a surprising source, from Mark Zuckerberg.
This is only a surprising source if you're a fucking idiot, okay? This is the least surprising revelation. I've been saying this. It's only surprising if you're like, oh, I don't understand. We've been lying and saying Mark Zuckerberg is woke for the last like 4 years when it's very clear that he was never actually woke. He's a fucking billionaire. Of course he wasn't woke. They're like, oh, I'm shocked. I'm shocked that the company, the social media billionaire that is responsible perhaps for the most active right-wing QAnon radicalization is paying the piper, is bending the knee to the guy that he thinks is very cool. Of course, these guys are going to kiss the ring. Of course, they want favorable deals. They know Trump will play ball if they kiss that ring. Trump is not like a super petty, super vindictive guy. I don't think he's not. He's a narcissist. You give him his flowers, and he's going to be like, "Great, I love that." Can you help briefly explain why conservatives seem to be very concerned about human trafficking, but are so callous to other issues concerning endangerment and rights violations of the general population? They're not actually worried about human trafficking either. They're just worried about like a conspiracy of human trafficking that they've concocted in their brains. I mean, the most famous instance of human trafficking that happened under the Biden administration in broad daylight when Republican governors Greg Abbott and Ron DeSantis actively trafficked humans from Texas to blue states to successfully blow up the processing structure that existed for people that wanted to get temporary protected status or legally seek out asylum. They did that, you know? They did that. They did that in broad daylight, and Biden did nothing about it. And it was one of the most successful ways of using humans and human trafficking to prove a point. Now, the real point that they proved was, yeah, if you dump 100,000 people that are supposed to have their day in court and get legally processed through the system into unsuspecting blue cities, and then the federal government doesn't actually get in, the federal government doesn't actually step in and like try to help to alleviate some of the stress here, then yeah, it's going to destroy the structure that exists. That's the only thing that they proved. The only thing they proved is when there's no federal mechanism of pushback that right-wing governors get away with human trafficking.
Meta donating $1 million as the tech billionaire looks to mend ties with Trump. Because remember, he took him off of Facebook in 2021 and then put him back on a few years later. That tells you a lot that they're mending the relationship.
Yeah. He grew his hair out and he started doing jiu-jitsu. I don't know if it's related.
And he wanted to take on Elon Musk, and it never happened.
Yeah, he's trying to look more like Danny Penny, perhaps. Also, remember, the Zuckerbucks in those key districts made him put his hand on the scale with a shadow banning of the conservative groups and conservative politicians. And he's not the only.
I think it's kind of crazy because so much of like virtually every single thing this guy just said. Remember, this is the most popular news network in the United States of America. Okay. And virtually every single thing that man just said, Brian Kilmeade, every single thing he said is just a straight up lie. Okay. There is no other way to tackle the issue without just addressing that he is just lying. Like the Zuckerbucks or the fact that Facebook was actively suppressing conservative opinions. This is a falsehood. Spend any time on Meta products. Spend any time on Facebook and you will very quickly understand that this is just a straightforward lie. Okay. Facebook is filled to the brim with the most insane right-wing sentiment. Right-wing content creators on the news tab on Facebook have consistently dominated. Back when I was a Facebook content creator for the Young Turks, I couldn't believe I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Like these guys were actively going to Congress and saying Facebook is suppressing us, Facebook is silencing us, Facebook is blacklisting us, right? When in fact they weren't doing that at all. Okay, they were not doing that at all. In that process, while they were cry-bullying Facebook to get more favorable algorithmic outcomes for themselves, they were already dominating the algorithm, okay? They were already dominating, and they never stopped dominating the algorithm. They've always dominated the algorithm, but what happened in that process is that they turned around and they hired right-wing Republicans, okay? Here, Facebook's top 10s, yep. Facebook top 10s, a bot that posts the source of the top 10 performing links. This is on October 7, 2020. The top performing link posts on U.S. Facebook pages in the last 24 hours are from Dan Bongino, Fox News, Fox News, Fox News, Donald Trump for president, Fox News. Number 7, TMZ. Number 8 is CNN. Number 9 is NPR. Number 10 is CNN. And they still, at this time, were complaining about how much Facebook was suppressing the truth, how much Facebook was suppressing right-wing sentiment. This was never a real thing. You understand? Republicans are so good at creating fake grievances, leaning on those fake grievances, and then creating an environment where they make everybody believe these fake grievances and then use Congress to basically bully these massive institutions, these big ass social media companies, in an effort to get even more favorable results than the ones that they already have. This is kind of similar to the way that right-wing grievances in the sphere of like Christian nationalism works, right? Most people understand that the idea that like Christianity and Christian thoughts are being suppressed in the United States of America is fucking stupid. Like the war on Christmas shit, right? Everybody laughs at this. But the real reasons why the Republicans actually run with this falsehood is because it's not necessarily that Christianity is being suppressed. The reason why they go with this grievance politics is because they match up some kind of like oppression, some kind of anti-Christianity oppression with gay people existing, with women being able to get abortions. It's a way to reframe restrictions that they want to implement it's a way to propagandize their position. It's a way to reframe the restrictions that they actually want to implement on others by saying, no, we don't want to restrict on other people's freedoms. It's just that you're restricting my freedom. Okay? That's it. And it's the same process here where it's like, it's not that the right is being silenced. That's not real. They just made it up. But the real reason why they say that is so that they get even more favorable algorithmic boosts. That is the main purpose of this, and it works. That's how they get Congress to bully Facebook and maybe even threaten Facebook with like trust busting, for example, so that Facebook will then turn around and bring forward a right-wing people. Yeah, exactly. Work the referees. Thank you, Man Plan 80. They work the referees a little bit so that they go and they hire, Heritage Foundation people to do their content moderation. That's the real purpose here. And they have done that. They've been doing this since like 2016, right? Like it's not new. It's not new at all. They had like people from Tucker Carlson's Daily Caller doing moderation on Facebook. It's ridiculous, Yes, I saw the Brett Stevens headline. Let's finish this up and then we'll move on to that.
Differences aside, Democratic Senator John Fetterman joining Truth Social to, quote, meet folks where they are, especially in Pennsylvania, by the way, and calling to pardon Trump. In his very first post, he also mentioned Hunter.
And I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart.
Well, thank you very much. This is an honor, a tremendous honor. I brought some of our compatriots along with us. They're going to do a beautiful job for you for the next 4 years. And it's really been something very special. And I have to say, Time Magazine getting this honor for the second time. I think I like it better this time, actually, because... But we did a good job. We had a great first term, despite a lot of turmoil caused unnecessarily. But the media's tamed down a little bit. They're liking us much better now, I think. If they don't, we'll have to just take them on again, and we don't want to do that. But I do want to thank Time Magazine. I've been on the cover many times. I don't know who has the record, but I can only probably talk well about 25%.
Hitler. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. How many times did Times Magazine choose Hitler as the man of the year? They have chosen Stalin a bunch of times as well, so maybe it's Stalin. RFK Jr. looks like a processed corpse because he is having the greatest food that you could possibly consume. FDR has 3%
of the covers. 25% are great. The others I just sort of hide. But it's been an honor, and every time it's an honor, I will tell you. And thank you very much for doing it. And thank the whole group at Time. Really very professional people. Thank you very much. And to Jeff and all of the people from the New York Stock Exchange. He knows how much I like it because many years ago I bought a...
All right, let's talk about some of the stuff that he mentioned in this interview. Okay. Is there an actual interview? Like, was it filmed at all? Or is it just like written? Because to summarize some of the serious parts of the interview, Yeah, you had an extraordinary year. Glaze. Okay. Flawless campaign. I call it 72 days of fury. There were no days off, no timeouts. If you made a mistake, it would be magnified at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We hit something that was very special. We hit the nerve of the country. They don't want to see jails emptied out into our country. They don't want to see people from mental institutions being dismissed from their institutions. Okay? Mr. President, what did the Democrats not get? You said they didn't get it. What do you mean by that? I don't think they got the feel of the country. The country was angry because of immigration, because of the people, millions and millions of people. No. This is one of the most frustrating parts about like how successful propagandizing works. The country is angry. This is correct. It's just that the Republicans recognize that anger and redirect that anger towards immigrants. That's it. But the country is angry because of the economy. And the immigrants are not actually contributing to the economy in negative ways. As a matter of fact, they're contributing to the economy in positive ways. So that's the unfortunate problem here, that only one side at least recognizes the anger and then channels that anger to appropriate vectors of hate, vectors that are inoffensive to the current existing hierarchies, just to confuse people, just to divide people, just to turn around and say like, yeah, no, it's not the wealthy, it's not the rich that are fucking you over. It's actually the migrants. And that's it. Anyway, they were saying much lesser number. It wasn't a much lesser number, but even if it was, it's irrelevant, because if it was, they were allowing anybody to come into the country. They are right now. They open it up again. You see what's going on. They're coming. They're pouring up. They're Mexico and other places. It's common sense, yada, yada, yada. They want to see people come in. They don't want to see, you can have, and this is one, they don't want to see, as another example, open borders. They want to see people come in. Everyone's okay with it. I am certainly. I want to have a lot of people coming, because we're going to bring back a lot of jobs. We'll bring record numbers of jobs. You are using the word appropriate inappropriately. No, appropriate vectors of hate is like, what I mean by that is these are weak and underserved, marginalized groups. So it is appropriate from the perspective of capital owners to redirect the attention against them. Does that make sense? That's it. Because when you shit on the blob of undocumented immigrants, or when you shit on an entire population of trans people, like, you're not disrupt of undocumented immigrants, or when you shit on an entire population of trans people, like, you're not disruptive. You're not actually harming the status quo. Yeah, just use a different word. Man, shut the fuck up. Okay, here, take a week off. I used it correctly. What are we doing here? What the fuck's happening with the wokes of the day? Everyone is trying to be the woke of the day today. It seems we're just an hour in and people are still being fucking annoying. Stop being annoying. Anyway, the economy was certainly a big factor in your victory, but what was a bigger factor, I believe, was the border. I think the border, and I won it in 2016 on the border. I fixed the border. It was really fixed. They came in, dislodged everything. It's the border. I want to come back to immigration a little bit later. Let's start out on what's happening right now. You were elected on a promise to change Washington. By all accounts, the fight over that has already begun. One of your nominees was effectively blocked by the Senate. There are other senators who expressed doubts about some of your other nominees. Well, I don't think they will. And he wasn't blocked. I had the votes if I needed them, but I had to work very hard. He's talking about Gates. So you decided to give up on Gates? No, I didn't give up on him. I talked to him and I said, Matt, I don't think this is worth the fight. Okay, he talks about how it's not worth the fight for Matt Gaetz. That's so he is conceding on that front. You met in person with Gates and had 5 hard-nosed senators. Not with the senators there. No, I called those senators, and my relationship with the Senate is very good. Many of them I endorsed. Yada yada yada. I really don't care how they get them approved, as long as they get them approved. It's up to the Senate. We commit to honoring Senate's authority to reject or confirm. Well, sure, I want him to do that. I don't think there's too many. I don't think that, look, everybody has. That's why they have menus in restaurants. Okay. Do you think the quote Trump verbatim in history books with all his pauses and shit? Okay, that's silly. I don't really care about that. What is this? My dad literally wants to invade Mexico, but my Mexican partner thinks the people in small Mexican towns would love that because you have to pay the cartel to leave the town, let alone the country. My boss had to pay $15K to bring her deported husband home. What? Good luck. Yeah, they'll be waving the flags. I understand immigrants overall lead to economic growth, but is there specific data on illegal immigrants specifically? I mean, that is the same. Undocumented immigrants do lead to economic growth. It's the same as documented immigrants, but it's even more economic growth. The problem is our treatment, our mistreatment of undocumented migrants is the real issue. Not processing them is the real issue. We just like hyper exploit them. And that also causes that also is a depressive force on overall wages in the country. Because if people can get away with like paying pennies on the dollar to a random person that has no legal recourse, no way to fucking defend themselves, then they will do that. If you truly wanted to stop the invasion of undocumented migrants or whatever, you would be punishing the people that hire them. Except we don't do that, because the reason why there is a concept such as undocumented immigrants in the United States of America, the reason why we don't actually process these people and like allow them to work as documented laborers in the American structure is so that we can exploit them, so that we can keep them working at pennies on the dollar in fucking trailer parks and shit. It's basically just indentured servitude. That's the reason why we have a two-tiered labor structure in this country. It's super cheap. It's not enough that even if someone was coming from a much poorer country, there would still be, even if someone was coming from a poorer country, there would still be a tremendous amount of people that are willing to work for much cheaper, right? If one more person sends me the fucking dumbass Enron CEO getting cream pied, I think I'm just going to end the broadcast. I know, man. I know. I don't care. Like, we'll get there, okay? But it's like very inconsequential, all right? Please stop. I'm trying to have a serious fucking conversation. Please focus up, chat. Yeah, I think it also seems fake. Like, it seems like it's a fake thing. Yeah, it's just fake. Like, it's fake as fuck. Y'all fall for the dumbest shit sometimes. Yeah. Anyway, one of them is controversial. I want to ask a specific question. RFK Jr., noted vaccine skeptic. We're going to have a big discussion. The autism rate is at a level nobody ever believed possible. If you look at the things that are happening, there's something causing it. Do you think it's linked to vaccines? No, I'm going to be listening to Bobby, who I've really gotten along with great and have a lot of respect for. Okay? For having to do with food, having to do with vaccinations. He does not disagree with vaccinations, all vaccinations. He disagrees probably with some. Oh my God, I don't know who Mondale Robinson is. Why the fuck would I care about someone quitting TYT? What is going on? Shut up! Shut the fuck up! Enough! Lock in, chat. Fucking lock in! I'm cranky. I'm officially cranky. So that can include getting rid of some vaccinations. It could if I think that's dangerous, if I think that they're not beneficial, but I don't think it's going to be very controversial in the end. Do you agree with him about the connection between vaccines and autism? I want to see the numbers. It's going to be the numbers. Trump personally also believes that vaccines cause autism. He's talked about it before. He's like, he's talked about it, but he's also done Operation Warp Speed. So I think when push comes to shove, he will do what is beneficial. Okay. He will do what is beneficial, but that doesn't mean that he's not going to dial back on some of this other stuff because like his base loves it. It's like red meat to the base, and he will give that red meat to the base every single time. Mr. President, some foreign officials have expressed concern about sharing intelligence with Tulsi Gabbard given her position and support in Syria. I'm surprised to hear because I think she is like a really great American. Hey, look, they said I was friendly with Russia until they saw the tapes, and they said, he's not actually. He was the one that ended the Russian pipeline, Nord Stream 2. Okay, no one says that. People still think he's friendly with Russia, even though he goes back and forth on it. So I don't know. I'm surprised to hear it. Thank you. But yeah, wait, what? No, that's generous. Thank you. By the way, do you want hors d'oeuvres or anything? No, that's generous. Thank you. You sure? Yes, but thank you. If you learn that foreign officials are withholding intelligence because she is the head of your intelligence, would that change her calculus? I don't know. I'm surprised to hear it. I heard that the first time the other day. I mean, she's a great American. Okay, I don't care about this. Project 2025. No, look, I don't disagree with everything in Project 2025, but I disagree with some things. I specifically didn't want to read it because it was under my auspices, and I want to be able to say that, The only way I can say I have nothing to do with it is if I don't read it. It's also because I don't know how to read. Yeah, he's going to do Project 2025. Okay? It's a lot of pages. 800 pages. That's a lot of pages. I thought it was inappropriate that they came out with it just before the election, to be honest with you. They should have waited until I won. Then I would do it. I let him know, yeah, I didn't think it was appropriate because it's not me. Why would they do that? Did you express those frustrations? Oh, I did. Okay, I don't care. Let's shift to a topic that I know you care about, immigration. You recently said on True Social, you are planning to use... Okay, this is the good stuff. This is the important stuff. So he plans to use the military to deport migrants. The Posse Comitatus Act prohibits the use of military for domestic law enforcement. What will you do if the military does not or refuse to carry out your orders? Well, it doesn't. It doesn't stop the military if it's an invasion of our country. And I consider it an invasion of our country. We have criminals coming into our countries that we've never seen. We've never seen before. We have people coming in at levels and record numbers. He just straight up is like, I don't give a fuck about the law, which we know already. Bandit MD11, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. And also on top of that, he's saying he's going to basically utilize like whatever he can to enforce these insanely violent processes that he wants to implement. And I'll only do what the law allows, but I will go up to the maximum level of what the law allows. And I think in many cases, the sheriffs and law enforcement is going to need help. We'll also get the National Guard. If you can't negotiate agreements with the receiving governments and none seem receptive, will you of necessity have to hold these detained migrants in camps? I'll get them into every country, or we won't do businesses. So you won't need to build more detention facilities. No, because look, we may have to do it anyway. Because look, they brought in millions of people, and many of those people, yep, right here, he's just like openly recognizing, yes, we're going to have to build camps. You look at prison populations, what's happening all over the world except here. No, I can't even conceive of why they would allow criminals. Why would somebody do that? Why would somebody do that? So you're saying there won't be new camps, more camps to hold detained migrants. Well, there might be. Now, this is a question that I knew the answer to. Okay. Of course, there were going to be concentration camps. Like you can't deport people without detaining them. And you can't detain people without putting them in concentration camps. That's it. That's it. Whatever it takes to get them out. I don't care, honestly. Whatever it takes to get them out. So for me to say this is Hitlerian is not an exaggeration. It's just an accurate understanding of Hitler and fascism in general. This is how it starts. Again, I'll do absolutely everything within the confines of the law, but if it needs new camps, but I hope we're going to need too many because I want to get them out, and I don't want them sitting in the camp for the next 20 years. I want them out, and the countries have to take them back. And if they don't take them back, we won't do business with those countries. We will tariff those countries very substantially. When they send products in, they will have substantial tariffs, and it's going to make it very hard for them to do business with us. Yeah. A question on the minds of a lot of Americans. Will you restore the policy of separating families? I don't think I won't have to do it because, first of all, it wasn't my policy. It was Obama's policy. Rainey Draws a Lot. Thank you for the 25 gifted subs. I didn't build the jails for children. He did. And it's like kind of weird that he says that because, okay, so you don't have an issue with it, though. So you agree with Obama, I guess. Like, I don't understand. I've never understood this argument where, like, you're saying Obama built the camps, which you're right, he did, right? But I was critical of Obama building that, and I was critical of Obama continuing to implement some form of family separation, but Trump put it into overdrive as always. So why are you even bringing up the fact that Obama did it? Like, it's just such a stupid way to deflect because, okay, so if it's something that you disagreed with, I mean, if it's like, are you bringing this up because you disagree with Barack Obama? No, you agree with Barack Obama. Okay, what does that say? I don't want to litigate the past. I'm just asking if you will do this. Well, you said your policy. This was a policy of the country. I don't believe we'll have to because we will send the whole family back. Yeah. He also says we're going to do concentration camps, but we're not going to do child separation because we're going to pack up the kids too. As in, we're going to put the children in the concentration camps. Does that help you understand the situation a little bit better? Was there another form of governance that happened not that long ago? Perhaps almost 100 years ago. Well, I guess, closer than that. Less than 100 years ago, where there was a policy of putting everyone in camps, including the children. An important fact to note here is that 1 in 15 families in the United States of America are mixed status families, as in 1 in 15 homes need to be broken into by the federal government or the National Guard or federal agents like BORTAC units, demanding their paperwork, asking other homes if they have undocumented migrants that they're housing, doing dragnets with the express purpose of putting all of those people, men, women, children, into these concentrated camps, raids at workplaces, raids in towns. I'm just saying, like, this is something that he is signaling he's going to do. It was his signature policy that he said he was going to do. Deport them together. I would much rather deport them together, yes. then separate. By the way, when you talk about separation, we have 325,000 children here during Democrats, and this was done by the Democrats who are right now sex slaves or dead, and they were all allowed. Many of the people who voted for you, as you mentioned moments ago, cited high prices, particularly of food and groceries. If you deport millions of migrant agricultural workers, won't the food prices rise sharply? No, because we're going to let people in, but we have to let them in legally. We don't want people to come in from jails. We don't want the jails of Venezuela and many other countries. Why are you wearing my country shirt? Just curious. I don't know, man, because it's a sick shirt. The fuck's wrong with you? Just take the W, Lithuanian Andy. Oh my God. He's asked so many times too. He's been timed out for asking that question over and over again. Like, what do you think my answer is going to be, man? What do you think I'm going to say? Because I fucking hate Lithuania or something? Like, what is happening? Why are you wearing my country shirt? Just curious. Why are you wearing my country shirt? You got timed out. Still consistently is asking it. It's because I'm Lithuanian in my heart. Okay? In my heart, I'm Lithuanian. That's why. Estonia is not even number 1. Maybe it's number 2. Lithuania number 1, Estonia number 3. Okay? How about that? I'm tired of all the fucking positive play that Latvia, Estonia, all these other countries are getting. It's time for Lithuania, baby. So anyway, getting back to this. No, because we're going to let people in. We're going to have to let them in legally. Your transition co-chair, Howard Lutnick, said your appointees would be vetted for loyalty. Are you going to ask appointees take a loyalty pledge? He doesn't have to do that. If they don't follow your orders, will you fire them? If I think it's appropriate, I'd fire them. That makes sense. Okay. Does that go for civil servants? You put Elon Musk in charge of Doge, along with Vivek Ramaswamy, but on Musk specifically given the power to oversee agencies that regulate his companies. Isn't that a conflict of interest? I don't think so. Yeah. He doesn't care. It's pure graft. It is in the purest sense of the word, a conflict of interest. There's no questions about this. Okay? I mean, that's it. You got a billionaire who owns multiple companies who are being investigated by the regulatory agencies, and now he's in charge. He has influence over said regulatory agencies. That's it. That's a conflict of interest. He doesn't give a shit, though. But Elon Musk is talking about cuts that would directly affect NASA, which would then directly affect SpaceX's company. Isn't that the textbook definition of a conflict of interest? I think that Elon puts the country long before his company. That's fucking so false. It's so obviously false. Like, yeah, dude, totally. Elon Musk definitely puts country over the interest. What a ridiculous crock of shit. It's just like, the craziest part about it is not that Trump says this, but also people believe it. You know what I mean? How do people believe this nonsense? I just don't understand it. Like, how the fuck does anyone turn around and say, yeah, I believe it. This is real. Yeah, this is a good billionaire. This is a good CEO. He's our guy. God, Americans are so dumb, dude. What do you plan to do? I mean, I'll give you an example. We want to move the schools back to the States. We want to, he's talking about abolishing the Department of Education. A virtual closure of the Department of Education in Washington. Virtual closure, where you're going to need some people just to make sure they're teaching English in the schools. Okay, English and mathematics, let's say. It's great. It's great to have the absolute dumbest people in charge of making America even dumber. And then 10 years down the line, we will look back at this and go, how the fuck did we drop the ball so hard? How do we drop the ball so hard? Look, and then he always brings up Norway. He'll bring up Norway, sometimes even China. Like, he brought up Norway and China in a conversation where he was like, look, they're beating us. And it's like, yeah, they are. Except it's the exact opposite, because they have a centralized structure and a focus on making sure educational outcomes are as even as possible. That can only be done through a public system. This is what is so frustrating. As a high school teacher, this will, one, completely get rid of special education funding, allow states to essentially privatize quality schooling, cause way more pushback than he thinks. I think we're so cooked. Like, I don't know. It's just, we are making the country shit. We are straight up. Norway is capitalist when you're criticizing socialism, and it's socialist when you want to copy their policies. Yeah, because Norway, much like every other fucking country, okay, is, first of all, I've never said Norway is socialist, but Norway, much like every other country, is a mixed market economy. It has some socialized aspects, and it has plenty of capitalism also. I would never call Norway a socialist state. Ultimately, it's a capitalist mixed market economy. So is America, for the record. It's just that the socialization, the socialized aspects of American existence are very limited. It's ascetic in comparison to these other European counterparts. But people do this all the time. That's what reactionaries do. I mean, yeah, they also They also do this. You're right, but they also do this for China. You know, they'll be like, China is terrifying, is a communist shithole. But then also when they want to talk about like the abolition of poverty, they're like, capitalism has been tremendous for China. They've destroyed at the global stage. They've eradicated global extreme poverty levels in China because of capitalism. Everyone knows you're a reactionary. Me? I don't think you understand what that word means. But yeah, he's talking about like, you know, a closure of the Department of Education and bringing it back to the states. Like decentralization of this sort is genuinely terrifying, I think. Like what we need is more funding for public education and none of this like public-private partnership. Last question on your transition. If you decline to sign the ethics agreement as a part of, I don't know anything about it, the ethics document. I don't know. I would sign an ethics document. Will you disclose who the donors are to your transition to my campaign? No, paying for the transition. There will be an announcement on that this week. I really have no problem disclosing anything. That's great, Mr. President. Just so you know, I heard this a couple days ago. I have no problem. I'd rather disclose it right up front. I have no problem with it. I got a question for you about the campaign. Was there a moment when you thought you would lose? I like not to think of that. The power of positive thinking, right? But there were some moments when, you know, there were some bad things done in my campaign. There were a lot of fake polls. They were absolutely fake. Look at an example. Very good pollster in Iowa. Gold standard in Iowa. And then a couple weeks before the election, she had me up 4. And then that brought it way down below 1918. That was a big story because I was only up 4 when she did that, where I was down 3. And that became headlines all over the place just before the election. When you saw that, did you think you were going to lose? I thought it was a wrong poll because we had an Emerson poll that had us up 18, you know. What was the darkest moment? I think we have an obligation with the 60 Minutes interviews my opponent. There's a news program. Speaking of Kamala Harris, what do you think her worst mistakes was? Taking the assignment, number 1, because you have to know what you're good at. Did she make any tactical mistakes? I think that when she wouldn't talk to anybody, it shone a light on her. In other words, if she would have gone out and just did interviews that are comparable to Steve, if there's anybody comparable would say, could you do an interview here, an interview there? You know, she didn't do anything. Oh my God, he's not wrong. And people said, is there something wrong with her? Why would they? I mean, I'm doing this interview with you. I did interviews with, if I had the time, anybody that would ask, I'd do interviews. I watched the whole thing, sir. Yes. Oh, good. I hope you liked it. But I found it to be a pleasure to do it. It's not like he did that. He did. Trump went on so many podcasts. He went on, guys, one thing that I always talk about with respect to Donald Trump and the way he campaigns is he will go on. He went on Aiden Ross's Kickstream, chat. What are we talking about? He went, at the time, he didn't just go on Joe Rogan or Theo Vaughn or any number of different podcasts, but he also would go on like random Republican news shows that were getting like 12,000 views. Okay? Like, if you recall, I talked about this on a couple different occasions. If there is a place that Donald Trump could secure 10 votes, 20 votes, 1,000 votes, he will go out and get it. Okay? He will go out and get it. Whether they are the Amish or whether they are a random Native American tribe, you know, he will go out and he will meet them where they're at. He will min-max. Exactly. Maximum efficiency. He'd do a local radio interview in a town with a population of 3,000 if he believed that at least half of them would vote for him. Exactly. Exactly. And he did do that because he was interested in winning. Yeah. An example that we use quite frequently is the lobster people in Maine. Exactly. The issue here, however, for Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump is that Donald Trump can do that because he's a telegenic figure. He's a TV personality. He knows how to do that. Kamala Harris does not know how to do that. I'm not convinced that there is someone else who can emulate that in the Republican Party, by the way. I don't think JD Vance is that guy. The door knocking thing you posted earlier. Oh yeah. And here is some of that impact. I mean, that they're recognizing as well. Here is the Deal Book Summit that the New York Times is hosting, where it's just like a bunch of media personalities that are talking about like how badly they fucked up and how badly they understand the current ecosystem of information dissemination. They don't get it, okay? Or they're trying to get it. They're playing catch up. Here it is.
In the Philly suburbs. And I'm telling you, we are way off. The entire political class is way off. First of all, digital is the new door knocking. You got to understand that. We were laughing our butts off at Donald Trump for suspending his door knocking campaign and letting Charlie Kirk and Elon do a bunch of stuff online. We said, these guys are idiots. These guys are stupid. Then you start knocking on these doors. You know what people come to the door with? Their phone in their hand. They're in a 24-hour digital surround sound that has nothing to do with CNN, has nothing to do with any stuff that we do. I got a teenage son. I asked him, who are the most influential people in the world today? I'm thinking to myself, he's going to say Barack Obama, Oprah Winfrey, Jay-Z. He says, Kai Cent, Aiden Ross, Jinxie, and Sketch. I don't know who.
Judging by the people that he mentioned, there's a very high likelihood that Van Jones' son has seen clips of me and does not like me.
He's talking about. I said, what platforms are you on? He goes, I'm on Twitch, Kick, and Rumble. I said, that sounds like you need to go to the hospital.
Van Jones' son is a Kick watcher. Van Jones' son is a Kick watcher and a Rumble watcher. That is crazy. Van Jones, you have failed as a parent. I'm just letting you know. If your teenage son is watching Kick and Rumble, your shit is cooked. Like, if he was just to say, like, oh, I watch clips on TikTok, your shit is cooked. Like, if he was just to say, like, oh, I watch clips on TikTok and I see, I see these content creators on clips on TikTok or on Twitter or one thing. That's one thing. But if he's like an active Rumble watcher, holy fuck, dude.
What are these platforms? I'm telling you guys, the mainstream has become fringe and the fringe has become mainstream. There are platforms, there are people out there that are getting 14 million streams, and we're on cable news getting 1 or 2 million. And so there is a whole world out there. Kellyanne Conway, I hate to agree with her, but I do a lot of times. Donald Trump understood that and we didn't. And it's not just Democrats that don't. The entire political class is way off.
I mean, he's right. They don't understand it. They don't recognize the environment. They have no way of comprehending it. And to be fair to Van Jones here, to be fair to Mao's Third World is Van Jones, and I do want to watch this panel. If you guys have the clip, I would like to watch this clip. But it's hard to comprehend if you're not in this environment. As someone who is in this environment, let me tell you, okay, it is vast. It is vast. It is expansive. And people have no way of comprehending how big it is. Like, people don't understand, like, if I'm getting 60,000 live concurrent viewers, that's like 600,000 on the Nielsen ratings. Okay, I'm at the DNC with 60K live concurrent viewers. That's a fucking reputable TV network. Like, that is a straight up sizable TV network, especially for the demographics. 60K to 600K. Yes, the way that television Nielsen ratings work is unique viewership across the board in an hour, okay? From Nielsen TV homes that they extrapolate this data from, okay? Live concurrent viewership translated to Nielsen metrics would be anywhere from 5x to 10x. This is the reason why, for example, while I had 314,000 concurrents on my election night coverage, I had 7.5 million unique viewers. Okay. But yeah, this is a bunch of old people trying to comprehend how much they, how they lost. And the other side of it is that, like, not only is it sizable, but also it's a demographic that is far more important to tap into. A demographic that simply does not watch any television whatsoever. It is the 18 to 35 demographic. Okay? The 18 to 35-year-old demographic is the demographic that I have. And that is a demo that does not watch TV. They don't have cable. I don't have cable. I'm in that demo. I have never had cable. In August, The Bulwark told me it noticed a large portion of its growing YouTube audience was watching its podcasts and clips on TV. Today, YouTube reported that people are watching 400 million hours of podcasts monthly on TVs. Another way pods have displaced cable news and talk shows. Yeah. And this is still playing catch up. Twitch and live streaming is at the forefront And I would say that right now, even at this stage, live streaming is where podcasts were in like 2015. When I was a avid podcast listener in 2014, 2015, I would try to describe to people how important this space was for media, how it was a replacement of mainstream media. Okay. And people would look at me like I'm out of my mind. Because at that time, it's like impossible to imagine. It's impossible to imagine, but like the early 2010s, like podcasts were first forming. It was the Wild West, right? And for many of you might have actually, many of you, if you're old enough like me, probably started watching podcasts back then. Okay. And at that point, most people in traditional media would look at that and go, who gives a shit about this? You know, who cares? Who cares about fucking podcasts? What are you talking about? Oh, it's just like radio, but more accessible. Oh, who cares? And now podcasts in and of itself are a force to be reckoned with. Now they understand the importance of podcasts, but they're still playing catch up because right now the next wave of content is both in short form and in live streaming. And there is a relationship between short form content and live streaming in general. And that's entirely too complicated for these guys to understand. They will not catch up to the live streaming environment, I guess, until it's like 2030s at this rate. If it took them basically 10 years to recognize the importance of podcasts, because they're now officially cognizant of the importance of podcasts, they're still going to, it's going to take them another at least 5 to 6 years for them to catch up to where live streaming is in this entire field. Viewers watch over 400 million hours of podcasts monthly on living room devices. The share of videos uploaded to YouTube in 4K is up by 35% year over year. Early tests of the streamlined subscribe button show more than a 40% increase in net subscribers to their TVs. Watch time of sports content on TV grow 30% year over year. The Ms. Rachel channel had one of the highest watch times on TV across YouTube channels in the last year. But is there parallels to be drawn between live TV and live streaming? Not necessarily, because most leftists online are critical of them. Of course, they're going to ignore y'all love. Yeah, but the problem is the Republicans don't ignore their base. Structurally, the Republicans run towards their base. They're afraid of their base. The Democratic Party does not do that. They do the opposite. They hate their base. They run away from their base, and they treat their base like shit. But also on top of that, this is the reason why Republicans can go into where their base is and talk to the people that are even apolitical. Democrats can't do that. If I'm one of the largest leftist content creators, one of the largest progressive content creators in North America, and I am diametrically opposed in my worldview to many of the figureheads in the Democratic Party, the way to change that is not by trying to get me to be a loyal servant of the Democratic Party. The way to change that is by the Democratic Party changing its attitude. That's it. The podcast numbers are inflated. You have so many viewers watching from all around the world. No way podcasts have the same reach as classic TV. Brother, you might be a little old. I agree with you, but don't you think that your numbers might be a little misleading with this since you have people from watching from all around the world? Only part is American? Yes. But the part that is American is so massive. And no, you might be a little bit of a boomer if you're looking at podcast numbers being inflated and then saying that it doesn't have the same motion as I am 22. Okay, well, you have a boomer ass mentality around this. The party needs to come to where the people are, not the other way around. It will not work and will never work. Even if you are a willing servant of the DNC, you're not going to magically make people love the DNC. Exactly. I've been asked twice now by my Harris stan what I am doing to convince the world to let me run the country in 2020. I'm like, brother, I just want to have healthcare. What? What would you say the ratio is, like 80 to 20? I think so. Probably, yeah. As an independent, what really swung me to Trump was Kamala not going on podcasts. Made me feel like if she was too good to have anyone to have a basic conversation, made me feel like she thinks is almighty. I mean, it sounds stupid. And it is kind of stupid to openly say that. But there are a lot of people who fucking operate like that. And if you want to win elections, you have to fucking go there. That's it. It's just, I don't know what else to say. There is one political party that has figured out how important political streams are. Do you know who I'm thinking of? What? You mean the Republicans, right? Is that what you're saying? Or are you talking about AMLO and Morena? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, AMLO himself sidestepped a contentious media environment by becoming the media himself. There is a lot of value to that. There is a lot of value to that, for sure. I joke and say I'm the largest leftist content creator in North America, but the real person, that honor actually goes to AMLO. He is the one with his daily live streams. It's true. But anyway, let's get back to Donald Trump. Times Magazine. Yeah, AMLO's morning conference totaled 2,505 hours of streaming, equivalent to 3.4 months of continuous broadcasting. I like AMLO, but that's just state media by another name. Yes, it is. But guess what? A lot of private media is owned by liberal capitalists. So if you want to sidestep that because they're going to be unnecessarily contentious to everything that you do and constantly fucking shit on you, then use the environment where there is so much hatred towards mainstream media to your advantage by making your own version of this. Yeah, Mexican media is owned by 3 families. That's how it is in every country, by the way. They have invisible incentives. Like our media environment has invisible incentives, okay? Invisible incentives that unite them. That's why a lot of the messaging that you see on mainstream outlets, regardless of how diverse this environment seems, is pretty united on certain issues like foreign policy, pretty united on deregulation, pretty united on like talking about healthcare CEOs, for example, if we're going to use this past week. And sometimes you have to sidestep that. Sometimes you have to become your own communicator. Well, you say that, and look who were on CNN last night. 3 former Fox News personalities on CNN Newsnight this evening. Yeah. FBI director resigned before Trump takes office. Julie Rodzinski, Democrat strategist. Gretchen Carlson, journalist and co-founder of Lift Our Own Voices. And Geraldo Rivera, journalist. All 3 are former Fox News personalities, now on CNN. It's time for this for the new chatters. Beep, beep. Here. Noam Chomsky, The 5 Filters of Mass Media Machine, listening posed by Al Jazeera. This is like the most condensed version of manufactured consent.
Propaganda. Many use the word when talking about countries like North Korea, Kazakhstan, Iran. Countries viewed as authoritarian through the lens of the Western media. Press freedom. Freedom of thought. People use those terms when talking about countries like the United States, France, Australia, democracies. In 1988, Noam Chomsky co-authored a book with Edward Herman called Manufacturing Consent. It blasted apart the notion that media acts as a check on political power, that media inform the public, serve the public, so that we can better engage in the political process. In fact, media manufacture our consent. They tell us what those in power need them to tell us so we can fall in line. Democracy is staged with the help of media that work as propaganda machines. Media operate through 5 filters. The first has to do with ownership. Mass media firms are big corporations. Often they're part of even bigger conglomerates. Their endgame, profit. And so it's in their interests to push for whatever guarantees that profit. Critical journalism takes second place to the needs and interests of the corporation. The second filter exposes the real role of advertising. Media costs a lot more than consumers will ever pay. So who fills the gap? Advertisers. And what are the advertisers paying for? Audiences. And so it isn't so much that the media are selling you a product, their output. They're also selling advertisers a product, you. How does the establishment manage the media? That's the third filter. Journalism cannot be a check on power because the very system encourages complicity. Governments, corporations, big institutions know how to play the media game. They know how to influence the news narrative. They feed media scoops, official accounts.
Flag is what Hassan gets for being anti-Zionist? Yes.
Interviews with the experts. They make themselves crucial to the process of journalism.
Bro, why the fuck is everybody telling me to watch the Adam Friedland Destiny video? Like, are you fucking stupid? I'm not gonna watch that, man. Like, the amount of people that have been spamming that today is crazy to me. I don't give a shit, dude. Like, we got so much to cover, and y'all are just like the biggest drama perverts. Like, you jerk off the fucking drama. I just don't understand it. And it is literally all like 30-month subscribers. You know what I mean? Like 30, be in a worse mood, please. I'm in such a bad mood today. It's fucking annoying, dude. I'm trying to fix it. It's all 30 to 40 month subs.
So those in power and those who report on them are in bed with each other. If you want to challenge power, you'll be pushed to the margins. Your name won't be down. You won't be getting in. You've lost your access. You've lost the story. When the media, journalists, whistleblowers, sources stray away from the consensus, they get flagged. That's the fourth filter. When the story is inconvenient for the powers that be, you'll see the flak machine in action, discrediting sources, trashing stories, and diverting.
Yeah, if you can't actually critically cover the inconvenient truth, if you can't actually address the thing, if you cannot address the message, then you address the messenger. You directly hit the messenger. You say, no, this guy is bad. This is a bad person. This is not a person that deserves your charity. Okay? The anti-Semitism allegations slapped onto every single person that is critical of Israel is a perfect demonstration of this. Okay? Especially someone like myself, right? You know what my background is. You know what my beliefs are. You know the amount of time I've spent talking specifically about anti-Semitism, right? And yet, so aggressively, a lot of these institutions have leaned on this notion that like, oh, I must be criticizing Israel from an anti-Semitic perspective.
The conversation. To manufacture consent, you need an enemy, a target. That common enemy is the fifth filter: communism, terrorists, immigrants. A common enemy, a boogeyman to fear, helps corral public opinion. 5 filters, one big media theory. Consent is being manufactured all around you, all the time.
This is a fantastic video, obviously, and it perfectly condenses the one of the aspects of Noam Chomsky's commentary on American media, or just Western media, capitalist media, and how it operates, with great art direction as well. Anyway, and now I figured it was good timing to explain everything you were relying on the audience knowing that they clearly didn't. Yeah, and now let's get back with the new perspective that some of you might have gathered to Donald Trump being named Time Magazine Person of the Year.
Building across the street. I wasn't going to buy it. Then I said, you know, it's right next to the New York Stock Exchange. I'm going to buy it. We've had great success. 40 Wall Street, we've had tremendous success with it. But you've really had success with the New York Stock Exchange. It's an incredible group of people. And, Jeff, you have done an incredible job, you and your group. And what a beautiful speech you made. Thank you very much. I was some introduction of all of us. But we've gone up since the election. I was just told by Scott, everybody said, you have to pick Scott Bessent. He has to be the one chosen for Treasury. Where is Scott? Let's see. He's around here someplace. He's around here. He told me we picked up $3 trillion since the election day. And I said, well, that's good, but what about before the election day? He said, we picked up some money there because they thought you were going to win. I said, I like this guy. He's going to be my Treasury Secretary. But it's true. I think we're going to have a tremendous run. We have to straighten out some problems, some big problems in the world. When we left, we didn't have any of these problems. We didn't have Russia with Ukraine. We didn't have Israel October 7th. We didn't have the Afghanistan disaster. We didn't have inflation. We had no inflation. And we had a very strong economy. And we're going to do that again. But I think we're going to even up it because now we have experience that we didn't have. Now I know everybody. You know, when I first came in, we came down, Melania and I, a great first lady, who's very popular, by the way. She rang in. She rang in the bell. She rang in the bell. But we came down and we're driving down Pennsylvania Avenue, and it was so beautiful. I said, you know, I've never done this before. I didn't know anybody. I got to the Oval Office, and I'm picking all these big positions, and I didn't really know the people in Washington. But boy, did I get to learn fast. And now we do. And I think we have an incredible staff behind me and others that aren't here. And we're going to do a fantastic job. We're going to create the incentive theory again. In fact, I just announced yesterday, I didn't announce it for this reason, but anybody investing $1 billion or more gets a very expedited approval process because, you know, the approvals, when people come into the country, it takes them, in many cases, 14, 15, 16 years to get the approval. We have Lee is around here someplace. He's in charge of the environment.
I like that they're hitting the I like that they're hitting the Democratic Party's position. Trump's like, if the Democrats don't do it, we'll do it ourselves. We're gonna expedite the approval. We're gonna expedite the approval process, but also simultaneously we're gonna go crazy. We're gonna go crazy mode on the undocumented migrants that are here.
And that's Lee Zeldin, who ran an incredible race for governor in New York, was a very, very successful guy before that. He was a great congressman, and he's a fantastic lawyer. He's in charge of environmental, and we'll try and push him as much as possible to get those permits very quickly. Like a nuclear power plant, I would say a week.
It's crazy how much power and influence the Republican Party holds in this country because they just don't care about preserving the sanctity of institutions or whatever the fuck the Democrats act like they care about. Whatever he says goes, you know? He could just be like, yeah, we're gonna expand Medicare, and ultimately he'd be able to utilize the bully pulpit and whip the Republican Party into shape to get it across the finish line, in my opinion. It would be a difficult fight, and it would require some kind of genuine commitment from Donald Trump, which is why it won't happen. Especially when some of his backers would obviously rail against that sort of thing. Look, another 21-month subscriber. I'm doing a week off now.
Would be enough time. What do you think? Is that okay? We're going to get fast approvals, and it's great that we have Lee and all of the people behind. They're all stars in their own way. But it is an honor, and this is a double because usually they don't coordinate the Man of the Year or the Person of the Year with the ringing of the bell. And brilliantly, you picked them both at the same time, and you were all friends, and you said, let's do it. And it takes one trip. It doesn't take two trips. That's okay. We like to save. We like to be able to do it properly. But this is a special group. So many friends in the audience, too. John, great job you've done at ABC. I'm really proud of you, and you've been so nice to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't actually acknowledge you at all. But you.
Trump, here are some of the high notes from, or important notes from Trump's Time interview. On a scenario with a war with Iran, he said, anything can happen. Anything can happen. It's a very volatile situation. Okay, let's take a look. Yeah. There's a scenario where you would allow Israel to annex the West Bank. I will. What I'm doing and what I'm saying again, I'll say it again. I want a long-lasting peace. I'm not saying that's a very likely scenario, but I want a long-lasting peace, a peace where you don't have an October 7 in another 3 years. And there are numerous ways to do it. You can do it two-state, but there are numerous ways it can be done. And I'd like to see who can be happy, but I'd like to see everybody be happy. Everybody go about their lives and people stop from dying. That includes on many different fronts. I mean, we have some tremendous world problems that we didn't have when I was president. You know, when I left, we had an Iran that was not very threatening. They had no money. They weren't giving money to Hamas. They weren't giving money to Hezbollah. Iran recently plotted to have you assassinated, which, by the way, again, the media is incredible on this issue because foreign policy is uniparty, right? Foreign policy is uniparty, and mainstream media is completely complicit, okay, in this uniparty endeavor. So, of course, when Trump says something crazy like, oh, yeah, I might actually annex the West Bank, who knows, they don't follow up. There is no following up, okay? Immediately just move on to some more like escalatory sentiments about Iran. Iran is trying to get you killed. Will you go to war with them? Anything can happen. Anything can happen. It was a very volatile situation. I think the most dangerous thing right now is what's happening where Zelensky has decided, with the approval of, I assume, the president, to start shooting missiles into Russia. I think that's a major escalation. I think it's a foolish decision, but I would imagine people are waiting until I get in before anything happens. I think that would be very smart to do that. Do you trust Netanyahu? I don't trust anybody. Can I ask, did Elon Musk meet with the Iranians at your behest? I don't know that he met with them. Reportedly, he met with the Iranians. I don't know. He didn't tell me that. Another important aspect of this was the trans conversation. Okay, so let's keyword search trans in here. I think that some women in the America want to know, are you committed to making sure the FDA does not strip their ability to access abortion pills? That would be my commitment, yeah. I think that some women in the America want to know, are you committed to making sure the FDA does not strip their ability to access abortion pills? That would be my commitment, yeah. That's always been my commitment. Can I shift to the transgender issue? Obviously, sort of a major issue during the campaign. In 2016, you said that transgender people could use whatever bathroom they choose. Do you still feel that way? When was that? In 2016? I don't want to get into the bathroom issue because it's a very small number of people we're talking about, and it's ripped apart our country. So they'll have to settle whatever the law finally agrees on. He hit the Kamala Harris angle on this. The law decides. I'm a very big believer in the Supreme Court, and I'm going to go by their rulings. And so far, I think they're rulings that have that people are going along with. But we're talking about a very small number of people, and we're talking about it, and it gets massive coverage, and it's not a lot of people. But on that note, there's a big fight in Congress right now. The incoming trans member from Delaware, Sarah McBride, says we should all be focused on more important issues. Do you agree? I do agree with that. On that, absolutely. As I was saying, it's a small number of people. It was a big issue, though, on the campaign. I mean, one of the ads your campaign put the most money behind was that Trump is for us and Harris is for they, them. Well, it's true. Trump is for us. Right. It obviously strikes a chord. I mean, Trump is definitely for us, okay? And the U.S. is the vast, vast majority of people in this country. And us is the vast, vast majority of people in this country. And also, I want to have all people treated fairly. You know, forget about the majority or not majority. I want people to be treated well and fairly. On the trans issue, will you reverse Biden's protections for trans kids under Title IX? I'm going to look at it very closely. We're looking at it right now. We're going to look at it. Look, the country's torn apart. We're going to look at everything. So he basically said on the trans issue, he's like, I don't want to get into the bathroom issue. I don't care. It's a tiny percentage of people. Who cares? Who cares? That doesn't mean that like trans people are going to be protected. They certainly will not be. It's just, it is not as significant nor consequential, and Trump understands that. That's the difference. Because if he was a Matt Walsh type, if he just like wanted to literally, if he ideologically was committed to like killing trans people, he would have an answer to that. He would be like, they're dangerous groomer predators. Do you understand? The reason why it's not a priority for him is because he understands that it's the sweatiest fucking losers that care about this shit aggressively. Okay? Now, this doesn't mean that he will go out of his way to defend trans people. That certainly is not the case. He will still be at the whims of people who do care a lot about this shit, right? People who do care quite a bit about this. But it's yet another clear example that the permanent room reader, Donald Trump, has read the room and knows that this is like not a big priority for him. Okay? Yeah, his hyperfixation is on immigration right now. That's what he cares about. The last part of this interview that I want to cover is also the prices will come down part, okay? Because he talks about prices. Donald Trump in his interview with the Times says he's not sure he can get the price of groceries down. It's hard to bring these down once they go up. You know, it's very hard. Prices will come down, Trump told voters during a speech last week, laying out his vision to return to White House. You just watch. They'll come down. Everything will come down fast. Not only with insurance, but everything. You've realigned both political parties. You've changed America. There's got to be something that you understand about winning votes for the American people that your opponents maybe don't give you credit for. It's, you know, I think people want to lead a good life. I think they want to be able to buy groceries at a reasonable price and not have to turn off their heat in order to buy 2 apples. I think that I think that people want security. I don't think people want to have our borders rushed in, invasion, yada, yada, yada. They don't want to see somebody in a weightlifting contest, a woman against a man. Again, a fucking totally made up thing. It makes no sense. They don't want to see, you know, men playing in women's sports. They don't. They don't want to see all of this transgender, which is just taken over. And then when you look at not many years after this person who went through the process saying, who did this to me? As you know, it's a very high percentage. Media also playing a role here in you know, propping up these narratives. The detransitioner narratives in general. I really think that the people of this country have tremendous hearts. They understand that they want common sense applied in their lives. Most of the things I talk about are common sense. They don't want to see their food price go up by 57% in a short period of time. And I think that's why I won. The Republican Party has become the party of common sense. And it's so many of the things I mentioned and other things too. They don't want us to have they don't want to all have electric cars. They might want an electric car. Electric cars are great, but they're not for everybody. They also want gasoline powered cars or hybrids or anything else that has to come out. They don't want to have a mandate on cars. Okay, where's the other price conversation? Hold on. J6 pardons. I'll be looking at oil prices bringing down, coming very substantially. If the prices of here, this is where he says, now the difference is you've had 3 times as much now. They have essentially they try to get the equal, but they didn't do that. You have energy, you'd have inflation that would have been much worse than it is. And it already was possibly the worst the country's ever had. We've had inflation. They've lost on inflation. They lost on immigration. They lost on, as a part of immigration, I think a big part of the border is the border itself. You know, if you can subdivide the word immigration, they lost on the economy, but it was a different kind of it. It was the economy as it pertains to groceries and small things that are actually big things for a family. If the price of groceries don't come down, will your presidency be a failure? I don't think so. Look, they got them up. I'd like to bring them down. It's hard to bring things down once they're up. You know, it's very hard, but I think they will. I think that energy is going to bring them down. I think a better supply chain is going to bring them down. He is hyper reliant on, I think, his relationships that he has with Saudi Arabia and maybe even Russia for OPEC plus, the cartel playing ball with him. If he does like a little pull and push on foreign policy, and then his reliance on big oil, which was so incredibly invested in Donald Trump's reelection, to basically lower the price of oil, that will then lower the price of all goods across the board. That's what he's thinking. There is no assurance or no guarantee that this will happen. And ironically enough, a lot of the things that he has advocated for, a lot of the things that he wants to do, like his signature policies, are inflationary in nature. Tariffs, inflationary in nature. Mass deportations, inflationary in nature. What do you think happens when there's no agricultural output? When you got like 60 to 70% of all agricultural output in this country being produced by undocumented migrants? What do you think happens to the prices of everything? You know, the supply chain is still broken. It's broken. You see it. You go out to the docks and you see all these containers. And I own property in California in Palos Verdes. They're very nice. And I pass the docks. I've been doing it for 20 years. I've never seen anything like it. You know, for 17 years, I saw containers and, you know, they'd come off and they'd be taken away. Big areas, you know, in that area. You know, they have big ships coming in. Big. The port. Big. Very big. I see this for years as I was out there inspecting property and things. And I look down and I see there are 13, 12, 14 containers. You wouldn't believe they can hold each other. It's like crazy. No, the supply chain is broken. So what has happened to the containers? I don't understand. He's like me. He likes big things. I mean, yeah, respect to that.
You have been, it's a terrific job you've done. But again, I want to thank you. We're going down to ring the bell now. And I could just say that the economy, I believe, is going to be very strong. We do have to solve some problems. We have wars going on that we didn't have. We have a lot of things happening that we didn't have that would have never happened. They would have never happened. But now they have happened. And I want to get them solved. We have to get them solved because ultimately the power of weaponry today is the biggest threat we have, in my opinion. It's not some of the other things that you read about. It's the power of weaponry. The weapons are so powerful, so devastating. And I rebuilt our military. I got to know every one of them, including nuclear weapons. I hated to do it. Actually, I hated to do it. But we did some nuclear weapons that are so devastating and almost makes you very sad as you get them and as they come online. It makes you very sad because you know what the purpose of them is, and you just hope to God that you never have to use them. Because if you do, the world will never be the same. So we have to be very, very smart. We have to be very sharp. We have to be very special to do a job. And I think we'll get it done. And I think we're going to get a lot of people in the room. We've seen it. We were in France where President Macron did a fantastic job with the cathedral, an absolutely fantastic job of Notre Dame. And it was beautiful. The opening was the opening. And I just got back, and it was something really beautiful. And a lot of world leaders there. We had about 80 world leaders.
Notre Dame.
And they were all coming together. They all wanted to meet us.
That's the correct way to say it, my man. Lenin.
And meet me as representative of the U.S. And there was a lot of goodwill, but we're going to get some really tremendous goodwill. I was even thinking about inviting certain people to the inauguration, and some people said, wow, that's a little risky, isn't it? And I said, maybe it is. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But we like to take little chances, but that's not a bad chance. Here's a gentleman that's going to do a great job at HUD. Good luck, my friend, right? He's going to be a, he's been my friend for a long time. But nice to see you. I haven't shaken his hand yet. Come on. Congratulations. Yeah, thanks. Really, you're going to be great. And Ben Carson is your biggest fan in the world. You know that. Ben has been with us for a long time and has done a fantastic job. Thank you. Good. So, ladies and gentlemen, go on. We're going to put it straight. We're going to give tremendous incentive like no other country has. We're cutting your tax.
What do you have to say to the American
Oh, we got Jim Cramer in the building.
investor in this country?
Well, I think you're going to.
Yeah, I don't know why he brought up Ben Carson when he saw a black guy. Well, I do know why he brought it up. He's like, black guy, you all know each other. Ben Carson loves you.
See some very good days ahead. A lot of incentives are going to be given. You saw yesterday a $1 billion investment that we give you very fast approvals. Nobody's come up with that one yet, although it seems pretty simple. I think you're going to have some great days ahead. We have to conclude a couple of bad wars that are going on. A lot of bad things are going on, but we'll get them done.
Do you think that we are in a situation where business will be far more embraced under you than currently?
Well, I don't want to really knock current, but I will tell you more than at any time.
I know Ben Carson was the HUD secretary. I don't think Ben Carson remembers that or knows that.
Time anywhere in the history of our country.
Now, we used to speak together about the idea that the averages mattered and were a good barometer of your performance. Is that still the case when we go beyond Dow Jones, maybe to NASDAQ?
Well, I think I've always said, to me, stock market is all of it, all of it together. It's very important. It's an honor to be here at New York Stock Exchange. I sort of joked that I actually bought the building across the street because the stock exchange was here. It's a big deal.
40, it's a nice building.
40 Wall Street. So, look, we're going to do things, I think, that haven't been really done before. We're going to be cutting taxes still further. As you know, we got it down to 21%. We're going to bring it down even.
Oh, great. We really need that. That's great. Fantastic. We're going to cut taxes even further, he says. Nice.
Even below that, you pay 21 if you don't build here, and meaning your product or whatever it is you're building. And if
I am in support of cutting taxes even though I'm a Democrat. Why? Do you make millions of dollars a year? Are you a corporation? I own stocks too. Oh my God. Bro, we're never getting anything good. I'm going to be honest with you. We're never getting anything good. Okay? Individual taxes also went down. Standard deduction was doubled. Brother, you are the reason why Republicans get to do whatever they want. Your taxes went down, let's say $1,000. Okay? Your taxes at the end of the year went down $1,000. Do you know how much the taxes of the actually wealthy people went down? Do you understand? Do you know that those tax cuts are slated to sunset this upcoming year? Unless you're in the top marginal tax rate, unless you're at the tippy top, your taxes are supposed to come back up. I understand that, but my life improved. I don't wish ill on other people. Oh my God. No, it didn't. Okay? You saved $1,000 and you thought, oh my God, how fantastic. It's great. Okay? The problem is, in that process, you got literally pennies on the dollar for how much the Omega wealthy. It's not $1,000 though, way more. How much money do you make, if you don't mind me asking? Once you combine stocks and income, oh my God. 90% of the stock market is owned by the top 10% of wealth. Oh, okay. You currently make $450,000 a year. Yeah, no shit, dude. Yeah, of course. Of course you'd be like, of course. Yeah, you're rich as fuck. Of course you would be like, yeah, I want tax cuts. The classic rich guy brain. Never mind. I don't even know. Oh my God. Yeah, of course your taxes went down, chatter. What the fuck are you talking about? You are not the average person. Your current net worth is $450,000. That means you're in, in the top. You're not at you're not the 1%, but you're close to it. Also, broke boy, where the fuck is your sub? What do you mean? You have 450K is your net worth, but you're not even fucking peppering the goddamn community with some gifted subs? Pay up. If your yearly income or your net worth overall or your yearly income is $450,000, yes, of course, you're rich as fuck. My job is to try and convince you, as someone who makes a lot more than you do, that it is actually wiser to ensure that we, people like ourselves, okay, and people a lot wealthier than both of us combined, times a million, pay a lot more in taxes, okay? Because if we pay more in taxes, especially those who have parked all of their assets in the stock market, if we give back more to the government, okay, ultimately, the goal is the government can spend more on social safety nets, on fixing the infrastructure, and ultimately, society will be better overall. I'm afraid that if they increase my taxes, I might never own. Oh my God. This has got to be bait, man. I can't. I don't understand what you're budgeting on. If you're making $450K a year and you can't purchase a fucking home when the home prices are $2 to $3 million, like, just get an apartment, dog. I think. I don't know. It's tied up in Hawk Tua coin. Look up costs in Silicon Valley. Bitch, I live in Los Angeles. You think I don't know how fucking inflated the housing market is? That's so funny. Hassan would know. He lives in LA. Exactly. Yeah, no, I trust me, I know. I live in a price inflated home. I bought it with a 30-year fixed rate mortgage. I know. And as someone who is incredibly fortunate, I hate this kind of nonsense. I hate this. We need to do more fucking tax cuts nonsense. He's missing the point here. All he's arguing is that housing should be better now that tax cuts are good. Yeah. The problem is, here's the contradiction, okay? You have a lot of assets in the stock market. You make $450,000 a year. You feel, understandably, like you're a part of this. And in some ways you are. You are in the top 10% of wealth. So you, of course, have a lot of motion in the stock market. So when the stock market is doing well, your net worth goes up. Okay? The problem is, in order for society, in order for Americans across the board to have a better outcome overall, we need to break this a little bit. The system that has been quite fortuitous for someone like yourself and even someone like myself. I'll give you one example. You're frustrated by the home prices, $2 to $3 million. The homes are $2 to $3 million over here. When in reality, part of the problem, at least in the Bay Area, is that there are a lot of homes that people are just sitting on. And also, I guess the Bay Area is one of the only places where, like, I would say zoning deregulation is a necessity. But the reality of the matter is people are just simply not building houses. There is no mechanism. There's a shit ton of Airbnbs. People are not building houses. There is no mechanism to bring the housing prices down so that someone like yourself and many others can purchase homes. Or someone like yourself or many others who work in the companies that you either have a vested interest in and stocks in can actually continue to hire people. It brings everything's, it is very consequential. It's very important. It brings the price of everything up. If home ownership is impossible and rent is unsustainable, then you have to increase the wages as well. But when you increase the wages, so much of that still goes back directly into the pockets of landlords. Our entire system is designed to constantly eke out profit. And because of that, nobody wants to turn around and actually do things that are deflationary in nature. Blow up any of these bubbles, if you will. NIMBY zoning, boomer Airbnb, private equity, simply viewing houses as an asset to begin with. Exactly. This is the issue. And Trump is not going to do that. He's just going to keep cutting taxes further, which is going to contribute to this problem even further. That is the issue here. The contradiction is dumbasses are always fear-mongering about inflation, but when they bitch about taxation, which reduces the money supply, thereby reducing inflation as well, but only see inflation as being a problem when poor people get checks and not when rich-ass people get tax breaks. Exactly. Tax cuts are inflationary. It is the only fiscal policy that is allowed in the American Congress. And it's inflationary. And the only deflationary mechanism can come not from Congress, because God forbid you increase taxes and reduce the money supply that way. The only deflationary mechanism could come in the form of monetary policy. If you're thinking sector by sector, one of the immediate deflationary policies that you can engage with would be to readjust the housing market by making the government compete against the pre-existing inventory of houses by building fucking public housing. Build socialized housing immediately, instantly. God forbid, though, we do that, because that would mean that people who currently own homes, that use their homes as an asset, as their nest egg, as their retirement fund, as an asset to leverage against, those people would hate that, because the house prices would go down, and therefore they'd be sitting on these fucking insanely inflated mortgages at that in that frame, where all of a sudden their collateral has gone away and they're paying these incredibly expensive mortgages for an asset that no longer has that same value. The system has to fundamentally change. We do not treat housing as an asset when it comes down to protecting people's home values. Even though if it was simply seen as an asset, then yeah, sometimes you're going to fucking make a gamble and you're going to lose on that gamble. That's the issue. Can you imagine? Can you imagine a world where you're like, well, I invested in this company and it went under. What the fuck? The government needs to protect this company now. It's ridiculous. Okay, you made a fucking unwise investment then. You know? That's just not true. Look up how much goes in taxes, how much down payment you needed for a $3 million home, and how much the monthly payment at 6% rates after the 20% down payment, how much you need dependents, and so on and so forth. Wait, what? Oh, you're not responding to me. You're responding to someone else. Yeah. What happened to risk? Everybody wants to have it both ways. Everybody wants to act like housing is shelter when it comes to demanding that the government protect this asset, but everybody also treats it doubly as an asset, as a risky investment. It makes no dang sense. If it's an asset, doors open. If it's an investment, sometimes you're going to lose money on that investment. You know, you took the risk. If it's simply shelter, then you don't care. You're going to sit on it anyway. You have a fucking house. That's it. This man making $450K a year still has not peppered the chat to win over their favor by showering all of you with gifted subs, by the way. I am noticing that gifted subs have not come in from Broke Boy over here. Some of the smooth brain trust fund chatters probably think they'd lose money if their taxes went up to pay for universal health care, even though it'd be cheaper than their insurance costs. Baja blast my brains out. Thank you for the 25. Bill Vog, thank you for the 5 gifted. Anyway.
If you do, we're going to try getting it down to 15%, but you have to build your product, make your product in the USA.
And how about every working person who's watching it would love to be able to see dividend tax maybe much lower, capital gains much lower.
Well, we're going to
be... Yeah, let's lower capital gains taxes even much lower. Fuck it, dude. No taxes. Why do we even have taxes to begin with? Fuck it. YOLO. Alamans, thank you for the 5 gifted. The Ether Paradox, thank you for the 5 gifted. Code Fred, thank you for the 20 gifted. Castle Commander, thank you for the 5 gifted.
We're talking about that, and we're really talking about lowering taxes. Last time, as you know, we took it probably from close to 44, 45% down to 21. Everyone said that was impossible. Now, it was always my, I really wanted to get it down to 15, and we'll be able to do that. And if you remember, we had the best 3 years in the history of our country from the standpoint of the economy. And you've been so professional and so good. I haven't seen you so much since I've been a politician.
Well, thank you,
Castle
sir.
Commander.
We were together, and I was grateful to be a judge
5
in The Apprentice.
gifted
We had a great
subs.
time.
That's right. You were a judge.
Begging Strips, thank you for the 5. Hitbox, thank you for the 5. Sure Jolly, thank you for the 5
Well, we had
gifted.
to eliminate some people who didn't cut the mustard. You made me a hatchet, man. I respect that.
Yeah, well, we're going to be doing the same thing, I can tell you. There's, unfortunately, there's too many of them. But I think we're going to really incentivize the country to go back and work, and they will be incentivized. They're going to do well. Fortunately, there's too many of them. But I think we're going to really incentivize the country to go back and work, and They will be incentivized. They're going to do well. People are going to be very happy. JD is very much involved, and I have a great partner right over here with our First Lady. People love our First Lady, and we're going to do something very special. We have some great people up there. You saw some of the people on the cabinet, and we have some of the most successful people in the country. And we're dealing with the most successful people, and those are the people that put others to
Idle
work.
Room.
And we're going to be
Golden
hitting
Locks,
job
Lavender
numbers.
Locks.
And as you probably heard me say,
JX
we picked up since just the election.
Stop giving a shite. Thank you for the 5 gifted.
You call it worth or value, but $3 trillion was picked up since November 5th, so that's pretty good.
Dude, having combos like that, it just reminds me of how little things will change. Like it truly, like how the fuck, brother, you make $450,000 a year and you still want tax cuts? Like it doesn't make any sense. And you complain that you can't buy a house, not realizing that the reasons why you can't buy a house is partially because of the hyper individualistic nature of Americans who think, well, what the fuck? House prices are going to go down? Are you kidding me? That's like my net worth. That my entire net worth is associated with it. I've taken mortgages out against this. It's my leverage. You're like, oh no, the stock market might go down. If the stock market goes down, then my net worth goes down. Then I definitely can't buy a house. Okay. Oof. Not recognizing that when there is more readily available funds for people in your fucking price point that are, you know, purchasing these $2 to $3 million houses, if nothing is done about the supply and the demand is automatically increased because of the tax cuts, well, what do you think is going to happen to the fucking housing market then? You know? Yeah, you get tax cuts, you have more take-home pay, okay? Stock market is supercharged. Now you got more money. Now, you know who else has more money? All the other people that are one bracket above you. They have more money, even more money than you. Now they're going to buy their fucking third house. But hey, don't worry. You'll be able to rent it from that guy who's one income bracket above you, you know? Meanwhile, the conversation is so silly because there's hella people. There are the overwhelming majority of Americans, like 97% of Americans are nowhere near that level of wealth. And they're fucking starving and suffering. And some of those motherfuckers voted for this dipshit who's like, yep, we're going to do tax cuts. Oh.
President Reagan was here. He talked about putting the bear into hibernation, letting the bull
Chuck dies. Thank you for the 50 gift.
Sound like a good motto?
Sounds perfect. I can't do any better than that. That's what we're going to do.
All right. Now, I know we've got some other people here, but I don't see Elon Musk. I was hoping because he's been a good, let's say a good aid to you on a lot of different things, whether it be crypto or whether it be GLP-1 drugs. I mean, there's a lot of different ideas.
Well, he's got a lot of ideas. He's a great guy. He's a really good guy, too. And I guess his stock has done pretty well. Everybody's stock has done well since the election and even before. And Scott Bessent's done a fantastic job. And one of the things I liked about Scott is that he said long before I even know who he was that the market's only doing well. This is before the election. It's only doing well because they think Trump is going to win. So we made Scott the Treasury Secretary, which everybody frankly wanted. And he's going to do a fantastic job.
Meantime, how about a crypto? Really, we do need, I think, you're embracing crypto. Very different from the previous administration. Strategic Petroleum Reserve like for crypto?
Yeah, I think so. We're going to.
The other part of that argument, going back to that one chatter, the other part of that argument is like, listen. If people lose their house value, okay, if the housing market, if the average home price goes down and a lot of the home owners lose, okay, a shit ton of the value, but in the process, more people actually have an opportunity to purchase homes, or rent prices go down as well as a consequence of more readily available inventory. This is overall good for every American. Just like if this is overall good for America in general, when there's more safety and more security for our fellow Americans, they live happier lives. They're more productive laborers. We become more competitive in the global marketplace. Like, this is the problem. It comes from it basically creates stability and it makes America a better country. But because we're so hyper focused on our own pockets that we just never even close our eyes and dream of a better future for all Americans and how that might be beneficial for us in the long run. Okay, this Northern
There's some
Line
times where I can like laugh about the state of the world, but then like still once every 2 days, I remember with like a wave of dread that the American government is about to be beholden to the Department of Governmental Efficiency headed by Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, which they specifically named Doge after the dog meme. And in my head, I kind of go, ah! After like a minute, I kind of like forget about it and I get over it and I can like live my life again.
Boo, America KKK should be the worst fourth world country. Yeah, dude. The my goal is to not to change the unequal exchange dynamic that America has enforced upon the global South, but instead to punish the poorest of the labor aristocracy. Okay? This is how we will win. It's not permanent first world genocide. It's actually permanent first world genocide just for the American poor. It's great. Yeah, we must liberate the world by punishing the American working poor, okay? All the while, the American wealthy that are the most successful parasitic force on the planet. Yeah, my people be like, my issue is with the American people, not with its governance. I want to punish the large majorities of the American poor. Fuck the American bourgeois.
To do something great with crypto because we don't want China or anybody else, and not just China, but others are embracing it, and we want to be the head. We're going to be ahead of AI. We're going to be way ahead of AI, and we've got to produce tremendous amounts of electricity. You know that. It's unbelievable when you think that we need more than twice what we already have. If you think that's pretty for a specific industry, but we'll be able to do.
Bay Area engineer here, not disagree with you on the tax situation, but I don't think the really rich people here are stacking $2 to $3 million homes here. Yeah, it's not actually the really rich people stacking it. It's fucking private equity and renting it out to people like 450K guys or me. They're buying $10 million plus homes. The bourgeoisie, the labor aristocracy must suffer for its crimes. He's got to be happy that Google is building the nuclear to keep the AI server farms running. Yeah.
Do it. We have Lee Zeldin in charge of the environment. He's going to be giving us very strong approvals, I think, and he's going to make sure everything's good.
How big of a tax cut you getting because of Trump? Be honest, dude. I have no fucking idea. I don't know, and I also don't care.
Clean and proper, but he's going to give us very fast approvals.
Natural gas makes it so that we should be able to afford it and be able to handle the 5% per year grid. Right. But obviously you think that we need to be able to be the king of AI, which means that we also have to, some people would say, protect Taiwan, because China would like very much to be able to have that technology.
Well, we're going to be having a lot of talks with China. We have a good relationship with China. I have a surprising relationship. Now, when the COVID came in, I sort of cut it off. That was a step too far. That was, as they say, a bridge too far. But we've been talking and discussing with President Xi some things and other world leaders. And I think we're going to do very well all around. And we've been abused as a country. We've been badly abused from an economic standpoint, I think, and even militarily. You know, we put up all the money, they put up nothing, and then they abuse us. So
Coastal blue state professionals never got a tax cut. Trump raised taxes on 200 to 500K earners and eliminated SALT deduction. That chatter was dumb as fuck. I mean, he seems to think that he earned it. He seems to think that he got more take-home pay.
On the economy, and we just can't let that happen. We're not going to be abused anymore. We put America first, but we're also going to help other countries.
I know you've got a ton of things to do, but what can you say to the working person who owns stocks? Should they buy more stock?
Well, I don't want to get into a situation where they do and we have a dip or something, because that can always happen. You know that better than anybody in the world, probably.
Yeah, when you advocate for certain stocks and then they crash dramatically. I know you. I know your ways, Cramer. I'm long on inverse, Cramer.
I think you're the leading authority in going up and going down, but you always end up. He always ends up. That's the good news. But we have like Doug Burgum standing
Puebla
right over here, has done a fantastic job. He's been on your show many times, and we have just tremendous people. I would say this. I think long term, this is going to be a country like no other. We had the 3 best years ever until COVID came in, and then we did a good job getting rid of it. The stock market, if you look at the markets, were higher than just previous to COVID coming in when we handed it over. And now we know. I know the people. I know the players. When I came in, it was very interesting, Jim. I came in, And I was not a Washington guy. I didn't know too many people in Washington. I had to rely. Now, who do I know people? I know people so much, they're coming out of my ears. So we have great people.
Mark Zuckerberg?
Well, Mark Zuckerberg's been over to see me, and I can tell you Elon is another, and Jeff Bezos is coming up next week. And I want to get ideas from them. Look, we want them to do well. We want everybody, and we want great jobs, fantastic salaries. We want people to love, and, you know, when they wake up.
It's so wild that like none of this shit actually helps the working poor. None of this shit will actually help the working class, but it won't even fucking matter for the most part, because the scraps that he's offering them is culture war narratives that he will fight and win, specifically because the culture war shit is already made up as a distraction to begin with. Meanwhile, the wealthy will keep robbing you fucking blind. Great stuff overall. And it's not like the Democrats will put a fucking stop to any of that anyway. You know? It's great. Fantastic. The gap between the rich and the poor will grow in ever more concerning ways. We're already at the Gilded Age. Not a single person looks at this and goes, maybe it's not the best idea to have some fucking South African freak have this much power. The wealthiest person on the planet have this much power over the American government. Nope. That guy's got my best interest in mind, baby. He's got my back. I believe it. Bro, you can glaze Trump all you want, but he doesn't know you, little bro. He won't fuck you. The 200 to 500K bracket went from 33 to 35%, and on 450K, you're paying 45K in CA taxes. You no longer got a federal deduction for that, so there's another 15K in taxes. When is enough money enough for these people that they can't spend time helping working class? There's never. That's not a real concept. There's no such thing. It's never enough. In 2018, Jeff Bezos became the first centibillionaire. Now Elon's net worth is $360 billion. It's crazy to think about this. Yeah, don't worry. All of that will go away when the global market collapses, okay? Because all those guys and their net worth is entirely tied to the stock market. So when that goes pee-pee poof, you know, Trump is the base MAGA communist, okay? Trump is the base MAGA communist, J.D. Pond, permanent first world genocide heir. Okay? He's going to claw back the stock market from speculators' hands one way or another by collapsing the American economy. J.D. Pondom, baby. All right, let's get to Luigi Mangione. Again, there's updates as the police is building a case against Luigi Mangione. The U.S. is just a playground for rich people that's maintained by us, and we see less and less every year. It's so hard not to be pure doomer about the incoming admin. Looks like they're trying to set a precedent. Woman jailed after using shooting suspect's catchphrase as insurance company denied claim. Oh, wow. A Florida woman was charged after the police says she threatened an insurance company with the phrase delay, denied, depose. An arrest affidavit obtained by WFLA said the FBI contacted the Lakeland Police Department on Tuesday with information about an alleged threat. According to the affidavit, 42-year-old Brianna Boston used the phrase during a call with Blue Cross Blue Shield about a denied claim. Delay, denied, depose. You people are next, she allegedly said near the end of the call. The words are similar to the message left. Nice. Hey, no free speech. Oh, it's so cooked. And this is under the federal control, the last month of Democratic Party's federal control. We're so fucking cooked. We're so cooked. Any good lawyer will clear her with zero problem. Yeah, except good luck. She reportedly said she used the phrase because it's what's in the news right now. Boston argues she did not own firearms and was not a danger to anyone, the affidavit said. Police concluded that she intended to use the United Healthcare CEO's homicide to her advantage. It's getting worse. It's getting worse every day. Yeah. Also, the idea that you think this person has the capabilities of hiring a competent lawyer when she very clearly is cooked. After being charged with threats to conduct a mass shooting or an act of terrorism, a judge set Boston's bond at $100,000. I do find that the bond of $100,000 is appropriate considering the status of our country at this point, the judge said. Wow. You think a person who's 42 years old, who's on the phone with Blue Cross Blue Shield over a denied claim, has the capabilities of hiring a fucking fat, competent lawyer to get this shit, to get her off on this? We're so goddamn cooked. We're so fucking cooked. It's not precedent. I think it's just Florida. I mean, it is precedent. It's precedent for Florida. it will have national implications. You know, you can't do it. You cannot. You can't have a fucking moment of weakness when the insurance company is directly fucking you. You can't turn around and be like, fuck you. Yeah, here's a cool tidbit from, if you want to understand the Polk County Sheriff's Department. We're going to shoot you a lot, Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd says that the gunman who was killed by deputies in a standoff chose to get shot when he pointed his firearm at law enforcement. If you point a gun at us, we're going to shoot you. We're going to shoot you a lot. All right.
The healthcare CEO murder. Investigations say the ghost gun the suspect was allegedly carrying when he was arrested matches the shell casing found at the shooting scene. Senior investigative correspondent Aaron Katersky is here with more. Good morning, Aaron.
Good morning to you, Michael. The evidence really does seem to be falling into place now against Luigi Mangione, and the problem for authorities at the moment may not be the case, but how the suspect is being perceived.
This morning, police say the case against suspected killer Luigi Mangione is getting stronger.
We were able to match that gun to the 3 shell casings that we found in Midtown at the scene of the homicide.
Investigators also say they've matched Mangione's fingerprints to prints lifted from a water bottle and granola bar wrapper found near where United Healthcare Chief Brian Thompson was gunned down. The 26-year-old remains locked up in Pennsylvania, challenging his extradition to New York. Prosecutors are undeterred.
You confident you have the right guy in the shooting of Brian Thompson?
Well, I'll start by saying, obviously, this is a profoundly disturbing, as we've alleged, murder.
I should have never saved District Attorney Alvin Bragg in Walking Dead. At the time, I thought he's going to put Trump behind bars, you know? Boy, was that a mistake. Holy moly. God damn, dude. AJ.
And yeah, we would not charge the person if we didn't think it was the person, and we're prepared to go forward.
Investigators have started interviewing relatives, hoping to understand how a high school valedictorian and Ivy League graduate from a prominent Maryland family became an accused killer. His grandfather was a self-made millionaire real estate developer. The family owns a resort, country clubs, radio stations, and donates to health care companies in Baltimore. The Mangione Aquatic Center at Loyola University is named for the family.
They had a lot of clout. And have a lot of clout to this day.
Thompson's murder prompting backlash against the healthcare and insurance industries. The NYPD is alarmed the alleged killer is seen by some as a martyr, inspiring these wanted posters outside the New York Stock Exchange with the names of other corporate executives. A new law enforcement bulletin obtained by ABC News.
Yeah, they're going to arrest people that even post those posters, by the way, for sure. Like, I suspect that because there's so much of it out there, I don't know if they can go after every single person online, but they'll try to pick some people and make an example out of them. They'll also go after the people that are like posting these posters and shit. Like they will definitely come after a couple people to make sure that you get the message that no, you can't be saying shit like that. Now, what's really interesting about this is free speech is supposed to be protected. This is like the exact opposite, right? Because even putting out like terroristic threats against trans people or whatever, that doesn't put you directly in the ire of federal law enforcement or law enforcement at all. As long as you are directing your anger at those who have less than you, you're good. If you're Tom Cotton, you can openly call for Black Lives Matter protesters to be gunned down. If you're Tom Cotton, you can call directly for climate change protesters to be ran over or to be tossed off the side of a bridge if they are pro-Palestinian protesters or blocking traffic. No censuring there, no nothing, no repercussions whatsoever. God forbid you put a poster up of publicly available information. You can be libs of TikTok and encourage actual bomb threats over and over again, doxing and putting random working class people in harm's way because libs of TikTok has decided that a teacher is bad for being queer. All right? That's not unacceptable at all. As a matter of fact, that's very acceptable and good. You should do more of that. But God forbid you post a photo of something that's publicly available, a photo of a CEO. Oh, you can't do that. You can't do that. Please, for the love of God, don't turn the crosshairs up at people at the tippy top of society. Don't. What the fuck? What are you doing? Keep fighting amongst yourselves. Keep fighting against those who have less than you. What are we doing here? You can't be doing that.
Includes this image of a banner invoking the words found on the shooter's bullets. The bulletin warning many social media users have outright advocated for the continued killings of CEOs, with some aiming to spread fear by posting hit lists.
What do you make of people celebrating the murder of Brian Thompson, or someone who sees in the suspect someone to take inspiration from?
Celebrating this conduct is abhorrent to me. It's deeply disturbing. And what I would say to members of the public, we will be vigilant and we will hold people accountable. We will do that.
United Health emailed employees overnight telling them what you do matters. But there's real fear the murder of Brian Thompson has revealed a deep sense of frustration and anger aimed at the entire health insurance industry.
Yeah, and that fear is really real, really real. But what is the reward on the status, of the status of the reward?
There was some, what, $50,000, $60,000 offered. It's still being worked out, and apparently there was some question as to whether, because 911 was called and not Crime Stoppers in New York, whether it should actually be.
Oh, come on.
But really? Look, if it weren't for the heads-up customer and employee
So
at McDonald's,
a split thing, right?
It should be a split thing with the feds getting involved, but they seem to deserve it. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a break in the case.
And let's hope the guy who called 911 gets that reward in the end. Okay, Aaron, thank you.
Now to major developments in the investigation of the murder of the United Healthcare CEO, Brian Thompson. The suspect's mother filed a missing persons report days before the shooting. And police now say there is hard evidence connecting Luigi Mangione to the murder. Lilia Luciano is in Huntington, Pennsylvania, where Mangione is being held. Lilia, good morning.
Good morning to you, Adriana. You might remember those bullet casings that were found at the scene of the crime that read deny, delay, and possibly depose. Well, those have now, according to ballistic analysis, been matched to the ghost gun that was found with the suspect, Luigi Mangione. This is the first time that forensic evidence, according to NYPD, places him at the scene of the murder. Shell casings found at the scene where United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was killed matched the 3D printed ghost gun 26-year-old Luigi Mangione had in his possession when he was arrested.
He's framed. It's fake. CEO didn't even die, actually. He's alive still. It's a psyop. I'm going to be a conspiracy guy in the Trump administration, but like a weird conspiracy guy. Weirder than the normal conspiracy guys. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, yeah, Brian Thompson has actually escaped to Cuba. He is alive. I have it on good authority that they cooked this up as a psyop to silence dissent, to figure out who is actually saying, oh, this is good. Yeah, inside job. That's right. They did this to create panic against Italians. That's why Luigi Mangione was the fall guy. It's an anti-Italian hit job. That's precisely what's going on. Stay woke.
Arrested, according to the NYPD Wednesday. Police also said the suspect's fingerprints match the ones found on a water bottle and a wrapper found outside a Starbucks, where surveillance video appears to show he was before the killing. The NYPD said his print also matches one found on a cell phone that was recovered in an alley near the hotel. And at the time of his arrest, the NYPD says the suspect had a notebook where he wrote about his disdain for the healthcare industry. Law enforcement sources tell CBS News he wrote about using a bomb, but wrote that a shooting would be more targeted and would not risk innocent lives. Are you seeing the statements of CBS News? He wrote about using a bomb, but wrote that a shooting would be more targeted and would not risk innocent lives. Are you seeing the statements about choosing a gun over a bomb that were allegedly made in this notebook as an admission?
I don't know that they have a confession, but I think they have enough facts, enough of a pattern of facts at this point to say, this shows he was going to do it. This shows how he was going to do it. These pictures show you that he did do it.
Sources tell CBS News Mangione's mother filed a missing persons report in San Francisco just days before the shooting. Friends say they hadn't heard from the suspect for several months.
I remember looking at his face like, that guy looks so familiar.
Dorian Wright says he taught the suspect several times at Power Yoga, Hawaii.
He mentioned to me when I was helping him with the pose, he said, I have a back injury. And I'm like, where's your back injury? And he said, lower back. The goal was he came to our studio to heal himself, and I don't have any bad memories of him.
And Mangione's attorney says that he plans to plead not guilty to all charges. And yesterday, United Health CEO sent a letter to his staff honoring Brian Thompson and stating in part that the company vows to make healthcare better for everyone. Tony?
Sure. Also, manufacturing consent machine going brrrr. We're going to look at these incredible articles real quick. The way that mainstream media is now also trying to, reel back on how excited the broad majority of Americans were on this, or at least how little they cared about a healthcare CEO dying because of their immediate family members. Many of the employees I've talked to share the public anger, which New York Times might realize if they bothered to talk to anyone outside of management. Yeah. Health insurance workers fearful amid public anger after slaying of CEO. If you're actually a health insurance worker at a lower level, if you're a fucking pencil pusher, if you're a paper filer, you probably get fucked over by your healthcare company too. You probably have family members that have been fucked over by your healthcare company. So you probably understand. I wouldn't assume that you have a real interest in like defending your fucking upper management, let alone your bosses. But of course, New York Times has to make it seem like this is a universal problem for all working class, the sympathetic figures. They understand that there is not a lot of sympathy for the CEOs, so they have to universalize it to say like, no, you don't understand. He's like these doctors that are fearful now, these nurses that are fearful, the random paper pushers, the random paper filers, the pencil pushers. Those are the fearful guys. They're going to get killed. The difference, however, is that if someone who's in customer service was outed, doxxed, persecuted, and murdered by a vicious person who has also been hurt by the insurance industry, you wouldn't have this kind of press coverage. Well, you might now, just so they can say, oh, look, see, they're going after everybody. But in the past, there would be no such interest in that sort of thing. There would be no bridges being shut down. There would be no manhunt for multiple weeks because you're just a fucking worker. You're worthless. The media would not go out to bat to defend you. And even if they were to do it now, the only reason why they would do it is to defend the likes of other Brian Thompsons. And for the record, it would be completely unacceptable if someone were to do such a thing. Just so you understand, I'm not joking at all. Hey, wallah, baba.
So it's an interesting interaction.
This is a really funny thing that happened, by the way.
Had with the inmates from over the chain link. Tell me about it, Alex.
Yeah, pretty unbelievable moment. And Ashley, I can tell you at this very moment, I can look over my left shoulder up at the top of this prison wall, see through a window, and see that your face is right there. They're watching Banfield at this exact moment as they promised they would. All right, so let's backtrack a little bit, okay? So earlier today, I was reporting outside this prison wall. So, oh my gosh, I'm not sure if you just heard that, Ashley. That was them screaming.
I just waved. Alex, I just waved, and that was the...
Can you hear that?
Hi, guys. Say hello to Alex Capriello.
They said, we got you, Alex. Ashley says hello.
I can't believe this.
There they are. I can't tell if you can hear this.
We can hear it.
There you go.
Hi, guys.
Look up at that window.
Let me yell them a question. Alex, hold on. Let me yell a question. Guys, if you can hear me clearly,
okay.
Do you guys have any sights on Luigi Mangione? Just yell yes or no. I don't know if they're answering.
They're flickering the... They're saying no. Go ahead, ask another one. They can hear you.
Okay. You'll have to translate, Alex.
All right, so earlier today I was reporting outside these prison walls when all of a sudden I heard my name, and I couldn't tell if they were, catcalling me or heckling me or even saying my name whatsoever. And so I started reporting on Luigi Mangione's prison conditions as I was finding them out. And as soon as the live shot was over, that's when I turned around and they said, the conditions suck. And so that was my confirmation. Oh my gosh, they're watching News Nation at that very moment. I pulled out my camera, I recorded, and here's more of that interaction. Take a look from earlier today. Ashley, they're going nuts in there right now watching this video on playback. This was just from a few hours ago, and here they are, 10 o'clock as promised. They said earlier today, tell Ashley Banfield that Luigi is watching at 10 o'clock. I mean, obviously, you know, that's just a hard roast at this point because they're not near Luigi in any way, as confirmed by the Department of Corrections earlier today. But at the same time, they've picked a trusted news source to watch this very high-profile national case. Of course, they're watching us.
It's crazy. Hey, Alex, can I ask you a favor? Can I just ask the guys, if they can hear me right now, to answer yes or no very loud? Does Luigi have television in his single cell?
No.
Unreal. They said no, right? Obviously, we have a little bit of a delay, but they're getting they're getting the questions, and they're giving us the answers. So Luigi does not have.
This is so fucking dystopian, dude. I mean, I'm sure the imprisoned in this situation, I mean, they feel probably somewhat happy that their humanity is being recognized because they are able to communicate. But it is crazy. Like when you just like pull yourself out of the situation for a moment, it is so fucking dystopian, dude. Having said that, however, I am reminded of what Jesse Waters was fantasizing about the other day, saying, "Oh, you know, if Luigi doesn't get the death penalty, I'm sure they'll handle him in prison." How out of touch are you with the average person, like the average human being, that you can't even comprehend that like this dude is not going to be treated as a bad guy in prison? He's not going to get the Chomo treatment. He's not going to get the fucking child predator treatment in prison. Like, why the fuck would they kill them? I suspect that the broad majority of people in prison come from very dire financial circumstances, which means that they most likely have immediate family members who've been fucked over by the same healthcare providers. Yeah, I'm not gonna play the Jesse Waters clip again.
Wow, this is quite something. This is the strangest interview I've ever conducted.
Me too, Ashley. You know, according to the Department of Corrections, he's got his own solitary cell. It's not solitary confinement, but he's by himself. It's not dorm style. I'm not sure exactly what those guys got going on in terms of a living situation. It sounds like they're all clustered together. But as far as Luigi's accommodations, he's by himself. He's got a bed. He's got a chair. He's got a toilet, a sink.
Oh, nice.
Again, he's not with the rest of these guys, but he's not in solitary confinement.
Okay, so I'm going to read out the menu, and then I'm going to ask the guys if it was any good, the dinner tonight. So the breakfast was fruit, grits, bread, eggs, and coffee. He had the choice. The lunch was porcupine meatballs, potatoes, bread, and fruit. And tonight's dinner, mac and cheese, pasta bean casserole, and stewed tomatoes with broccoli. So guys, was dinner good, yes or no? What
terrible,
are they saying?
They're saying.
I heard terrible. I heard terrible.
They're saying heck no. They're saying BS. They're saying terrible. They're saying that's not what they are eating.
Oh man.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact.
Officials with the NYPD tell CNN that CEO wanted posters have been seen around the city as fears grow that.
I love that they censor the face of the CEO as like this publicly available information. Yeah, dude, people will have no idea who the CEOs of companies are now. Why do that if you don't think that it's like a broad majority resentment? Why do that anyway? If your opinion is of the mind that these guys are heroes, they're profit makers, and that's a good thing. They're jobs providers. Who do you think is going to see that and do anything mean?
Copycats could target other corporate executives.
Well, Jim, there is a real sense of nervousness and even fear in C-suites really across the country. This fatal shooting in Midtown Manhattan, not far from where I am right now, has been a real wake-up call for business leaders and for boards of directors. The security firms that are paid top dollars to protect executives, they say that their phones have been ringing off the hook ever since this news broke. One veteran security executive told me that corporate America is nervous, and he said healthcare is the target now, but who's next? And so, yes, companies are considering a range of steps to try to ramp up security, including reassessing the security protocols that are already in place and the budgets. They're increasing the number of security personnel and the amount of technology in offices and even in the residences of executives. They're urging executives to delete their digital footprints, including stuff like the floor plans of their homes and any information that's out there about where their kids may go to school. And they're also enhancing mail screening. There's also a sense that this killing really made it clear that companies need to extend the security blanket that exists for those top level CEOs down to their lieutenants, because there are a lot of massive corporations out there like United Healthcare that maybe the security for those division CEOs does not rise to the level that it does for the number one CEO, but perhaps it really should. There's also this growing concern about the risk of a copycat, both because of the positive reaction that this has gotten online and also the level of attention that this suspect has received. A New York Police Department intel report obtained by CNN's John Miller said that the online reaction to the killing may signal an elevated threat facing executives in the near term, with the shooting itself.
Yeah, maybe if people were serious about this, they examined where this anger and resentment was coming from. I mean, this spells societal collapse. And it seems like everyone is more predisposed with defending the current order of business while simultaneously yelling at the angry people instead of looking at why they're angry, how this moment of desperation came about.
Having the capability to inspire a variety of extremists and grievance-driven malicious actors to violence.
New York City's top prosecutor says there could be more charges against the suspected killer of the United Healthcare CEO. And he's also denouncing the growing support that we've seen from some circles for Luigi Mangione.
Celebrating this conduct is abhorrent to me. It's deeply disturbing. And what I would say to members of the public, people who, as you described, are celebrating this and maybe contemplating other action, that we will be vigilant and we will hold people accountable. We are at the ready.
The Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg there making that promise after wanted posters targeting other healthcare executives were seen posted around New York City today. Joining me here tonight, Nicholas Florco, staff writer for The Atlantic, who argues in a new post, quote, "Murder is an awful answer for healthcare anger." And he joins me now. And it's great to have you because you also used to work.
Wow, brilliant take, man. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, no, I don't think. I like that these guys just keep saying, like, murder is bad over and over again. Yeah, everybody knows, man. That's kind of part of the reason why they're fucking angry. Yeah. You get this, like, top-down approach to the subject, and you look at it like, well, this is a individual act of violence. Like, why are you celebrating it? Yeah, to the person whose fucking, loved ones had their insurance claims denied, so they were just like, all right, fuck it. Like, I'm just going to die. Well, that's murder. Just because it is structured in a way to shelter those who are committing this act of murder, making it seem like it's just a regular part of the process, doesn't change the loss of life for the individual. It doesn't change that at all.
For STAT, which is a healthcare publication, covers United Healthcare previously. So I understand you probably are deeply familiar with the anger that so many people feel towards the healthcare industry. But the idea that people are using that to celebrate the murder of a father of two children is just kind of stunning.
It really is. I mean, I'm used to people being angry about healthcare my entire career. People have been angry about health insurance, about healthcare prices. I've never seen anything like this. I mean, the amount of outpouring of support for Luigi Mangione and the amount of hate going to the United CEO is just, it's unprecedented.
Yeah, but we've seen some people say, well, the reaction that we've seen to beef up security for these CEOs or to focus on that is them focusing on the wrong issue. But in looking at that, I mean, we're also seeing people put up wanted posters with their faces. I just want to show some people who maybe aren't, as prolific on social media as others, the reaction that we've seen towards the suspect here online.
This Ivy League hottie named Luigi is the Robin Hood that we never knew that we needed.
Yo, you know what's really funny about this? I think the average person aside from like, yeah, healthcare should be free, is also literally not even fucking focused on like the morality of the conversation at all. Like they just don't give a shit. And they're way more predisposed with how this guy is probably framed as a patsy. Like the average apolitical guy is like Bradley Martin, who I was talking to last night on stream. And he was like, yeah, dude, his eyebrows don't match. Like that's what the average person is predisposed with. They're like, the media is like freaking out, being like, oh, which CEOs are next? This is like unacceptable. Don't you dare disrupt the current order of business. Like this is not the answer. Violence is never the answer, except for the socialized murder and violence of like random people at the behest of the profit motive in our for-profit structure that we've designed that is cruel and unusual. But the average person is literally like, yeah, I think Luigi Mangione is a fall guy. The average person's like, bro, 286, bro, you see that conspiracy? It's the 286 Pokemon and the Bible verse. Or whatever the fuck people are focused on in terms of the conspiracies.
I listened to Luigi's manifesto this morning 3 times and I cried. Honestly, it's beautiful and I agree with him.
At least he left a very powerful message and he highlighted how terrible the healthcare system is in America. I think he'll go down as a hero in history.
What does that say to you?
I mean, it tells me that people are really angry about the state of healthcare in this country, and that they're feeling kind of hopeless. I mean, to me, what it symbolizes that people are moving towards this, glorifying violence because they feel like something can't get done otherwise. I mean, I would argue, frankly, that is the absolute wrong way to go in every way possible. We know that nonviolent protest is more effective than violent protest. And I think we all should agree that killing a CEO isn't going to change anything to make our healthcare system better.
Yeah.
Wait, that's crazy. Did we get fucking free healthcare? Because I don't know. I mean, I feel like there's been a lot of protests on that stuff. There's even been violent protests, really, like riots, Black Lives Matter protests turned into riots. That was like all the headlines. Shit just doesn't change at all until people in positions of power recognize that this is unstable,
And Senator Elizabeth Warren was facing some blowback today because when she was asked about this, she told the Huffington Post, the visceral response from people across this country who feel cheated, ripped off, and threatened by the vile practices of their insurance companies should be a warning to everyone in the healthcare system. Violence is never the answer, she said, but people can only be pushed so far. I saw some people saying, that should end it. Violence is never the answer.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Senator Warren has struggled with what a lot of us that have been talking about this have been struggling with, which is balancing both the fact that our healthcare system causes real harm and real suffering, and that murder is absolutely incorrect. The thing that I think is important to highlight is, unfortunately, Senator Warren is right in a lot of ways. We know from history that society...
Bro, for the person whose immediate family member was harmed by for-profit healthcare, they look at it as like a serial killer, okay? Like, that's it. And as conditions worsen, especially when there's already a steady desensitization that like the average American experiences in terms of like the most horrific acts of violence, whether it be in fucking Gaza or whether it be like the endless, senseless slaughter of children in American kindergartens and shit. Yeah, they're not going to give a fuck, dude. You can't just prime people into being like, no. Mass school shootings and mass shootings are just a part of American existence year over year because you want no solutions to gun violence. And then expect them to be like, oh, the horror, when a guy who is seen as a placeholder for their grandma fucking dying gets popped. That's it. It's that simple. You can't have both. Like, what the expectation that people are supposed to be respectful about this is so funny to me. It's like, dude, yeah, of course they're mad, dude. What the fuck? The idea that like Elizabeth Warren, it's really unacceptable that she said this. It's ridiculous.
Societies devolve into political violence when people feel like they are the victim. They see very clear inequality, and they lose faith in our democratic institutions. So I think the point that Senator Warren is making is right, that these factors can lead to violence, but I just think it wasn't said in the right way.
Did you hear from people that you used to speak with in the healthcare industry after you wrote this, or just given, your past where you worked, what people inside that industry have said about this?
I mean, I think people are just scared. I mean, we're seeing the insurance companies taking their CEOs' photos off of the internet. We're seeing companies working from home. I mean, we've never seen anything like this. I mean, when you have people putting up wanted posters in New York City with people's faces on them, you have to wonder if they're right. They have to be careful.
Yeah, I mean, to see the wanted posters is quite something. To if you are one of those healthcare CEOs, to see that and targeting in that way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you see it as anything but intimidation. And I mean, frankly, I think and I hope that people will see those and think this is awful, but it only takes one person to cause chaotic trouble.
Yeah, it's an important piece. I'm glad you wrote it, and thank you for coming on here to talk about it tonight. Nicholas Florko, it's great to have you.
Thank you so much.
I just don't think that they're going to be able to.
Breaking news.
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I think a lot of Americans are very stupid, and they do get their notes, especially older people get their notes from television. And if television consistently keeps saying over and over again, like, this is really fucked up, don't do it, don't say anything, how dare you? You know, if they keep doing that over and over again, maybe some of your parents and your grandparents and shit will have a different opinion overall. But I just don't think they can finger wag their way out of this. You know what I mean? I don't think you could just be like, wow, it's really fucked up that you're upset about healthcare. Can you please stop? Come on, just peacefully protest, please, instead. That was much easier to ignore. What if the CEO didn't have a wife and kids? What would be the humanizing angle then law? I mean, I don't think the fact that the CEO has a wife and kids has been enough for people to be like, oh yeah, let me reconsider. Like, they just don't give a fuck. People just don't care. And I understand why they don't care. Because poor people die every fucking day. And we've been trained into thinking that there is no value. There's no worthiness to human life. So yeah, it's going to be really hard. It's going to be really hard for people to turn around and be like, okay, well, you know, mass shootings are happening daily. School shootings are happening daily, weekly, whatever, right? And there's no solutions to that. But when some CEO dies, like, I'm supposed to fucking feel bad? Like, what do you mean?
Alleged CEO killer Luigi Mangione denied bail, as many people are sympathizing with him online tonight. The book Delay, Deny, Defend, which is about the health insurance industry's tactics, jumping to number 2 on Amazon's nonfiction bestsellers list. Number 2. Safe to say that book would never have been anywhere near about the health insurance industry's tactics, jumping to number 2 on Amazon's nonfiction bestsellers list. Number 2. Safe to say that book would never have been anywhere near number 2 if it were not for Luigi Mangione. Those 3 words, delay, deny, defend, were almost identical to the ones found on shell casings near the crime scene. And on Yelp, the McDonald's, where he was apprehended, has been hit with a flood of 1-star reviews, calling the employees, quote, snitches and rats. Jason Carroll is out front.
This Ivy League hottie named Luigi is the Robin Hood that we never knew that we needed.
I listened to Luigi's manifesto this morning 3 times and I cried. Honestly, it's beautiful and I agree with him.
At least he left a very powerful message and he highlighted how terrible the healthcare system is in America. I think he'll go down as a hero in history.
He had been a named suspect for less than 48 hours, and yet, within a fraction of that time, many in the world of social media had already made up their minds about Luigi Mangione.
I'm just eating it up because this is like regular everyday person becoming our hero, our vigilante.
Also, like, you think these people are card-carrying communists? The people making these fucking TikToks and shit? Like, you think these are people who are like the proletariat must rise up and seize the means of production type people? No, not even a little bit. No, they're just regular ass people who are like, yeah, I totally get why he was fucking pissed off. Have you ever had your fucking insurance claims denied?
Lancy.
These types of comments angering law enforcement and public officials.
I don't care your views about healthcare companies because I don't think they're great right now either. But you do not celebrate the assassination of another human being who was just doing his job.
But interest in Mangione just continues to grow. On X, before his arrest announcement, he had just 64 followers. Now, more than 320,000 and counting. His initial 827 followers on Instagram grew exponentially Monday as we watched. By 3 o'clock, more than 32,000. An hour later, 53,000. By 5 o'clock Monday, more than 71,000 followers before that account was suspended. Many of the comments calling for his freedom and calling him a hero.
Hear me on this. He is no hero. The real hero in this story.
Yeah, that's not gonna fly, man. I'm gonna be honest. Like, that's just not the real hero. Is the person who snitched is not the message that you want to carry across. I think Elizabeth Warren has done a much better job talking about this. High school students across the country have been walking out of class in solidarity with Luigi Mangione. Yesterday, over 1,400 students walked out of school at 10 a.m. to show what we believe in. Where's the other? There was another thing that I wanted to cover here. Hold on. Oh, AOC.
You know, taken from a diagnosis. And I think that this collective American experience, which is so twisted to have in the wealthiest nation in the world, all of that pain that people have experienced is being concentrated on this event. And it's really important that we take a step back. This is not to comment, and this is not to say that an act of violence is justified. But I think for anyone who is confused or shocked or appalled, they need to understand that people interpret and feel and experience denied claims as an act of violence against them. People go homeless over the financial devastation of.
Yep. Great way to talk about it. You can say sell out AOC all day, every day. I don't give a fuck. These are the moments where she shines. No, that's a fucking fantastic take. Dude, you're never going to hear a Democratic elected turn around and be like, yo, that guy was fucking based. Your dumbass will say it. And that's one thing. But obviously, a person in a position of power like this is not going to fucking say that. But the very fact that both AOC and Elizabeth Warren, who I have been critical of on different occasions, were very quick to say, we need to seize on this opportunity to talk about like why people feel this level of resentment. That's it. That's what you got to get out of this. You're stupid for thinking that it's going to be anything more than that. She got $150,000 in donations from UHC. Okay. Do you think she's for-profit healthcare then? It seems like those donos didn't work, considering her rhetoric here. Here's what Elizabeth Warren had to say as well. We're gonna talk about this after I'm done.
Of a diagnosis that doesn't get addressed, or, you know, the amount that they're going to have to cover with a surprise bill and things like that. And when we kind of talk about how systems are violent in this country, in this passive way, our privatized healthcare system is like that for a huge amount of Americans. I mean, I did not have health insurance until I got elected to Congress. I was running, when I first ran for Congress, I had to sit in a free clinic while waiting.
You have to rate politicians on a curve. That's it. This is a good coverage of it in the mainstream media.
Let's be honest, since we're having an honest conversation. The reality in this country is, if you kill people with a gun, it is very obvious to everybody what's going on, and you'll rightly deplore it. And we should deplore that. If it is a more systemic kind of killing, as your social media person was saying, if people are being killed through PDF files and through claim denial letters and through a deliberate practice of...
My brain is so broken, and I know chat is the same way, because you hear PDF files and you immediately think, oh, he's using internet speak to say pedophile. Like, immediately. And I hate myself for it. And God damn it, this community is fucking so like-minded on this. Oh my God. Instantly, my brain and so many others' brain in the chat went to, oh, he's saying pedophiles.
Of saying no to a certain form of care that you know you're going to end up granting, but if you say no, 80% of people will lose steam and not appeal successfully, and you'll only have to give it to 20% of those people, and you factor that into your balance sheet. And if that is not an incidental thing that happens or bad apples, that's actually how you make money, because the health insurance industry is an industry that doesn't really exist in many other countries because they just take care of each other as part of the society. You cannot expect to live in a society in which that rage goes nowhere, just fizzles out and dissipates. And we have to deplore violence and then be curious about where it's coming from.
Suspected United killing was Ivy Leaguer with anti-capitalist leanings. Yeah, they're trying desperately to turn this into like a hypocritical socialist. They're desperate to make it seem like that, but I think it doesn't work. Here's what Elizabeth Warren had to say as well, by the way.
What happens when you turn this into the billionaires run it all is they get the opportunity to squeeze every last penny.
Yeah.
And look, we'll say it over and over. Violence is never the answer. This guy gets a trial who's allegedly killed the CEO of United Health. But you can only push people so far. And then they start to take matters into their own hands.
Yeah.
What happens when you turn this into
Any Democratic nominee that doesn't go out to bat for a universal healthcare or soft expansion is going to be so funny in 2024. I think this party is finished. They're going to push progressives to advocate for small expansions as platform. Yeah. I think they're literally not going to do it. The Democrats are physically incapable of doing right by their constituents, or even like taking advantage of the understandable anger that people have in their hearts towards this system. And that's it. That's where we're at. I get it. Like, I know the anger that Luigi Mangione felt, and I know why people don't give a fuck. I get it. So no amount of finger wagging in this direction is going to cause people to change their opinions on this when their fucking family members are being killed, you know? It's the same. This is partially what happened with the Democrats losing the goddamn election, right? Everyone was like, bro, wages are not competing with the price of goods. Price of goods have outpaced wage expansion. And the Democrats were like, nah, shit's fine, dude. Shit's fine. Chill. What are you talking about? Well, it's fine. Calm down. And what happened? They fucking lost. People are so mad that they're like, yeah, I don't give a fuck that some CEO got killed. Shut the fuck up. Fix this goddamn healthcare. And the Democrats are like, well, best we can do is maybe if you are under the coverage of certain kinds of Medicare or certain kinds of healthcare, we will actually reduce the price of one piece of pharmaceutical product marginally. And that's the best we can do. And it's like, yeah, people don't see that. People don't care. They don't see that that's a good thing. Like, they don't see it as marginal improvements are not going to fix it. It's the Malcolm X quote about a knife in your back. This is the chosen liberal cope line right now. Concepts of a plan was one of the most memorable lines of the entire campaign, and Harris hit Trump for it during literally every single one of her stump speeches. Yeah. It's cool that we just had a presidential election where healthcare basically never came up. Marginal improvement might have worked in 2016, but definitely not now. Fuck no. Marginal improvement might not. No, that's incorrect. I don't think you understand. If you think that marginal improvement might have worked in 2016, you fail to understand the anger and resentment that people felt when they voted for Donald Trump.
You feel, however, that we're making progress in this country and worldwide?
No. I will never say that progress is being made. If you stick a knife in my back 9 inches and pull it out 6 inches, there's no progress. You pull it all the way out, that's not progress. The progress is healing the wound that the blow made. And they haven't even begun to pull a knife out, much less try and heal the wound.
People don't even acknowledge that a knife exists.
They won't even admit the knife is there.
Yeah. That is the wonderful attitude that the Democrats have. That's it. Anyway, my dad used to say the Republicans stab you in the heart and the Democrats stab you in the back. Ben Shapiro came after our big, beautiful boy, Bill Burr, by the way. And yes, I will be watching the Video Game Awards later. Calm down. So I want to show you Ben Shapiro has not given up on this issue. I don't know why he's that hard I don't know why he's this hard-headed and he hasn't like dropped this and moved on to some other shit that is more favorable for him. He is just like, nope. He's just like, no, we're going to talk about this. Folks, well, no matter what, we're just going to keep pumping this fucking situation. And this time he's coming after Bill Burr.
Yesterday, Luigi Mangione, who is the alleged of the United Healthcare CEO, he had been arrested in Altoona, Pennsylvania, and he was brought into the courthouse in Hollidaysburg, Pennsylvania, where he immediately began shouting at the...
Chat, tell me how many dislikes this has. Ben saying Bill is disconnected from reality is insanely ironic. My insurance denied our claim when my third child was born. It wasn't a mistake. We fought with them for 2 months over, and they finally agreed to pay. The right and left agree on this issue. The healthcare system is broken. We, the regular people, are the ones suffering, not millionaires. I feel like I'm being gaslit. He's suggesting that the CEO of the biggest healthcare insurance company in the U.S. has zero effect on anything around him. Oh, now they're at 50-50? Finally, it's gotten down to 50-50 for Ben.
The press, it's not totally clear what he is saying here, but here is video of him emerging from a police car and being ushered into the jailhouse where he
all right, get to the Bill Burr
problems.
part.
This means you get to shoot people, which has some sort of surfing accident where he had a really bad back injury that apparently left him in crippling pain. And he had a surgery that is very often unsuccessful that implanted a series of pins in his spine. And he presumably was having some sort of fights with some health insurance company, but that is totally unclear. And he did leave a manifesto. His manifesto is very short. It's 262 words. And it is worth exploring because it is a window into the mind of people who tend to believe that because the world is filled with problems, this means you get to shoot people, which is unfortunately a growing sentiment on the left and even some parts of the right. So here is what...
There's something so funny about Ben saying this because, like, has there been a right-wing shooter that Ben hasn't said is good? Like, when right-wingers engage in vigilante justice against those who are powerless, ultimately, Ben loves that shit. He loves it all day, every day. He hypes that shit up. Ben loves it when Israel is shooting. Wait, I'm in this video? Ben loves it when, at what, 42?
Us pleasing.
Oh, nice. Oh, he's talking about my Lena Khan interview. Anyway, Ben loves it when Israel kills children, Israel shoots children, Israel fucking snipes children. He loves that shit.
Complex, but I do not have the space and frankly do not pretend to be the most qualified person to lay out the full argument. In other words, he didn't have a solution for any of the health insurance problems in the country. And those problems are quite real because the United States has a very heavily subsidized and regulated healthcare system. Insurance is not actually insurance. It's actually just health coverage. Insurance, as we mentioned yesterday on the show, would imply that you are making a bet with the insurance company that something bad might happen to you, and the insurance company is betting that it will not happen to you. That is obviously not how healthcare works in the United States, because no company in their right mind would bet that, for example, you won't need a checkup next week. Right? That would be a stupid bet. So this isn't insurance at all. It's health coverage that is provided at discount based on government subsidy and also based on collective risk pooling. Okay, that's actually how the system works, and the system doesn't work particularly well in a lot of ways.
I love that he's going back to his roots. This is extremely my shit. This is old hat Ben. This is how he used to do. This is the commentary they used to get out of him for people who wanted to come across as like intelligent. He is going to try to explain away the concept of insurance in the United States of America and basically defend it on principle to say that like it must exist and it's good that it exists and that it's actually a lot better in America than the way that you think it is, to an audience who's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You can't, this is literally fucking Vibe Session 2.0. This is like when the Will Stancils of the world try to explain away to the fucking average working class person who's like, dog, everything is so expensive. What the fuck is going on? That it's just in your mind, actually. You don't understand. It's just in your mind. This also is identical to Destiny's argument from yesterday. Well, actually, the working poor deserve to starve.
It works better than many of the other systems, including nationalized healthcare. But the point there is that the alleged shooter himself.
Okay, where are the facts for that? You got any facts for that? It works better than other systems, including nationalized healthcare? Hassan eats poop. This is what I think of you. Nice, man. So what kind of facts is Ben representing for this? Does he have any facts at all? It works better than any other OECD nation? It doesn't.
Is angry at a system that he says he does not fully understand and he has no proper solutions for. And by the way, he happens to be wrong on the merits. So when he says that the United States has the most expensive healthcare system in the world, but we rank roughly number 42 in life expectancy, there's an excellent thread from a person named Jeremy.
Wait, he's right. What the fuck?
Kaufman, laying out some of the statistics with regard to the United States healthcare system. And the point that he makes is that healthcare spending in all countries tracks income. In other words, the more people get rich, the more they spend on healthcare. And this is true across countries. Here, for example, is a chart of health spending increasing rapidly with real income.
Wait a minute. So our healthcare is more costly because we're richer. Sure, there is a level of that. It's somewhat understandable. Okay. We're a richer nation, which means that we have, the pay for doctors is going to be higher. Fine. Fair. Okay. The pay for a nurse is going to be higher than other countries. Fair. Okay. Wages. But there's no reason for the fucking same medicine that's going to the United States to be an entirely different price point. It's the same medicine going to the European markets. I wonder why it's so much more expensive in the United States of America. Oftentimes, the distribution patents are not even held by the same companies, for the record. American healthcare, the American pharmaceutical market is so busted that the distribution patent for the United States of America and Canada is oftentimes separate from the distribution patent for the entire fucking planet. That's how large of a market the American healthcare market is, the American pharmaceutical market is. So what the fuck's that about? How does that work? Anyway, in terms of healthcare spending increases rapidly with real incomes, this is only part of the equation, just so you understand.
So if, for example, you live in Hungary and you have a significantly lower income, you're going to spend less on your healthcare. And as your income rises, you're going to spend more on your healthcare. That is true everywhere. It is true in Norway. It is true in Canada. It is true in Italy. It is true in Spain. It is true everywhere. It is almost a straight line arithmetic correlation here. That as you make more money, you spend more money on your healthcare, which of course makes sense because you care very deeply about your healthcare. That is not a giant shock. As it turns out, if you actually correlate healthcare costs.
What's funny about this is that, yes, what he's describing is normal market conditions, except given the factor that inelastic demand exists in healthcare, as in, if you don't have healthcare, you fucking die, okay? Other countries, other OECD nations that are on that list have actually either so severely regulated their marketplaces because of that inelastic demand, or just have some semblance of socialized structure there. That is exactly what keeps those prices down. It's not just about wage increases that cause healthcare costs to go up, okay? His argument hinges on the crazy idea that $100,000 of MRI is more healthcare than an MRI that costs $10,000. Exactly. In many instances, the procedure is the same procedure, but the price is infinitely higher. It's not even that I'm pretty sure he cooked that graph somehow. The U.S. is well documented as spending way more per capita than normalized the cost of living on average. I know. That's the other part of this as well. I assume that this graph is misleading, but this is the idiotic chart that Matty Iglesias put forth that is so easily destroyed. Two charts you need to look at simultaneously to understand. Americans spend far more than foreigners out-of-pocket for healthcare. Americans have a relatively low out-of-pocket share of healthcare spending. This is a fucking insane thing. Average out-of-pocket health spending per capita, Americans spend far more than most of these other countries, okay? Household out-of-pocket spending as a share of current health expenditures, on the other hand, is much lower. It's using a logarithmic y-axis and a linear x-axis. It's not really an exponential relationship and not linear. Yeah. The problem is, if an American goes to the doctor and gets billed $10,000 but has insurance that covers $6,000 of it, and a European goes to the doctor and gets billed $65 and doesn't have insurance, Matt Iglesias thinks that that American is getting a better deal. So why is it that Matt Iglesias thought that this would be a fantastic fucking way to stop people from getting mad at their healthcare? Like how? Yeah. Getting $10,000 bill for the MRI econ, bro. You have simply consumed more MRI than any other nation. Yeah, this is the Jeremy Kauffman take that everyone is dunking on. The U.S. spends more money on healthcare because it consumes more. Or the richer the country is, the more healthcare it consumes. You don't understand, you fool, you idiot. The same procedure is simply you're doing more of it. It's the same fucking procedure. You can literally track this against pharmaceutical costs. It's the same drug. It's literally the same drug. There is no reason. There's no reason for an American to pay more for the same fucking drug. It's not a different drug. It's not a better drug. And if you actually look at the healthcare outcomes overall, because we're so bad, because our life expectancy is so much worse than other comparable OECD nations, we must be taking the worst drugs, I guess. Well, the reality is we're not taking the drugs at all. That is the problem. I think in the most conservative estimates, 20 to 30% of the overall the overall untimely demise comes from, I think, a lack of health care. And that's the most conservative estimates, 30%. There's obviously plenty of other factors that play into our life expectancy being low. Some of the most immediate factors are mass availability of guns, another problem that we will never fix because gun violence is actually responsible for the death of many people before they die at the normal age that they would die. It's because gun violence is actually responsible for the death of many people before they die at the normal age that they would die. Our bad diets are some of the invisible factors at play here. Even non-walkable cities devoid of public transit factors into why American life expectancy is so low. There's also the opiate crisis. It's true. There are many factors that go into our life expectancy. All right. Having said that, however, healthcare is also horrible. So Ben's argument is fucking idiotic here.
With income, what you see is that income rises, so does healthcare costs. Again, not a giant shock. In rich country, labor costs more. Inputs cost more. The real price of healthcare increases actually slower than incomes in cross-section.
Wait, I don't understand though. Like if a drug is being produced and manufactured in America, why is it fucking cheaper when European marketplaces buy that same drug? Why is it 10x in America? Please, Ben, explain this to me. I don't understand.
Sectional analysis. So as income in the United States increases, so does healthcare price, but slower than income increases in the United States. Not only that, you can see in surgical prices that there is correlation between income and the price of surgery, for example. Because again, as people make more money, they also demand more money as the inputs on labor. If you are a surgeon in the United States and the average income is $80,000 a year, you're going to make more money than in a country where the average income is $40,000 a year. That is not a shock. Straight line correlation. Cesarean sections are more expensive in Norway, where the income is higher, than in Israel, where the
Yeah, it's yeah, it's just that the doctor wages are too high. I mean, that's a part of it. That's definitely a part of it, but not the only part of it. Seems to me like if we care about fucking efficiency, as Ben claims he does, then we should maybe cut out this ineffective middleman that is just simply expanding prices for no reason. Also, that a bunch of shareholders that have bought into this expensive, unnecessary middleman turn profit year over year. I think the funniest part about this is that not only is Ben wrong, but it's also funny because even if he was right, people would just be like, what the fuck are you saying? Are you saying that the healthcare system is good? Are you stupid? Of course you think the healthcare system is good, Ben. You're fucking rich. You're rich as fuck. And part of your wealth directly comes from you defending private capitalist interests like this.
income is lower. Appendectomies are more expensive in Australia, where the income is higher, than Korea, where the income is lower. And none of this is a giant shock. In other words, the market mechanisms
like you're talking about market mechanisms in socialized medicine. The out-of-pocket cost for a Norwegian cesarean section is $0. The out-of-pocket cost for an American cesarean section is, I don't even know what it is, but it's fucking obviously way more expensive. So for the average consumer, that's all they fucking care about, dumbass. That's the whole point. And the argument is that if the government was actually paying for it, like in many of these other socialized systems, when they actually have the welfare of the public in mind, that they would take action to ensure that there was more public welfare. They would also take action when bulk purchasing pharmaceutical prices that enter the market. And in that process, they would ensure that those prices are kept as low as physically possible. America is the largest consumption engine on the planet. We have a lot of leverage. If we had an actual socialized pharmaceutical structure or socialized medicine in this country, we could just say, oh, dude, you're not entering the American marketplace unless you fucking literally give us the same price that you're giving to Europe. It is ridiculous. But I've heard Ben advocate against that as well with silly ass notions like America subsidizes the rest of the planet's healthcare. It's fucking bullshit, by the way. That's a lie. It's a straightforward lie. And the very fact that that's a American Enterprise Institute talking point that Ben regurgitates all the time is really stupid. Yep. In spite of Americans paying nearly double that of other countries, the system performed poorly on health equity, access to care, and outcomes. That's it. I love how there is now reference to how much higher insurance executive salaries are here compared to countries who, don't have insurance executives. Exactly. Less than 10% of health dollars go to physicians, 7.3% to be precise. The idea from Eric Levitz et al. That cutting healthcare costs must come from cutting physician salary and no place else is hilarious. I think many specialists earn too much, but let's be serious here, people. Yeah. Pull my logs. Currently, my family is fighting a draw legal battle about paying for my Alzheimer's-ridden grandfather. At first, they wouldn't allow Medicaid to pay for him, and his girlfriend has been very annoying in this. But that is besides the point. I keep thinking over and over. Socialized medicine would have fixed this entire issue. It's been very stressful for our whole family, myself included. What is this? There's girly pop news. Please cover it. Has he covered the alien drones yet? Has he said if he would fuck or wouldn't fuck the aliens in said drones yet? I feel like he hasn't taken the aliens seriously enough. They have drones and New Jersey in custody. They have drones and New Jersey in custody is hilarious, cutie. Respect. Excuse me, I would like to know what your take is on whether or not you would fuck these drones, please. I would like to know if you would have sex with these drones or not. What time does the video game awards start, by the way, chat? In 20 minutes? Okay. Anyway.
Continue to function in the sense that as people make more money and as they spend more money, the costs go up. Most importantly, the idea that profits are radically high in health services is not true. Profits in health services are actually lower than in many other areas of the American economy.
Dude, I hate this shit. By the way, ambulatory healthcare services are higher than hospitals, nursing, and residential care facilities. But I hate this. I don't care. There should be no profits. That's it. What do you mean profits are not high enough? You die if you don't get it. It's so stupid. Oh man, I'm so sad how fucking low the profits are for the healthcare industry. Okay, let the goddamn government handle it then, bitch. What the fuck is this argument? What is this argument?
So if you look at hospitals and nursing and residential care facilities, the profits are somewhere in the neighborhood of 2% to 5%, somewhere in that neighborhood. If you look at construction, they're way higher than that. Profits are really, really high in manufacturing, for example, but they're not particularly high in the healthcare industry, again, because of regulation and subsidization. So why exactly is it that we spend so much money?
Oh, he's saying profits are not high for healthcare because of regulation and subsidization. Ben's advocacy is to fucking make it even more costly. If left up to Ben, he doesn't even want fucking regulation. Not entirely certain how subsidization is actually making profits low, but it also doesn't entirely make sense because, yes, for example, United Healthcare's profit margins are 6%. This is profit margins, okay? These are profit margins. United Healthcare's profit margins are 6%. That's $33 billion in profit. $33 billion! What do you think has a higher profit margin? What I do as a Twitch streamer or United Healthcare? My profit margin is fucking insanely high. What do you think brings in more revenue overall? What a stupid fucking argument. United Healthcare alone is the fourth most profitable company. Yes, it deals in $500 billion in overall revenue. Just because this manufacturing as an industry is above all this other shit does not mean that, like, you know, manufacturing as an entire sector is raking in trillions of fucking dollars in profit in the same way that healthcare is. Just because the profit rate is low doesn't mean that they're not making a shit ton of money. Also, one thing to remember always is profits are a fucking stupid way of looking at this because companies are incentivized to keep profit rates low anyway. Their jobs are to still, like, executive compensation is before profits come in. Like, all of this other shit that they're buying, mergers and acquisitions, all of that, stock buybacks, these are before profits. So just because a company's profit margins are low doesn't mean that it could not have been higher year over year. Also, this isn't even insurance. This is just hospitals and nursing and residential care facilities, which Ogre is right. I didn't even fucking realize. This is not even health insurance. But health insurance is there. It's at 6%. For United Healthcare, it's at 6%. That's what their profit margin is. Yeah, United paid out $10 billion in dividends last year alone, which isn't calculated in profits.
Industry, again, because of regulation and subsidization. So why exactly is it that we spend so much money, but we get so little input in terms of our health expectancy rising, our life expectancy rising? Well, number one, there is in fact a law of diminishing returns when it comes to healthcare spending. It's true across countries. At a certain point, a massive increase in healthcare spending only leads to a marginal increase in life expectancy. And this is not just true of the United States, it's true literally everywhere. So for example, the cross-sectional relationship in terms of how much you spend on care and the outcome is totally flat. So the life expectancy in, for example, Israel and Luxembourg is totally the same, but the health expenditure per capita is wildly different. So Israel is spending about $2,500 health expenditure per capita, and the life expectancy in Israel is...
Wait, where's America on this list? Where's America on this list? Also, this is from 2011? Maybe it's not from 2011. It's from $2011.
About 82 and a half years. Same exact life expectancy in Luxembourg, except they're spending $6,500 per capita. Because it turns out, no matter what you do with medicine, you simply can't prolong life beyond a certain point on average. So what's the big problem in the United States?
Oh, okay, great. Then we should pay less then. Don't you like efficiency? That's why we have the life expectancy and good health metric.
It's why does the United States have a lower life expectancy? Well, there are a bunch of reasons, but the biggest reasons are we do a lot of drugs, we're really fat, and we drive badly. Those would be the...
No, it's car-dependent infrastructure. It is, opiates are a problem for sure. Opiate deaths are that rob people of their lives, cause people to have their lives cut short. And yes, our bad food habits, our bad consumption habits also play a big role. It's not because we drive badly. It's because we don't have fucking adequate public transit, dumbass. Something that you advocate against all day, every day. Americans have an incredibly fucking car-reliant infrastructure. We don't have any public transit. We don't have walkable cities. And also, notice how Ben didn't mention another thing? Interpersonal violence. Why is that red one so large in comparison to all these other countries? It's because of gun violence! It's because of guns, Ben! It's because of guns! People are committing suicide with guns! People are dying in mass shootings! There's a lot of gun violence in this fucking country!
The big reasons. We lose in the United States about a year and a half.
Americans also have an insane level of drinking and driving. No, dog. It's because there's no other fucking transit. That's the whole point. That's what I mean. Car-reliant infrastructure understandably causes more vehicular manslaughter. Because when there's no alternative, when there's no fucking car, when there's no bus you can take, when there's no train you can take, you drive. And when you drive and you spend more time driving, you have a higher likelihood of, getting in a car accident. You're just restating the point from another angle, dog. Oh my God. Ben's angle on this issue is busted. Okay? Ben's angle on this issue is completely broken. Yeah, we also have these like big ass militarized American vehicles that are more dangerous too, where you can't see children under the hood because it's so fucking high. Ben looks at this graph and says it's because Americans are making wrong choices. They're individually driving poorly, and they're individually choosing to be fat, and they're individually choosing to do drugs. That's the problem. Ben is looking at systemic failure and reducing it down to individual responsibility. This is an idiotic way to try and approach any problem whatsoever. Because how do you instill individual responsibility upon every single individual? You do it through regulation. You do it through laws. That's why we have seatbelt laws, for example. The notion that this is all caused by 300 million individuals individually choosing to be fucking fat and driving poorly is idiotic. What is it? The Canadian mind is just simply better than the American mind? Is that what it is? Is it because people in Finland, people in Belgium simply are just like more brilliant than the average American, that they're making the right choices? No, it's because their society is structured with more competent governance that has people's welfare in mind. It's so stupid thinking the American skull is shaped differently, Ultimately, reducing everything down to the individual responsibility means that there is some sort of genetic predisposition that the American mind has, and it's not something you can solve through some kind of like regulation. It's fucking stupid.
In life expectancy on average through drugs, car accidents, and violence. And we happen to be really fat. Okay, we have a huge diet metabolic problem in the United States. In fact, it has
surely it can be both. No, guys. I mean, I'm not even going to entertain that as a joke, okay? Yes, American culture is hyper violent, hyper individualistic, certainly. But when we're looking at problems, systemic problems, and problems that obviously require systemic solutions, you can't just fucking deflect the attention away down to the individual. Okay? I'll give you an example. The one that I used already, vehicular manslaughter, car accidents, okay? Let's say you want to take public transit to work. How are you going to do that in a city like Los Angeles? How are you going to do that? It doesn't exist. What do? Let's say you want to walk somewhere. Well, the cities are not walkable because there's no public transit, so there's no need for sidewalks. There's no need for walkability. So what do? Do you walk on the side of the road? Okay, now you got killed by a fucking guy. You're a part of the fucking vehicular manslaughter statistic now. Good job. You cannot individually fix this problem if the systems are fundamentally broken. Okay? That's it.
Almost a 6-year decrease in life expectancy in the United States thanks to diet and metabolic, because we're real fat in the United States. Okay, so none of this is to ignore the problems in the healthcare system.
Like the idea, this is Ben just like shitting on Americans across the board. This is the most anti-American thing you can say, by the way. And it's kind of funny that like supposedly these patriotic fucking dipshits get away with saying it all the time. That Americans are just like stupider, fatter, dumber than the average European. Is that what you're saying? Or are they just victims of circumstance? They exist in America. Like, I know I joke about Amerifats and AmeriKKK or whatever the fuck, but like ultimately I do recognize that most people cannot overcome the structures that bind them, okay? That's it. So Ben is just simply saying Americans are just too stupid. They just eat like shit. They're fucking dumb. They're stupid. What a ridiculous statement.
It is to point out that whenever anyone suggests that there are easy solutions and they are only barred by the evil of greedy health insurance companies, they are lying. It is not true. It is over.
I mean, it would be an easy solution if people like you weren't so resistant to it and desperately trying to fucking delude people into thinking that it's somehow their own fault, their own personal fault.
Overtly false. Okay, that's true whether the shooter is saying it while murdering somebody. The alleged shooter is saying that while murdering somebody. It is also true whether you are a comedian or a political commentator. So this brings us to Bill Burr. So I have to say, Bill Burr is Bill Burr, I used to really enjoy his work. I mean, on occasion, I still enjoy his work. He's a comedian, which means he's very hit or miss. His Red Rock special, for example, hilarious. I'm such a Bill Burr fan that I actually bought a ticket for me and my wife and 2 of our friends to go see Bill Burr at the Hard Rock Casino down here in Hollywood, Florida. And I have to say, it was one of the worst shows I ever saw in my life.
He's woke. Let me guess. He's woke. Bill Burr has become woke. Folks, I used to be a fan of Bill Burr, but then I found out he got hit with a woke ray. Wokeism.
Because he got up there, and Bill Burr has become woked. He has become woked, I assume, because his wife is very much on the left. Over time, I think he became embarrassed.
Wait, his wife? What do you mean by that, Ben? What do you mean his wife? The lovely Nia? Let's look it up. Oh, that's what he means. Oh, so that's what Ben means when he says his wife. Okay. Weird, because they've been married since 2013, and I'm pretty sure the Red Rock special was way after that. It was only a couple years ago, as a matter of fact. So I don't know where the fuck he's coming from. Interesting.
That many people on the right thought he was very funny, and so he decided that he was going to start woking.
Yeah, Bill Burr, picture of the infamous leftist Patrice O'Neill. There he is, woking Bill Burr. There he is, wokeifying Bill Burr. Bill, get away from this man. He's going to woke you. You're going to get woked out.
Looking it up. Well, Bill Burr is a disappointment, sort of like incognito mode on your computer, because they keep telling you that everything you do.
Wait, did he just do a fucking... Shut the fuck up. He just said some heinous racist shit and then immediately sidestepped into an ExpressVPN ad? Are you fucking joking? There ain't no way, dog. He was like, Bill Burr's got a black wife. Also, ExpressVPN. God damn. God damn.
Pretty much all of us, that would be taxes. The October 15th deadline, it's passed. Are you prepared for what could come? Now he's with a parent and a lot of Hispanics and black people who live down here. He ended up totally disconnected from the audience. Early news.
Wait, what?
A lot of gay people are gay racists. Because his jokes were basically about how Floridians were a bunch of anti-gay racists. And Floridians were like, that's not true. There are a lot of gay people who live down here and a lot of Hispanics and black people who live down here. And in fact, the room is filled with Jews. Right? And so he actually got so frustrated, he ended up cutting his show early and walking off the stage. And the reason was he was totally disconnected from the audience. Well, that disconnect has continued. You'll remember that he appeared on Bill Maher's show where he declared solidarity with the pro-Hamas students on campus.
Bro, these are broadly popular positions, man. You can't just you can't just wish cast a different interpretation of all the things that people are looking at and going like, no, this is actually kind of fucked up. It's so funny. He's like, no, you don't understand. Everybody hates, everybody loves Israel. Everybody in America loves Israel. And you should kill people who protest against them. Yeah, Bill Burr also didn't declare solidarity. He literally says students have been historically right, so these guys are probably right too. It's so funny. Ben's entire shtick is just like being an annoying fucking loser who tries to tell you in many different words, in the nerdiest aesthetic possible, that like things will never be better. And you should stop focusing on trying to change the system and get mad at random gay people instead. And like, sure, there's a faucet of that kind of commentary out there. And I'm sure, it's done him favors so far. But, turning around and shitting on Bill Burr, especially in this moment where he's like, obviously talking about why people feel resentful towards healthcare CEOs and whatnot, because, they're murderers themselves. It's like the fucking mob. It's correct. Perhaps that's the reason why he didn't play Bill Burr's clip.
Campus. And now he is proclaiming that he is very happy that CEOs are walking.
That's the reason why he didn't play Bill Burr's clip.
Campus. And now he is proclaiming that he is very happy that CEOs are walking around in fear for their lives. Okay, now, you do get some extra points for being a comedian in today's day and age, meaning that we'll tend to give you some more leeway to say edgy things because you're trying to be funny. And it's not clear to me here that Bill Burr is attempting to be funny. This is just his actual political opinion. He's not saying anything funny or insightful here. Here is Bill Burr yesterday explaining that he is perfectly fine with CEOs having to live with full-time security because they fear they might be shot because, after all, they're murderers too.
Oh, my God. Oh, the poor CEOs. Oh, the poor CEOs. Good luck, Ben. Good luck on this endeavor. I'm sure you're gonna fucking really get your audience riled up. The poor CEOs, they're scared for their life. They should be able to kill people. I don't understand. What do the comments look like? No, they're fucking shitting on him. I feel like I'm being gaslit. He's suggesting that the CEO of the biggest healthcare insurance company in the U.S. has zero effect on anything around him. Invite Bill on your show, I dare you. It's absolutely rich when Ben says things like, just because you had a bad experience with a health insurance company, having a bad experience with a health insurance company isn't like a barista messing up your morning coffee and you hope to get a better one tomorrow. These bad experiences result in people losing their loved ones and being denied or prolonged life-saving medication and procedures. Hey, Ben, how are you going to get legislation changed when the very people who are responsible for changing legislation are being bought and paid for by pharma and insurance companies? This is a rich guy trying to say insurance companies are justified charging you thousands of dollars for a hospital visit. I agree with Bill Burr. As a former cancer patient, each chemotherapy session infusion bag I remember was $20,000 billed to insurance. Coverage for my husband's asthma inhaler was denied this month and for the first time ever. He's had the same script for 25 plus years. Too many ads. I don't even like watching Ben anymore. It's hard to keep track of the stories when he's dropping ads right in the middle of each story. How about putting the ads in between the stories instead? If our healthcare system works so well, why do so many people hate it? Love how you didn't show the full quote. The media is completely out of touch and is an insult to the American people and their lived experiences. Ben, the average working person has little to no voice in these systems. It is obvious. Dude, imagine how fucking right-wing normally YouTube comments are. And I'm willing to bet that a big chunk. I mean, these guys aren't fucking socialists going into the comments of Ben Shapiro to literally turn around and be like, oh, I'm actually a right winger. Like, they're not lying. These are right wingers. These are not just right wingers. They're like annoying right wingers. They're the type of right wingers that go and get their notes from fucking Ben Shapiro. It's a real unique kind of right winger. We have a hype train going, by the way. Speaking of ads and how annoying they are, remember, I no longer serve ads, but you can still support the show by subscribing for $7 now, I think, or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get one free Prime subscription a month. Also, Bill Burr's been talking about executing CEOs and hunting them down for years. Here it is.
They focus on. You know what I mean? There's a guy from Nestle that doesn't think water is a human right. I mean, that guy should be hunted down and shot. Yeah. Right? And they're going to sit and just talk about, talking about all the, I don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, we got to get America back to work.
It's like, dude, this guy wants to own the rain. Can we do something about this guy? He was at Nestle. You're supposed to be happy, like making cocoa for people. And this guy's like going, well, people are running out of water. What if we owned all the water and we kept it under our place? And in the future, when everybody's, that's how you picture the guy talking. I want to own the water. I want to have it underneath my house. And just, I'll come to the door in a robe, slightly ajar. Right? Just a complete animal.
Just a complete animal. Yeah, Mr. Woke, dude. Yeah, it's Bill Burr that's woke. It's not Ben that's quote unquote woke in this situation, wokely scolding people for feeling some type of way about the way the current insurance structure is so damaging to the average person's life.
I don't believe that Bill Burr holds the same standard for comedians. There's an argument that's been made by the left. It is a crap argument when made about comedians, and it's a crap argument when made about CEOs. The argument goes something like this on the left. People like Bill Burr mock the vulnerable. They mock the marginalized. And thus,
I shit on those people all the time. Whenever people come for Bill Burr, I tell them to shut the fuck up. This is part of the reason why. Because, once again, 1, he's a comedian. 2, he is a fucking asshole. 3, you don't have to agree with everything he says. But most people don't actually get up in their feelings about Bill Burr, which is ironic because you're getting in your feelings about Bill Burr right now. You're woke. You're a fucking SJW, Ben. Radlibs get mad about Bill Burr. Who gives a fuck? Fuck them. It's just noise.
Thus, they are a danger to the vulnerable and the marginalized. So presumably,
yeah, he's literally mad that Bill Burr isn't pro-Israel. Like, that's the most SJW branded shit you could do, dumbass. I can't believe it. Bill Burr wants Hamas students to kill me. Bill Burr is in support of student protesters that said what Israel is doing is wrong. How could you hurt Israel's feelings? Bill Burr, how could you hurt the CEO's feelings? What a bitch. Yeah. When you're a right winger, it's awesome because you literally, your priorities are completely busted. It's just out of whack where you're like, no, it's not the underserved poor, okay, yearning for freedom. It's not those who are getting bombed into fucking bits by America's greatest ally, Israel, that are actually those who are marginalized. It's the fucking CEOs. And it's actually the fascist state of Israel. Those are the poor people that must be defended at all costs. It's the wealthiest people in society that we must protect. Fuck.
Bill Burr should have to live in fear of making a joke. Bill Burr should have to live in fear because he doesn't know who he's damaging. In any case, here is Bill Burr openly cheering the murder.
It took him 14 minutes to get to this fucking Bill Burr clip, by the way.
Of a United Health executive, because he says CEOs should live in fear if they don't act in the way that he would have them act in a system that he has no fixes for, by the way.
You know, I think you don't like his fixes.
What's annoying me about this kid who killed this CEO is none of these news programs are talking about the incredible lack of empathy from the general public about this because of how these insurance companies treat people when they're at their most vulnerable, after we've all given them our money every month and now we finally need you and all you do is deny us. And then all of these things are taking the pictures of their CEOs off their websites. You know, I got to be honest with you, okay? I love that CEOs are afraid right now. You should be. By and large, you're all a bunch of selfish, greedy pieces of shit. And a lot of you are mass murderers. You just don't pull the trigger. That's why it looks clean. That's why these people look, oh my God, oh, he was just, walking into a hotel. It's like, okay, but what was his job? What did he do? What was the results of it?
Okay, Bill Burr is a piece of... Okay, well, what he is saying here is truly evil. He's truly evil. He's saying you should live in fear if you're the CEO of a company and that company does things that...
Dude, imagine posting this and then thinking this makes Bill Burr look bad and not you for criticizing this in the most annoying ways possible. Oh my God, I can't believe this very popular, beloved comedian is saying what, like, the overwhelming majority of American society believe. How dare he? These guys are so primed to hate CNN, so at least you should take your cues from fucking CNN. When you notice yourself making an argument that is identical to CNN, maybe you'll realize that you're out of touch. This is not any different than what CNN is saying, Ben. This isn't any different than what fucking New York Times is saying. Same shit when it comes to Israel too, by the way. Just remember, these guys, they're not so different.
Bill Burr deems to be bad things. Now, we have laws on the books, for example, that prevent things like fraud. Okay, we have laws on the books that prevent things like embezzlement. We have laws on...
Yeah, and they do a fantastic job. Oh, wait, no, they don't, because the structure is designed by rich people. The very fact that healthcare is for profit is already ridiculous to begin with. It is indicative that the system is a failure overall.
On the books that punish criminal activity. If you don't like the system, and many people don't, the proper response to that system would be legislation. In a democratic republic, the way that you fix problems is you have open discussions of the details of those problems, and then you try to craft regulatory or legal fixes. You do not...
Which I will stop every step of the way. If you ever suggest that something should change, I will tell you, you're wrong.
Not say that it is a good thing that CEOs should live in fear of their...
Yeah, everyone complaining about the shooting is top 3% of wealth in America. Straight up. Or a loyal servant of the interests of the top 1%.
Their lives because Bill Burr deems them morally inferior. Bill Burr doing his blue-collar class routine act is a bunch of horse. Bill Burr is worth $14 million, and he makes his money making crap movies for Netflix at this point.
You're richer than Bill Burr. Yeah, he's a rich guy who gets it. You're an even richer guy who doesn't. What's the argument? This is so funny whenever people are like, wow, the kid was from a rich family. Luigi was from a rich family. Isn't that crazy? It's like, okay, motherfucker, how rich are you? Like, what are we doing? What is this pocket watching? Like, this is something that I will never understand. Like, what is the expectation here? That he should shut the fuck up and defend the CEOs instead? Is that what it is? Is that what the argument is? I love it because, for obvious reasons, I have a very deep and personal connection to this line of criticism because it's probably the one that I get every single fucking day. It's like, oh, you're rich. Why do you advocate for the poor? It's like, okay, I'm not black, but I advocate against anti-black racism. I'm not trans. I advocate against transphobia. I'm not a woman. I advocate against patriarchal constructs that harm women. I'm not getting an abortion anytime fucking soon, but I think women should have bodily autonomy. The fuck is this? Yeah. What is why do you bring this up? Why do you bring this up? Is it the expectation? Is it your expectation that I fucking stay in line? Is it your expectation that Bill Burr know his place and defend the interests of the wealthy then? It's so stupid. It's just a thing that literally hangs right there. There's no purpose for this statement. None whatsoever. It only makes sense. It only makes sense if you're wealthy and you're advocating for the interests of wealthy. In that sense, it does make sense. Okay? In that avenue, it makes sense. Like Ben Shapiro, who is even wealthier than both myself and Bill Burr combined times 10. And of course, as a very rich guy, he's advocating for the interests of the wealthy. As a CEO, he's advocating for other CEOs. But it doesn't make sense to bring this up about Bill Burr, unless you're trying to say you're out of touch with the interests of the average person.
Again, this basic idea, if we're going to have a functioning country, you can't justify the murder of people who run their businesses legally in ways with which you disagree. It is one thing to disagree with them. You can call them whatever you want. When you start justifying them living in fear or suggesting maybe they should be murdered, I'm just wondering what the limiting principle here is. I'm wondering what it is. The alleged shooter in this case was echoing Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber. The Unabomber suggested that if you were, for example, an oil executive, maybe you should be murdered. Because after all, there were externalities to the oil industry. Why not the banking industry? Why not? Maybe Bill Burr doesn't like the banks after all.
Ben, if I were you, I wouldn't be making this argument, big dog. I'm just being real. I'm keeping it $1.50 because shit like this is not going to be read in the way that you want it to. You know, when you say stuff like that, not recognizing that the appetite that broader American society at this point has, because they're just holding on by a fucking thread, you know, especially when previous members of your community have gone out and done hate crimes and shit. So there's at least a couple incidents that have already occurred. You've already agitated enough mass shootings. You don't want to say stuff like, you should probably be a little bit more careful and considerate about the way you talk about these things. I myself am going to go out on a limb here, and I'm going to say I do not condone what Ben Shapiro is saying. I condemn it.
That bank denied grandma her loan. So maybe Jamie Dimon should be tracked down and murdered. This kind of stuff is full stop evil. It is evil. I don't care what complaints you have with the health insurance company. The notion.
I can't believe Ben really just, wait, I got to run it back. Well, that was crazy.
You can't justify the murder of people who run their businesses legally in waving in fear or suggesting maybe they should be murdered. I'm just wondering what the limiting principle here is. I'm wondering what it is. The alleged shooter in this case was echoing Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber. The Unabomber suggested that if you were, for example, an oil executive, maybe you should be murdered. Because after all, there were externalities to the oil industry. Why not the banking industry? Why not? Maybe Bill Burr doesn't like the banks after all. That bank denied grandma her loan. So maybe Jamie Dimon should be tracked down and murdered. This kind of stuff.
No, Ben, no, Ben, stop. Ben, stop. That's crazy, man.
Of all violence. Unfortunately, it's not just Bill Burr. It is so many members of the elite of our society. The people who are fine living with private security.
Bro, you're elite. You're elite. You're elite. Shut the fuck up.
They make millions of dollars saying things on TV. It's not just Bill Burr here. Okay, it is also Jimmy Kimmel. So Jimmy Kimmel last night decided that he would do an entire segment celebrating the good looks of.
Oh, it's so fucking lame. This is exactly the type of shit that these guys normally grab onto and rail against all the time. All the goddamn time, dude. Bruh, just I should go and murder the bank who made my grandma homeless. Who's this left-wing extremist you're watching? I need you guys to understand. I'm watching this specifically because I'm condemning it. I am not condoning Ben Shapiro's statements about how Jamie Dimon deserves to be hunted down and murdered, okay? I am condemning it. Condemn. Okay? I do not condone. This man is a left-wing loony. Cenk would call him the extreme left or max left or something along those lines, okay? Shame on you, Ben. I disavow. I disagree. It's really fucked up that he came out with this, especially at such a politically divisive time, you know? Really fucked up. Also, here's right-wingers. Here's right-wingers celebrating vigilante justice when it's their guy doing it.
Loud for Kyle Rittenhouse.
Murder, assassination, vigilantism. It's wrong, it's evil, it's despicable. There's no hero. Cheering for the murder of an unarmed man is beyond sick.
For anyone that sympathizes and empathizes with a murderer, that is completely upside down in our American society. There are people that need to reevaluate their inner soul and their moral compass. Yeah. There is nothing acceptable to me about that.
Wackos are treating suspected killer as a folk hero. Actual praise for the murder itself.
To sympathize with them, it's just disgusting.
You know, they have a Bonnie and Clyde syndrome in the DSM-V4 in psychiatric treatment, and that's when some people are enamored by criminals.
You don't have the right to go out and kill somebody and take, vigilante justice into your hands. So I think it's really disturbing to people across the country as they tune in and hear, people excited and saying there's joy from this. I think it's really concerning.
That's it. If you go to a Black Lives Matter rally with the hopes that you can get illegal killed, that's perfectly fine, baby. That's perfectly fine. That shit's A-okay. You know who else has demonstrated this inconsistency, by the way? Destiny, which is why I always laugh when he's like trying to present himself as a liberal Democrat. I know the Game Awards are in 5 minutes. I'm gonna watch it. Also, the New York Times instructed staff to avoid publishing photos of Luigi Mangioni's face. Internal company messages leaked to me reveal. And it turns out it was because they thought it was unhelpful and unproductive. If you visit the New York Times front page story today of the shooter, it features Mangioni's back as he was being marched to his arraignment. Another Times story today on Mangioni's notebook features a photo of a generic police tape barricade. The media paternalism at its worst. The idea that seeing the shooter's face too much or reading this 262-word statement will necessarily inspire copycat assassinations and therefore should be withheld from the public. My publication on Mangioni's manifesto yesterday came after multiple journals and companies like the New York Times and NBC told me that their outlets were in possession of the manifesto but would not be publishing it. These outlets were perfectly happy to quote selectively from the document, as CNN did, insisting that the contents merely showed how unwell the shooter was. Flagrant editorializing. That's the problem with selective disclosure. It shapes the narrative in subtle ways that can be misleading. National security officialdom, from cops to CIA, are masters at this. Take, for example, what is perhaps the most storied photograph in CIA lore, the above picture of 9/11 mastermind Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. The photo depicts him as disheveled and disoriented, having been taken the morning he was rousted out of his bed in the middle of the night in Pakistan in 2003. Overweight and donning a ratty undershirt, the deer in headlights picture delighted CIA public affairs, who decided to circulate it widely to undermine the image of al-Qaeda's omnipotence, thereby proving that the spy agency could dispense justice. Now the New York Times is putting its own thumb on the information scale, having appointed itself an enforcer of public safety. The news value and public service of showing his face is declining, Times photo editor Clinton Cargill wrote yesterday morning. I think we will still not pub the whole thing, editor Andrea Canapel added, so as to not provide bullhorn. What is this? Oh, Hideo Kojima's here. My goat is here. He's in a 10-mile radius of me. Reddit is also blocking the manifesto, as though some of these like incredibly basic things that were mentioned in the manifesto are truths that are far too scary for the average person to recognize, when in fact, the average person didn't need to read the manifesto or even hear about the background of the shooter to immediately understand. We didn't even know who the shooter was. It literally took 3 seconds. As soon as people understood who the victim was in this situation, they were like, oh, I know exactly what happened. One must ask the question, why? Why is it that as soon as people knew who the victim was, they were like, oh, I know exactly what happened. Meanwhile, the New York Times wrote this fantastic article. Brian Thompson, not Luigi Mangione, is the real working class hero. I suspect it dives into Thompson's background, growing up in a working class family in Jewell, Iowa, a tiny farming community north of Des Moines. Let them eat cake. Why the Queen's pastry makers are the true working class heroes of France.
As the CEO of a health insurance company in the UK, I was deeply disturbed by the unaliving of one of our colleagues in the industry over in New York just a few days ago. But I'm even more disgusted and alarmed by the response to that terrible unaliving incident in New York on TikTok. Here, the jovial celebration of this horrendous act, the martyring of this insane, psychopathic maniac who did this just because he didn't understand how insurance works or how the insurance industry works, okay? Yes, 20% of claims don't go through at United Healthcare, but 80% of them do, okay? 80% of the people who claimed got the healthcare they needed and all of their costs were paid for. £500,000 for cancer treatment? Paid. Paid. We are paying for people's healthcare. We're not taking it away from them. If you don't like that, if you don't like us, find another company, okay? It's not okay to start unaliving CEOs. CEO lives matter. CEOs are people just like you, with families, with dreams, with needs, with desires, with goals, with aspirations, with the will, the yearning to help, provide vastly reduced health costs to individuals, to you, the smooth brains, wishing for our demise. We care about you, all right? So have a little bit of respect back for us. Now, I got bumped into last week in this car, and I got a small dent. in the back of the car. It was my fault. I didn't have my fog lights on, and I took the hit for that. Does that mean I'm then going to go to Aviva car insurance and start unaliving people? No, it doesn't. That's wrong. It's immoral. You're all morons. And I really do think a lot of the people celebrating what's happened here need to be investigated. There needs to be some kind of list, because it's not okay. TikTok needs to take action.
It's time for the Video Game Awards, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be diving into that right now. That's right. Doesn't the pre-show end now?
There it is, Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, coming in summer 2025. It's the new title from Dotemu, the publisher behind Streets of Rage 4 and TMNT Shredder's Revenge. That announcement makes a killer segue into our
I'm all
first
in on
award
Black Myth
category
Wukong,
tonight,
baby. You
Best
already know.
Fighting Game. Here are the nominees. That announcement makes a killer segue into our
I'm all
first
in on
award
Black Myth
category
Wukong,
tonight,
baby. You
Best
already know.
Fighting Game. Here are the nominees. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising.
I think it's going to be Dragon Ball,
Marvel
though.
versus Capcom Fighting Collection.
Dragon Ball's going to win it, I
Classics.
think.
Multiverses. And Tekken 8. The Game Award goes to... Oh, look at that. Tekken 8.
I played it.
Thank you to all gaming community
Harada!
and Tekken community. And thank you to my development team and marketing team in all regions. And we will continue to update and improve Tekken 8. So stay tuned and don't ask me for beep. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations. And now, a new kind of cozy game that is unlike anything you've played before.
I like cozy games, but it's VR.
I've been away for far too long, but now I'm on my way back home. I hear the west winds calling. Won't be long, I'm there before the setting sun. For you to fall into my arms, a place I call my home.
I don't like this. This is anxiety inducing.
That you would be there when the rains are gone, like a light in the night you will.
Dude, Divorce Simulator? Dude, this is like one of the most annoying aspects of anything, really, moving around.
Top ways to conquer the Spire. You find this manuscript highly suspicious because it's covered in blood. You read the book, covering your hands in blood.
Okay, first of all, I'm defeating the autism allegations by not liking the move simulator.
First look at the gameplay of Slay the Spire 2. I'm thrilled because there's a new Slay the Spire, but also terrified because I just got over my crippling addiction to the first, so the cycle continues. Anyway, after the show, be sure to head over to TikTok and share your best gaming highlights
Oh
from
my God, Pog.
2024 with hashtag gaming on TikTok.
Pog, I'm gonna do that.
And now it's time for our next award, Best VR AR Game. And the nominees are Arizona Sunshine Remake, Asgard's Wrath 2, Batman Arkham Shadow, Metal Hellsinger VR, and Metro Awakening. The Game Award goes to Batman Arkham Shadow.
I just want to accept this award on behalf of my colleagues at Camouflage. You guys did some of the best work of your careers, and I have a feeling that the best is yet to come. The company we work for, Meta, has been a great place to work, and for Oculus Studios, all the support that you provided to us to help us get the game over the line, including our sister studio over at Sanzaru that developed the incredible Asgard's Wrath 2. That was a big, made this category very competitive this year. I also want to thank Warner Brothers and DC for entrusting that incredible Arkham franchise and allowing us to build a sequel to that incredible foundation that Rocksteady and Warner Brothers Montreal provided to us. And then lastly, to the amazing crew and cast to this game, Roger Craig Smith, Troy Baker, Elijah Wood, Tara Strong, Kari Payton. You guys crushed it.
You don't have to mention Troy Baker. He's in every
concerned.
game.
Thank you for what you brought to our game.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Since 2018, the TGA Global Gaming Citizen Program has recognized individuals doing their part to better the world through games. This year's recipient makes games that protect nature and fight climate change. Here's the story of Laura Carter, CEO and founder of Trees Please Games.
I've worked in games for the best part of 20 years. PlayStation, Disney, Us2 Games, Square Enix. I loved working there. I loved working on such massive games, but I actually had a sense of guilt.
Woke!
In parallel with my games career, I've always had a passion, or actually don't like to call it a passion, I like to
woman and caring about the environment.
For making a difference in the world.
Nice tree. It's comfy.
We're less than 20 years away from climate collapse. And for me, that's incredibly scary.
Literal tree
Both for
hugger, that's
our
crazy.
Future, but for my children's future. It struck me that there was such an opportunity to use these games that were reaching hundreds of millions of people to create awareness about what's happening in the world. So when you play Longleaf Valley, you're restoring and saving a national park. And then as you're playing, you're actually collecting tree tokens to plant a real tree. Our players together have planted over 1.6 million trees now. But it's amazing to know that together we are making a real difference.
She's current daying us. Yo, this game is the shit, dude. Oh my God. I loved this game. I didn't play it on stream, but it was fantastic. Let me tell you, that's a cozy fucking game right there. Also woke. Also a woke game. I loved this game until you got to the village and I dropped it immediately. Wait, why? You didn't like the village? The village was
Game
sick.
Awards opening act presented by State Farm.
Yeah, there's
We're
black people in it though,
counting down to the
so
big
it's
show
woke.
with more world premieres and awards. In fact, the Game Awards brings so many different gaming communities together to celebrate. If you want to see everything State Farm is doing in gaming, head to their website right now at statefarm.com/gaming because like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. And now we have our next world premiere from the legendary creator of Deus Ex, Warren Spector. This is Thick as Thieves.
Oh shit. Immersive stealth game with multiplayer functions.
Another night on the town.
Why not play such a good game on stream? I don't know. I fucking tuned into the Video Game Awards and half of the audience left immediately at the mere mention of gaming.
Oh, the McEwen estate.
Perhaps that's the reason.
Always fun.
You're not the only one who thinks so.
I don't like this art style, but it's okay.
Best to stay nice and quiet. But keep your wits about you. You never
Keep
know
your
what's
wits
around
about
the
you.
corner. Things could go many different ways.
It actually kind of feels like Arcane.
Like I say, it's every feat themselves.
I don't like it. It's a video game about stealing.
Love it. Cannot wait to get that on my
What
wish
are we
list.
teaching children?
Okay, next up
What is
are
wrong
our
with
3
society?
esports
What are we
categories.
teaching our
The first
beautiful
is
children?
Best
This is
Esports
woke.
Game presented by Old Spice. And the nominees are Counter-Strike 2, Dota 2, League of Legends, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and Valorant.
It's
the Game
all
Award
brain
goes
rot.
to League of Legends.
Boo!
Next up, for Best Esports Athlete, the nominees are 3-3,
Oh, it's Faker.
Alexi B, Chuvy, Faker,
It's Faker.
Zywoo, and Kong Kong. The Game Award goes to Faker.
Easy.
And finally, for Best Esports Team, the nominees are Bilibili Gaming,
Bilibili.
Gen G, Navi, T1,
It's gonna be T1.
and Team Liquid. The Game Award goes to T1.
How do I know so
Congratulations
much?
to all the winners of our esports categories. All right, the Game Awards opening act presented by State Farm is moving forward as we reveal
She said
2
Billy Belly.
more world premieres. This first one is an alternate take on a legendary series from Bandai Namco.
Damn, that looks... Okay, bro. These side scrollers look too fucking good now. That's crazy. Was this shit made with like fucking Unreal Engine 5? What the hell? They done made Pac-Man woke. It's Pac they them now. Yeah. It's no longer Pac-Man. It can be Pac-Woman. The fuck is this? Oh my god. I love it watching anime. I'm not a big anime game enjoyer. Wait, what is this? It's a mobile game?
That was Steel Paws, a brand new world from a gaming legend, Yu Suzuki, known for Virtua Fighter and Shenmue. Our next award is one of my favorites, Games for Impact. It showcases thought-provoking games with a positive social message. Here are the nominees. Closer the Distance, Indica,
Wait, this is the woke one, right?
Neva, Life is Strange Double Exposure,
Senua Saga Hellblade 2 wins.
Senua Saga Hellblade 2, and Tales of Kinzera Zao.
This is the woke award.
The game award goes to
Senua Saga Hellblade 2.
Neva.
I was right. I was wrong. Not right.
Well, it is such an honor to receive this award. Well, first I would like to thank the jury and basically everyone who voted for us.
I don't know any of these games.
This award belongs to the entire team at Nomad Studio, Berlinist, our friends and family, and basically everyone who helped us to bring Neva to life. I would like to thank as well Devolver Digital. They were the first one. They believed in us since the beginning, and they gave us the opportunity to make 2 wonderful games. I'm looking forward to making many more in the future. And finally, I would like to thank the players. It's amazing to see how our story resonates with them, and we love to see how they enjoy our games, so thank you so much.
What the fuck is Neva?
Thank you.
And now, another cozy game, and to introduce it is someone who knows a thing or two about them, Cozy K.
Thanks, Sydney. Hey, Game Awards. I'm really excited to share one of my most anticipated cozy games with you, Tales of the Shire. There's so much to marvel at in the Shire. I love how it feels like I'm inside the books. I love spending endless hours in my IRL garden, and this game captures that feeling so well. And then inside, it gets real cozy. You can do a ton of decorating in your own style. You can really customize.
Is this just Stardew Valley but Hobbit?
Now I'll hop inside the kitchen and start cooking. Ooh, the guests have arrived. Time to eat. Thank you for taking this journey through the Shire, and I hope it was as much of a treat for you as it was for me.
Bro,
Join
this
me
game is
in playing
crazy.
Tales of the Shire,
This
March
is a
25th.
crazy game. Tradwife Simulator? What the fuck? What? Guy who's never seen the video game awards says, why are there so many advertisements? Bro, this is literally advertisements before the advertisements, in between the advertisements. That's the whole point. Because gamers are fat little piggies that love being served slop, myself included.
And become the shadows.
Let's go. Stay quiet.
Okay. Do you know where we're going?
Towards those. Come on.
Hello? Oh, hello. Please don't shoot. No, no, no, no, no! Oh! You killed the piano! Oh, no.
Came in from behind. Double kills?
Oh, did you get him? Oh, there's one more. Yeah!
Come out here.
Join the club and die.
This seems kind of sick.
Welcome back to the Game Awards opening act. We are so close to the big show, which, oh my gosh, thank you so much. I love you too. Which, by the way, is freaking stacked this year. Let's hear it for the 10th anniversary of the Game Awards. But until then, enough. I'm kidding. I still have some incredible awards and world premieres to share with you. So let's get back into it with our next award, Innovation in Accessibility. These nominees have all made strides to make their games as playable as possible by as many gamers as possible. And they
More
are
woke!
Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Diablo 4, Dragon Age: The Veilguard, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, and Star Wars Outlaws. The Game Award goes to
DEI means die.
Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown.
Why are they helping the woke?
We are truly honored to receive this award. As from the beginning of the project, we aim to create a fun and challenging game, but a game as accessible as possible. And it proves that accessibility doesn't dilute, but rather reinforce the core of a game. More players enjoy the thrill of expression thanks to our screenshot marker system. More players experience the intensity and expressivity of a combat thanks to the option.
Yes.
It was a passion project.
Being French is also treated like a disability.
To the team. I know you're watching from Montpellier. Félicitations à l'équipe. And a warm thank you to everyone who supported us. Ubisoft Global Accessibility Team, Yann, our families, our friends, and of course you, the players. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Le DEA.
And now it's the next game from Pugstorm, the Swedish team behind the indie hit Core Keeper.
You summarize Asmongold's chat to a T? No, I think we make fun of your jokes. Asmongold and his chat would never come up with pack they them. No, we like to have fun here, and I think when we make Asmongold's chat would never fucking say the Shire Hobbit game is Tradwife Simulator. Okay, we are way funnier.
Love it. And that is the perfect way to get into our next award, Best Family Game. Here are your nominees. Astrobot, Beach Showtime.
This is also woke because family implies that there's a
Super Mario Party
a sister
Jamboree.
or a mother playing the game.
The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom.
Game should only be played by fail sons.
And The Plucky Squire. Wow, a lot of us are excited about Best Family Game. The Game Award goes to Astrobot.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Why aren't they on the main stage? Because I think these are the rapid fire awards, right?
Because something we've been working hard on for many, many years at Team Asobi. So first thing, I want to thank Team Asobi over in Japan, all 65 of you. Thank you so much. It's your heart and soul I went into this game, really trying to please and put smiles on people's faces. So this is really for you. Thank you so much. Making a family game is important because we're forming the first gaming memories of people. We all have first gaming memories, right? And so it's both a privilege, a big responsibility as well, but it's one we take very much at heart. So this award, it's for the kids and the parents out there. We love you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, the theater is filling up. Like, I can see heads all the way back there. The energy is huge with our main show only minutes away. But I still have 2 more world premieres for you. First up, a new and very unexpected game from a studio that was nominated for 3 awards at the Game Awards 2022.
Yeah, this is like, dude, I should knock. Why haven't 5 Hearts Under One Roof won any awards this year? This is fucking stolen. FPS football is kind of crazy. It's like, wait, is it from the makers of Sifu? Fifu. Damn, they made football Rocket League. They made Rocket League, but for people.
Okay, would you believe me if I said I only have 1 more incredible world premiere for you? Get ready to have all your senses overloaded in the best way possible, of course. This is Solasta 2.
FIFA fans, when they don't have to play their boring ass game. I mean, that shit looks better than FIFA.
How dare you come alone, Shadwin? For many years you've sent waves of stone soldiers we've decimated. What can you achieve with your solitude that thousands couldn't?
Not thousands.
Millions!
Do you think this is the year that we get a Bloodborne remake? Fuck no.
That was the announcement of Solasta 2 from the Paris-based Tactical Adventures. All right, my friends, that is it for our opening act, but the 10th anniversary show is just getting started.
Ray
the
cooked
Game
you?
Awards main event is about to begin with
You see Hassan do the
big
autistic
awards,
test with
big
Maya
TVM announcements,
yesterday.
amazing performances by the
He got
TVA
such a
Orchestra,
high score.
21 Pilots,
Come
Snoop
on.
Dogg, and more. This is a Game Awards you definitely do not want to miss. All right, the countdown is over. The 2024 Game Awards starts now.
All right, here.
It was just awesome because, like, I knew that man was on the spectrum, you know? Nothing wrong with being on the spectrum. Honestly, like, I feel like people on the spectrum are just really cool.
How long are the tests to do? Like the one that Hassan did? Are they like? Is it like a long test or like how is it? Like how?
I think there was like 80 questions. 80.
Okay, dude. Okay, let's get back to Jeff.
Celebration of video games out there, and you have joined us on a very special night, our 10th anniversary. Welcome. You know, when we started TGA in 2014, we had no idea it would become as big as it is around the world. But I felt, like so many of you, that games and the people who make them and the fans deserve a moment like this. You watch this show because games are part of your identity. They mean something to you. And tonight is a tribute to just how far games have come, and despite the challenges our industry faces, where they are going in the future. And let me just tell you, you have tuned in and joined us on a very special night. Our industry is constantly evolving. This year, 4 of our Game of the Year nominees were developed in Japan, 1 in China, China's first ever nomination for Game of the Year, and 1, Balatro, was made by a single guy, Local Thunk, who's here in the audience tonight in my home country of Canada. Isn't that amazing?
Boo,
well, tonight
Canada.
for our anniversary show, we are joined by many special guests. First, it is a tremendous privilege to have this man with us. Back in the 1990s, he convinced Sony to enter the video game industry with the PlayStation, which this month celebrates its 30th anniversary. Please join me in welcoming the father of the PlayStation, the great Ken Kutaragi.
Damn. This guy's responsible for
also tonight,
some of the greatest consoles
we
of all
welcome
time.
A double nominee who's competing against herself in Best Adaptation. She stars in both Fallout and Arcane, the amazingly talented Ella Purnell. Welcome, Ella. Sheesh. And finally, we announced his studio at the first TGA, and in 2021, he won Game of the Year. And tonight, despite our better judgment, he's going to have the stage all to himself to reveal his next game a little bit later. Joseph Fares, welcome back, buddy.
This guy, every fucking video game. I feel like he makes video games just to be at the Video Game Awards.
Standing year in gaming while looking at
Hey, Waldo. This guy, every fucking video game. I feel like he makes video games just to be at the Video Game Awards.
Standing year in gaming while looking at
Hey, Waldorf. What is it, Statler? How long is this bozo gonna go on?
Well, that's what I've been asking for the last 10 years.
Oh!
hey, guys, yeah, up here, host. Yeah, we're you know, we can hear you.
Oh, good. Can you hear this? Boo!
Yeah, please wrap it up.
Statler and Waldorf, everybody.
Pre-watch? Does Kojima make an appearance? Yes, of course.
Listen, fellas, if you don't mind, we have a lot of people here in the audience waiting to see the show.
Yeah. Speaking of a lot of people, why isn't this theater full, huh?
Yeah, we heard you always sell out.
Oh, got him.
All right, let's keep the show rolling.
It's already rolling.
Off a cliff.
Oh!
Who the fuck gifts subs to the Game Awards channel? Gift it to me!
Let's get this anniversary started. And to present tonight's first award, I couldn't think of a better duo. He's one of our industry's greatest creative forces, alongside one of our most talented performers. And they've teamed up for the newly released Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Please join me in welcoming Bethesda's Todd Howard and actor Troy Baker.
Totally off topic, my mom is a supervisor at Raíces San Antonio. Is so thankful for your decision to give 100% of the proceeds to their cause. She wants to send you a personal email soon, but we've been fans for years. Hell yeah. That's right. Chat.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Now, as you know, the Game Awards for the last decade has celebrated the best performances in games by honoring some of my peers and friends, like Nolan North,
Manlet
Roger
Todd.
Clark, yes, Laura Bailey.
I didn't know how much of a manlet Todd was. Makes sense.
Actually, Troy, have you ever won this award?
Look, they do give an award for best indie game, and I think everybody here can agree you make a great case for best indie performance.
Oh. Well, thank you. I don't know about that. Thank you, though.
There was another guy, though.
You mean the other guy?
He's pretty good. Pretty
Really
good.
Absolutely good.
I wonder what he thinks.
Oh my God. Oh my God. No way. They got the real indie. Hey, by the way, Chad, you know I've never watched Indiana Bones? I was wondering if I should play the game or not. I've never watched the movie.
Much. Thank you. While you're on your feet, let's give a big round of applause to these two guys for the great circle. I think this guy did a great job. If I'd known he was so good,
is he drunk?
I'd done it myself.
Is he fucking hammered, dude?
And now, we're here to present the award for best performance.
How old is he?
The nominees.
Best performance.
Wow, just look at it all. It's still going strong.
I should cross over and start asking questions. I think she's going to need our help.
This job, it's a death wish. I'm gonna finish it.
I know what you are. I don't need you anymore.
The shadow will always hang over me. What will I become?
And the winner is Melinda Juergens.
Oh, that's Donkey! Oh! Isn't that Donkey? Wasn't that Donkey who inspired Luigi Mangione? My enemy.
Oh my God, this is an incredible honor. Like, I'm gonna cry. I don't know where to start. I want to big shout out to my fellow nominees. You are all incredible. I want to thank our incredibly talented team at Ninja Theory, who are just so amazing. Our cast, our crew, our stunt team, like they've done just such a great job. Our collaborators and especially our fans who have been so supportive of us. Thank you so much. And also, congratulations to the Game Awards for 10 incredible years. Thank you.
Congratulations, Melina. Our first two-time winner for Best Performance. She won back in 2017 for the first Hellblade. All right, we have lots more awards to come, but are you guys ready to get a glimpse of what's next? Yes, it is world premiere time. For our 10th anniversary, I traveled the world to ask developers, what could you share with fans that will give a glimpse not just of what's coming in 2025, that we'll have lots of that too, but what lies beyond for the next decade of gaming. Tonight's first game announcement is an absolute honor to share with you.
Bloodborne Remake.
It comes from a Game of the Year winning studio whose immersive storytelling has thrilled players with every twist and turn.
Skate 4?
So without further ado, here's a look at the unexpected.
Dearest
Witcher.
daughter, I've watched ye grow.
Witcher 4.
From a devilishly curious child into a remarkably young lass with much grace, wisdom, and kindness. Take the easy times what shape us, nay. 'Tis how we rise to face the hard times what does that for us.
They announced Witcher 4, but I don't even think that they would have a cinematic trailer this early.
Adversities aplenty. Darling, sweeten. Today's the day. Ye fill out your destiny.
Oh! It is Witcher 4! Geralt of Wokia is fucking woke! They done made Poland woke! It's woke Witcher.
Forgive me, daughter. 'Twere my only choice.
I shall be the bringer of salvation.
A Witcher? Witcher! Whose coin did ye take? Nay, you can't. 'Tis tradition. Chosen she is, by the gods!
No! You chose her.
Damn, edgy atheist. Edgy atheist Siri.
Back to the village. Go, now.
Nay! I must save them! Save the village!
Save yourself! Run! To shelter! To your father! Run!
I almost want to see Asmongold's chat right now. I want to see what is going on in the chat. Hopefully CDPR won't woke. Fuck it. She ugly. Girl bus, nah.
You can't change anything.
Excuse me.
This tradition, I was chosen to bring salvation. Salvation!
Will you actually game next year? Yes, I will definitely play this game. Come on, dude. I play all the CD Projekt Red games, even if I have like 5 people watching.
She went to go to the woods. The chosen one. His tradition.
Oh no, no, no.
It's all we wanted. For her to go to the woods. To go to the gods.
Gods?
There are no gods.
Gods here. There are only monsters.
Pause! She means men! Men! Men did this!
Saga.
Yeah, that's gonna be in a couple years though. It's not gonna be ready for fucking a couple years, right? Like, pretty sure they just started making this game.
There you have it, the very first trailer for The Witcher 4 from CD Projekt Red. And yes, as you saw, obviously Ciri will play the protagonist in that title. And we're very excited to hear more about it.
We don't like that.
You're ready to have more fun
Gerald?
because tonight, trust me, the surprises just keep coming all night long. Right now, I am proud to present a brand new standalone game. Please watch.
We want to see Gerald's cock. Stronghold. Stronghold. Stronghold 3. It's Stronghold 3, chat. They said standalone. Bandai Namco. What? They are not making an Elden Ring Battle Royale.
Of redemption.
Oh my god.
Thrown together by forces beyond their control.
Oh my god. They are not making an Elden Ring Battle Royale. Oh! This could be very bad. This could be very bad for From Software. This could be very bad for From Software. Once they get a taste of that fucking revenue, once they get a taste of that fucking sweet, juicy, freemium revenue, oh no.
Tragedy
oh no.
Must be averted.
It's good, but it's also, it could be devastating for From Software. Now that they brought by Sony, oh no. Oh no.
Stand tall. The night far from over. Little pillager, bent on backing the lands of gold. I will any and all who dare approach.
Nameless King was in the trailer.
Band together and prepared to claim the life of the Night Lord.
Bro, if they're doing a battle royale Elden Ring, it's over. It's over for From Software. I'm just saying it. This is gonna be great. This is gonna be fantastic. But now that they're owned by Sony, they will never. It's over.
Now you know why I was so excited. There you have it. Elden Ring Night Raid is a new co-op action-adventure game from Bandai Namco Entertainment and From Software, the only studio that's won Game of the Year twice before here at the Game Awards, and it is coming next year, 2025. Now, trust me when I say we are just getting started. Some of the biggest surprises, believe it or not, are still to come, as well as performances by Snoop Dogg and 21 Pilots, and awards presented by previous winners like Hideo Kojima and Sam Lake. But right now, here's news on a new platform for one of this year's Game of the Year nominees.
Time to kick it up a notch.
The time has come.
Sephiroth!
At last, our long-awaited reunion.
Let us hurry. There is nothing to fear here.
That's what scares me. You're messing with powers beyond your control.
I'm always in control.
Are you sure about this?
Don't worry. I do this all the time. Find a way out before we're crushed.
And a whip.
You'd be surprised how often it comes in handy.
What the fuck? Oh my god, this is a game made for my community. God damn it. Fucking cat lovers and gay. This is so Hasanabe community coded is insane. It's a queer cat game. Holy fuck, they made this just for you dipshits. Oh my god. With bisexual lighting too. Please stop insulting Peak. Okay. I've never seen a game that was so fucking Hasanabe community coded in my life. Dude, this game seems so interesting, but it's so scary to me. Poe's just been sitting. I downloaded it and it's been sitting, waiting to be played, but it's just so terrifying. That fucking skill forest, man.
Welcome back. I made it to the main show. You couldn't get rid of me that easily. For a limited time only, Prime members in the US can go to amazon.com/thegameawards to get up to 50% off select nominees: Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Silent Hill 2, and Star Wars Outlaws.
From HBO's House of the Dragon, please welcome Abubakar Salim.
Thank you. Thank you. Don't worry, I'm not going to cry about my dead dad this time. But I'm here to present an award that celebrates victory.
Is
the
that
thrill
a
of conquering your foes in a battle where physical and mental prowess collide in a struggle that feels like the most important fight of your life. And no, I'm not talking about Twitter, but I am talking about the best action game. Here are your nominees.
Best action game.
You know what I'm in the tank for. You know what I'm in the tank for. You know what I'm in the tank for, and it ain't Call of Duty. It ain't Call of Booty. Helldivers was good too. Wukong, Wukong, Wukong, Wukong, Wukong, Wukong, Wukong. Wukong, Wukong, Wukong, Wukong, Wukong, Wukong.
And the Game Award goes to Black Myth Wukong.
Shut up, baby, let's go! Century of humiliation is upon the Western dogs. Chinese soft power undefeated. Top G. Give a shout out. Give a shout out to G. Do it.
谢谢大家。非常荣幸能够获得这个奖项。首先要感谢每一位玩家。
Heard he a Mao hater? Nah. He just has to say that to win awards like that. Don't worry.
智慧的东方神话得以在这样的一个舞台上绽放光彩，也要感谢主办方没有在我上台的过程中设置空气墙。
Thank you, everyone. We are deeply honored to receive these awards. A heartfelt thanks to every player. It's you who brought the tale of wisdom and courage rooted in Eastern mythology to life on this stage. And of course, sincere gratitude to the Game Awards for not placing any invisible walls on my way up here.
Century of humiliation is over. It's century of humiliation for the West now.
也属于在幕后默默支持我们的家人和朋友们。如果没有你们，我现在大概率还在调试和增强二郎神，而不是代表团队站在这里领这个沉重的铁坨坨。
What is that noise?
This award belongs to every single member of our team, as well as our family and friends who have supported us behind the scene. Without you, I'd be like sitting at home testing the boss rush mode and buffing Erlang instead of standing here representing our team.
最后，我想说的是，《黑神话：悟空》这个游戏真的不难，尤其适合没有玩过动作游戏的玩家。相信我，谢谢。
Lastly, I want to say this. Our game isn't hard at all. It's perfect for players new to action games. Trust me on this. Thank you.
Shusha means thank you.
Congratulations, Game Science. At the Game Awards, our aspiration is to create moments that define our medium and remind us all why we became fans in the first place. 5 years ago, I had the pleasure of having lunch with one of our industry's most treasured game makers. And just recently, he finally shared an ambitious vision for his next project. Tonight, as a very special gift for our 10th anniversary, I am beyond honored to reveal this stunning new project for the first time anywhere, with an early look at real gameplay footage of this studio's highly anticipated upcoming title.
Death Stranding 2.
Let's take a look at this announcement trailer
Kojimbo.
that I'm sure will capture your imagination.
Death Stranding 3. They skipped the second one. Oh, never mind. Epic Games? Oh, shit. Yo, Shadow of Colossus, but like dystopian future style goes hard, though. If that is the case. Oh my god, it is the case. Wait, you're supposed to kill mechas, not be a mecha. What the fuck? I already pre-ordered.
That was your early first look at the Untitled Next project from Fumito Ueda-san, a creator who pushes our medium forward with each of his incredible creations. You can just feel the emotional depth of that game in that beautiful piece. Ueda-san and Gen Design, thank you so much for this announcement reveal.
It's gonna be a fucking banger,
Next February
no matter what.
marks the release of Sid Meier's Civilization 7, the
She's
latest
not even
installment
titled yet.
in one of our industry's longest-running and most successful franchises. Tonight, we are honored to welcome the Game Awards Orchestra, conducted by Lauren Balfe, to world premiere the stunning theme to Civ 7, composed by Grammy Award-winning composer Christopher Tin, who joins us tonight. I think you're gonna love this. Maestro, take it away.
This is honoring Luigi. In my headcanon, this is honoring Luigi Mangione. Never forget, Luigi Mangione worked on Sid Meier's Civilization. Which one was it? Was it Civ 4? Luigi's Mangione. Oh, he worked on Civ 6. Yeah, so Civ 4 doesn't make sense. They're actually singing Long Live Mangione. Crossplay supported.
Absolutely incredible. Thank you to the TGA Orchestra and Lauren. There's much more to come from them throughout the night, including our signature Game of the Year medley. You can look forward to that. Right now, it's time to get the first look at gameplay of a project from a studio that has previously been nominated for Game of the Year.
It's the Fun Police. He's British, that's
From
why.
The studio that brought you Star Wars: Knights of the Old Republic, Part 2, Neverwinter Nights, Part 2, and Fallout 3, Part 2, New Vegas, comes a completely original Part 2. And
Outer Worlds 1 slap, by the way.
We've included everything
I
that
liked
should
it a
have been
lot.
in the first game. More action, more weapons, and more graphics.
I don't think it was.
Get ready for
I don't think it was
adventure
trash.
that took 3 times longer to make, but will almost certainly be 2 times bigger.
Baby, baby, baby, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Okay, controversial opinion. This looks exactly like Outer Worlds 1.
In 2025.
They still got a whole ass year.
Welcome back to the future. Try not to break it again. The Outer Worlds 2.
I'm not interested in hiring any more idiots. I'm looking for people of tact and vision and perspicacity.
It looks like Overwatch 1 with RTX on. Okay, I mean, it just looks like Outer Worlds 1.
Please welcome the director of Hazelight Studios, winner of Game of the Year for It Takes Two, Joseph Fares.
All right, I can't tell you how pumped and excited I am to be here today to show you our next thing.
This guy's way too jacked to be a fucking video game designer.
We say we fuck shit up without fucking up. And no, listen. This time, it's some next level shit, I'm telling you. I mean, no, what we're gonna show you is gonna be amazing. I know I sound cocky, but it's really hard not to be cocky when you have a game like this. Are you ready? All right, let's roll Hazelight's next co-op adventure. Go.
His games are bangers, though. The co-op games are so sick. Undeniable. It's Walk! Never mind! No!
Sure cause a
lot of explosions.
It's war! They have weapons! No, they have weapons!
Okay, you better get ready, because I'm about to show you Hazelight's next co-op adventure called Split Fiction.
Not one, but two weapons!
For a ride.
They couldn't make one of them a guy?
You play as Mio and Zoe, two aspiring writers that hopes to get published by a new tech company that can simulate their stories to life.
I can't do this.
Please calm down. It's time.
One of them looks Italian!
Accidentally, they end up in the same simulation.
That is too ethnic for me!
Something bad is going on here.
And there,
alright, we gotta go to Asmus chat. Hold on.
No one escaped.
This is my favorite. L, red flags. I need a strong and muscular guy.
Reality through the very worlds that they created.
Hands above your heads.
But the thing is, they're strangers, and Mio writes sci-fi, while Zoe writes fantasy. So you will, for every level in the game, jump between a sci-fi world and a fantasy world.
They're losing it!
We at Hazelight love variation, and you'll have a unique mechanic for every level. Let me give you some examples. In this level, you start out by finding dragon eggs that hatch.
Hey, stop licking.
And then, they become a little bit bigger dragons with new abilities.
I don't know how to pop out, chat.
But in the end, they grow up to be full-ass dragons. And now, you can fly around and kick ass. In another level, you play these ball droids that can magnetize and shift to different forms.
It's gonna be awesome.
And then, the droids become your exosuits. And you can now attack and hack different objects.
Oh.
Here's another one. You play as pigs, and they later become... Anyway, let's not talk about that level for now. And as always, with the Friends Pass, you only need to buy one copy of the game to play it with your friend online. That's what Hazelight is about. No loot boxes, no microtransactions, and no bullshit. You just get the game.
You have unpaid parking tickets. Time to die.
Excuse me?
This is gonna be fucking dope. It's gonna be dope. Oh, they're all back. They're saying W base because no microtransactions.
Look, wait. The good part with this game is coming out March 6th, so you will be playing it in 2 months, so that's nothing.
Wait, what?
One more thing. Just want to say, in the trailer, they called me and Zoe, my daughters, it's their name. They're also in the audience. Put the camera, let them show how cute they are. There, hello! Hey, Papa! Yeah, of course, my wife is beautiful too, I don't forget to, of course. Yes, and I would say one last thing. My team Hazelight is watching at home. My beautiful team, I just want to say thank you, jag älskar er. And thank you everybody, I love you so much. I'm looking forward to be part of this industry. I love everybody. Goodbye.
Joseph, what a guy. I spent some time with him in Sweden this summer and played a few hours of Split Fiction. It really is everything you'd want it to be. A great follow-up to It Takes Two that Joseph won for Game of the Year. It's been so amazing to have so many Game of the Year winners back with us again tonight revealing new projects. All right, we have much more Game Awards to come. During the show, those of you in the U.S. can head to TGALegion.com for a chance to win one of 20 Glacier White Lenovo Legion 7i laptops, which have the power to handle the latest games.
This Lenovo Legion 7i has the power we need to finally beat the impossible level. Screens are so high, I can see every NPC. That one!
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
I missed it. Were they being woke? I need me that one. No, not this one. No. I don't like this fucking art style at all.
The world's best gaming processor. Advanced by AMD.
It appears Moorcroft's little project is as real as they say.
Let's start the party.
All right, we're back here at the Game Awards, and we have so much more to share with you. Now, when we created the TGA in 2014, I wanted to celebrate the people who devote their lives to entertaining and sometimes comforting or affecting us through video games. In fact, 25 years ago, back in college, I started writing a series of articles called Behind the Games, chronicling the development of games like Half-Life and Metal Gear Solid 2, because I knew games were nothing without the people behind them. Now, the sad reality is that over the past few years, the gaming industry has suffered significant and unprecedented industry-wide layoffs. Those affect the games we get to play and, even more importantly, the people who make the games we love. We can debate and certainly disagree with the reasons why, and honestly, as a show, we kind of struggle with how to address these topics in a constructive way. But this year, inside of these challenges, we found greatness. I'm proud to share with you the story of a single individual who saw developers in need and did something truly extraordinary. Meet TGA's first ever game changer.
Starting in early 2023, significant waves of layoffs started in the games industry.
It strikes you, it hurts, right? It's like a ton of bricks.
What am I supposed to do?
Tens of thousands of gamers have been laid off at a level that is unprecedented in the industry's history.
I love this brand, I love this company. Oh my goodness, what am I going to do?
I actually started in games relatively late. Even though I've loved the industry ever since I was a little child, because there weren't games jobs around here, I stayed passionate about it and broke through in basically my late 30s. I had seen a few friends get laid off before Thanksgiving, and I said to my wife, Jess, like, this is unacceptable. Hi, everybody. It's Amir, and I'm here to help support you as you look for your next opportunity in video games. I can't imagine what it must feel like for someone to have to go to their family around the holidays and say, I don't have a job, I don't know what's going to happen. I had a robust background in things like data analysis, and I said, well, I can do something with this. I started a community with one resource.
We just started putting together a list of all the job openings out there.
And over iteration after iteration, it ended up becoming a suite of several different resources. We have 2,300 coaching volunteers who've given people over 50,000 community coaching conversations for free.
He's pure pro bono, Amir.
There is no payment. He doesn't take anything back from the community.
I'm proud to say we've helped place nearly 3,000 people.
It's funny to hate
jobs.
bald people while being an Asmongold fan. It's like
career Santa Claus.
If it weren't for Amir and for this community, I wouldn't have even known this job was here.
He has created this beacon of light.
Please join me in welcoming a man who has the well-being of the game developer community in his heart. On behalf of the Game Awards, I'm honored to present the first ever TGA Game Changer, Amir Satvat.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. No, you're breathtaking. Thank you, Jeff, and the Game Awards for this extraordinary honor. I can't help but say that I love video games with all my heart. To all game makers everywhere, you are seen and treasured, and our community will always be there to help you. Over the last 3 years, we've lost more than 34,000 jobs. A staggering amount of games experience eliminated. This has consequences. You can't make great games without great people.
He's right. But gamers don't understand that because they're
I'm proud of so
stupid.
many of you who have already joined me to make an impact. And I really have to thank everyone in our community who gave all their time and commitment to build it. As we gather here tonight for this amazing celebration, I challenge everyone to ask themselves, what more can we each do to make our industry better?
Unionize.
I dedicate this to my grandparents in heaven and to our Game Awards watch party back home, my wife, our 3 sons, and my parents who really devoted their lives to me and taught me that my value lies in how I treat other people. Growing up, all I ever wanted was to be a part of the video game industry. As a kid from Farmington, Connecticut, it felt a world away. Not anymore. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you.
It's so funny because, the industry is slammed with people that are unimaginably talented, and they just get fired after making good games in record profit years over and over again because that increases the profit margins. And then they only hyper-focus on live service garbage, DLCs and loot boxes because they want to make money, but gamers don't understand that it's capitalism that's at fault here. So they yell at fucking developers who look exactly like the sweaty fucking gamers themselves.
For the fate of humanity.
But then all this Sweet Baby Inc. shit makes it's like a psyop. It makes gamers fucking hyper-focus on the dumbest shit for no reason.
Rise.
this, partner. Our hunt for Starfall begins.
How are you gonna shit on Titanfall? No, Titanfall's great, dude. You're wrong.
Exert control. For mankind depends on our victory. You will face a new power and devastating enemies. But this is your time. Unleash the hunter within.
That was the announcement of Steel Hunters, which you can play test tonight. I played that back in the summer, and it plays as good as it looks. Definitely has a Transformers vibe to it, as you can see. Really fun game. All right, and now I'm proud to reveal one of the most beautiful games I've seen in a long time, developed by an incredible team up in Canada.
Of course, it's a Canadian developer, bro. Look at this. This is what Canada just looks like. Snow, Mexico. The average Canadian commute simulator. Oh, gotta go to work at Timmy Hortons, don't you know? Ass looking game, dude. Warmest day in Canada. Life in socialist Canada. This is how it is.
Please welcome to the stage the founder of Gearbox, Randy Pitchford.
Borderlands fans know why I'm here, right? This is the moment. Everybody at Gearbox is watching right now, and I'm kind of freaking out. Listen, this is the thing. You fans of Borderlands, you're why we fight. Every pixel of Borderlands is made with heart and soul, handcrafted by the Gearbox team. We're all giving it everything we got, you guys. We're putting everything we have into this game. And listen, I can go on talking about Borderlands 4, or I could just show you Borderlands 4. Who wants me to keep talking? Anybody? And who wants me to roll the trailer for Borderlands Mother Fluffin' 4? As you wish. The world premiere first look at Borderlands 4.
Dude, I can't get myself to even fake care about Borderlands. I'm not gonna lie. Someone said make another game, dude. He is. Borderlands 4. It's woke! The characters are black! It's woke!
That was Borderlands 4, and now we have an exciting and unexpected announcement from a legendary role-playing game franchise.
On this, my sword, I swear, to shield the Firebird's flame forevermore.
Final Fantasy and fucking Tekken?
For hope. Descend down to the flames. Then stay down. The only fantasy here is yours! Afraid! Our flames burn as one!
There you go. Clive is joining Tekken 8 next week. Right now, we want to recognize more nominees and winners in some other categories here at the Game Awards. Here are the nominees for Most Anticipated Game: Death Stranding 2 On the Beach, Ghost of Yotei, Grand Theft Auto 6, Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, and Monster Hunter Wilds. And this year, the Game Award goes to Grand Theft Auto 6. Congratulations, Rockstar. Here are your nominees for Best Multiplayer Game: Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Helldivers 2, Super Mario Party Jamboree, Tekken 8, and Warhammer 40K Space Marine 2. This year, the Game Award goes to Helldivers 2. Congratulations, Arrowhead.
Well deserved.
Now the nominees for Best Community Support: Baldur's Gate 3, Final Fantasy XIV, Fortnite, Helldivers 2, and No Man's Sky. The Game Award goes to Baldur's Gate 3. Congratulations, Larian. Now your nominees for Best Art Direction: Astrobot, Black Myth Wukong, Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree, Metaphor ReFantazio, and Neva. The Game Award goes to
Black Myth
Metaphor
Wukong.
ReFantazio.
No!
We have many more awards to come in the Game Awards, but right now, here's a new look at Splitgate 2 that blends gunplay, movement, and portals, coming in 2025.
Wait, isn't this Shroud's game?
Playing for keys with no losses. Dripping around with no frosting. Look at the team, our bosses.
No, this isn't Shroud's game, right? What's Shroud's game called? A Spectre Divided. Or Spectre Divide. Bro, this is for children, okay? Let me tell you something. This fucking game is literally for children. There's no way my old ass brain can keep up with like all the portals you open up and shit. FPS games have gotten out of control, okay? Shut your fake ass gamer up. Never speak on games again. It's too complicated.
Together quickly now, Rook. The fate of the world shall be decided soon.
It will not be easy. But you are this world's only hope.
FPS game supremacy? Okay, dude, calm down. Too many things happening, you know? Too many fucking things happening in these games for me. I don't fuck with mecha games, as you guys know. This is the most way too dank game of all time. This is the most way too dank game of all time. Metaphors, communist PR you should be rooting for it? That's what I've heard.
This is your one shot. Get in with the underworld's most dangerous syndicates.
Damn,
and pull off
it's
the
off
greatest
35%, not looking good.
Outer Rim has ever seen.
Star Wars woke laws, dude. Star Wars woke laws, chat. It was a flop? Yeah, I know it was a flop.
Nominated tonight for Best Adaptation, Riot's Arcane is a stunning animated series based on the League of Legends franchise. Anyone who's watched this show will tell you the music. It sits at the emotional core of this Game Award-winning series. Here is a special tribute to Arcane's music and iconic characters, featuring Royal and the Serpent, David, and 21 Pilots, with the Game Awards Orchestra.
I could just lay my head down, but there was nothing to fight over.
It is woke music.
Maybe then I could finally be free. Maybe death is like falling asleep. This world is a wasteland when I can grow. I used to have strength, but I ran out of hope. And it's my fault that I'm here. This world is a wasteland.
It's so good. Arcane is so fucking good. So good.
Show yourself now.
It's not Riot Slop. It's not Riot Slop, Chad. It's actually fucking good. I don't play League of Legends. I'm anti-League of Legends. I think Season 1 was better, but it's still so fucking good.
Remember me, I'm on my own.
Oh, it's so sad.
I'm too far gone, I couldn't see. Remember me, all the times I cut so deep. All my life I couldn't breathe. Remember me.
Poor Vander.
Remember me.
I'm not kidding. It was the art value of it all makes it worth it, even if the second season is not as good as the first season. It's so beautiful.
My body's on the line now. I can't fight this time now. I can feel the light shine on my face. Did I disappoint you? Will they still let me over? If I cross the line, take a seat. But I would rather you not be here for what could be my final form. Stay your pretty eyes on court. Keep
one pilot.
Did I disappoint you? Will they still let me over if I cross the line? Please don't let them see me. Sure, there's nothing left to try. I can feel the light shining on their face. Did I disappoint you? Will they still let me over if I cross the line?
My incredibly controversial opinion is that Arcane's music, some of it hits, but there's a lot of like angsty millennial music in there. My most controversial opinion on Arcane, some of it is real fucking cringe, dude. People pay to hear this shit live. That's mind-boggling.
What a beautiful and emotional performance. Thanks to Riot and those artists for putting that together. Incredible. All right, let's take a look at this very exciting brand new game announcement prepared just for the Game Awards 10th anniversary.
I'm sorry, I didn't know I had a lot of Imagine Dragons lovers in the fucking chat, dude. Holy shit. Imagine being an open defender of Imagine Dragons. Yeah, you like that? It's Yakuza, I think. Sifu 2. Ip Man. Virtua Fighter? What is happening?
They just keep coming tonight. That's right. There's a new full entry in the legendary Virtua Fighter series now in development at Sega, and you can find out more in that special
Is it a
direct
beat 'em up?
broadcast. Tonight, we've got another announcement for you. Check this one out.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight I've got a little something special for you. We're gonna try out a brand new tool.
OG Yakuza? Yakuza when it first started?
Your music, your 7th grade. Let's sing together.
Oh my god.
Let's keep on singing another day.
Kiryu-chan!
Music I'll never stray. Sweet as
Oh my god.
Let's keep on singing night and day with a music
I will stream this game. I will play this game. That was good.
That's right. RGG Studio nominated tonight for 4 times.
Put the game in the bag, bro. Put the game in the bag.
Not 1, but 2 projects in the works, and we are honored to reveal both of those titles for the first time here tonight. Now to present our next award, please join me in welcoming a dear friend who also happens to be one of our industry's most innovative creative spirits. He's been with us since the very beginning of TGA in 2014 and is currently hard at work on Death Stranding 2 on the beach and OD. Please welcome an industry icon, Hideo Kojima!
まず TGA 10周年おめでとうございます。ジェフも。
First and foremost, congratulations on TGA's 10th anniversary.
僕は1回目から参加させていただいてますけども、年々 TGA は大きくなってきてます。もともと制作者を称える賞でしたけども、今では世界の業界と関係者が集い、プレイヤーと結ぶ非常に重要な賞となっています。
I will be visiting Kojimbo Studios when I'm in Japan.
音楽といったデジタルエンターテインメントと架け橋というか結ぶ重要な賞だと思っています。今後20年、30年ですね、ますます大きくなっていくと思います。で、僕もできる限り応援したいと思っています。
I've had the privilege of participating since the very first TGA, and I've witnessed how the role of TGA has grown every year. Not only does it celebrate the achievements of those involved in the gaming industry, but it has also evolved into an event that brings together industry's professionals from around the world, focusing deeper connections with the players. TGA now serves as a bridge, not just within the gaming industry, but also between gaming and other digital entertainment, such as film, television, anime, and music. This role will undoubtedly become even more important in the next 20, 30 years. I'm looking forward to supporting that too.
ゲームディレクションっていうのは、数多くのアイデアをまとめて一つの作品に昇華する非常に大切な、役割だと思っています。今日ノミネートされているタイトルは、数百名から1000人を超えるチームもありますけれども、数名で作ったタイトルもあります。小さな手漕ぎのボートでも、数百人が乗る、巨大な豪華客船でも数百数千の船団でもやっぱり方向を示すですね、舵取りが非常に重要だと思っています。まさにその舵取りがゲームディレクションだと思っています。
Game direction plays an important role in bringing together countless ideas and uniting them into single cohesive work. Tonight's nominees for this award includes projects created by teams of hundreds or even thousands, as well as those made by just a few people. Yet, all of them have a
it's
clear
pretty funny
and
when
vision.
like
Whether it's a small boat,
Asmongold's
a large
audience
cruise ship, or a fleet of boats, a helmsman is required. And
doesn't
that
realize how
helmsman
woke this man
the
is.
direction.
はい、ではノミネート作品を紹介します。
So, someone involved in direction, I'm honored to introduce the nominees for Best Game Direction.
Best Game Direction.
Cleanse the world with blood.
Come now and travel to the realm of shadow.
It's good to have you back, Cloud.
We shape our own destiny with our own hands.
And now, the winner is Astrobot.
Wow, thank you so much. We didn't have a speech ready for this one. This is really amazing. So thank you so much. Team Asobi back home, all of you, really, this is for you. Game direction is, of course, as Kojima-san said, like an ensemble of things, and but actually in our case, it's really like every single person on the team coming and really bringing their own vision and being responsible for their own work. So you are all game directors back home, and I'm really dedicate this one to you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Nico and Team Asobi. And now, let's journey to another world for our next announcement.
I will not be playing Astrobot, only because I don't really fuck with platformers like that. Turok? Damn.
Attention, citizens! Across the galaxy, the valiant Helldivers have fought to protect our way of life. But I am here with grave tidings. Managed democracy is imperiled like never before. Homes are being ravaged. Families are being abducted. And you could be next.
Do people still play Helldivers?
Unless you direct your undivided attention to the following announcement. And remember, freedom conquers all.
They arrived without warning, laying waste to our peaceful colonies.
Ne istiyorsun?
Crushing all resistance. They stole our citizens' homes.
We gave up on democracy this election. Yeah, true.
And something much, much worse. Their freedom. But when our citizens are attacked, our greatest heroes arrive to set them free. Together, we will save our people from this tortured existence. For we are those who stand in the way of all tyranny, who will give our lives today for a freer tomorrow, who will take back control of freedom and deliver peace to our homes. We are the Helldivers.
Managed democracy
now,
is right.
Please welcome the creative director of Warframe, Rebecca Ford.
Hello, everyone. Hi. Thank goodness for waterproof mascara. The music has been a lot. That's amazing. But hi, everyone. I'm here on behalf of the Warframe team. We are here at the 10th year of the Game Awards. It was actually 12 years ago that we launched the alpha build of Warframe, and it changed the lives of our team. Our irreplaceable community has allowed us the privilege to be up on stage 12 years later to present to the world our next major update. We are going to show you the final trailer for Warframe 1999 and the release date. But before we hit play, if you don't know what Warframe is, if this is your first time hearing it, we don't know anymore either, but we're still having a lot of fun making it. And 12 years ago, we never could have imagined that our alpha build has turned into something like this. We are forever grateful for our community. Thank you for giving us the best version of yourselves, Tenno. Please enjoy our trailer It launches tomorrow. Thank you, Tenno. Please enjoy.
I realize what I am asking, but you of all people understand what is at stake. For the sake of everything before and to come.
Scoldra think they've contained the outbreak here, but the tech rot here is different. Patient.
19 hours till we're popping corks or vaporized. We get Entrati and put a stop to this.
If you are seeing this, your loop has been altered. You and I are trapped here. You know what this means.
We're gonna have to risk it.
I have no idea how this game makes money and how it's been around. I played it like literally a decade ago.
Like we should have done weeks ago. Albrecht, I've seen enough.
I told you this was a setup.
Entrati, get me out of here.
That looks great, and if you're watching TGA on Twitch or Steam, you can get a free Nyx Warframe tonight during the show. Still to come, Snoop Dogg takes the stage with world premiere new music and the Game Awards Orchestra returns. But first, earlier this year, Palworld took over the internet and broke records for the independent studio Pocket Pair. Tonight, we have a first look at the game's next update.
Palworld's still in action? That's crazy. Nintendo, don't look. That's crazy. Nintendo executives are like there, no? That's gotta be wild. You got like John Nintendo in the building. The amount of shit people just like made up about this game was so funny when it first came out.
Rover, one is furious about your choices. Follow the true law.
They were like, oh, it's all AI assets. It's AI art.
Back down.
Yeah, it wasn't AI. It was just stolen from Pokemon, as far as I understand.
The Montelli Club extend an invitation for you to grace Laguna with your esteemed presence and partake in the celebration. I too am curious to see what truths you have.
This for that. This for that. This for that. This for that. Who's up, black sheep? What's up, black sheep? Now know who I am or when I'm coming, so you sleep.
It wasn't even stolen. That was looked into. Nintendo.
The choice is yours. You can get with this or you can get with that. You can get with this or you can get with that. You can get with this or you can get with that. I feel good with this, for this is where it's at.
Evet.
This for that. This for that. This for that.
İnanamıyorum yani artık. Önden sipariş veriyoruz. My brother is coming and he's like, you better order me food ahead of time. And my dad is stressing me out. He's like, oh, I don't want your brother to be mad. And it's like, bro, I got it. Like, I'm ordering. Don't worry. Chill.
Creativity unrivaled anywhere. Advanced by AMD.
We're back with another deal. For a limited time only, Prime members in the US can go to Amazon.com/The Game Awards to get $50 in-store credit when you buy MetaQuest 3S.
From Yacht Club Games, winner of Best Independent Game at the first Game Awards, please welcome Celia Schilling and Sean Velasco.
10 years ago, we were called onto the stage, completely stunned, as Shovel Knight, our first game, took home the first ever Best Independent Game Award. Now, thank you. And now, Shovel Knight is getting old enough to become vintage in its own right.
This year, a new set of developers released their first game. They're just getting started, yet they've already created something extraordinary. We're excited to see how their talents will shape the industry for the next 10 years.
These are the nominees for Best Debut Indie Game.
Best Debut Indie.
What? Do I look like him? What's happening?
And the Game Award goes to Balatro.
Poor donkey. Poor dunk.
I appreciate that, but none of us are local thunk. We are honored, though, to accept this on his behalf. And while he's not one for the spotlight, he does like to shine his spotlight on other games that he thinks deserve equal recognition. So not only wants to recognize all nominees tonight, but also all indie games that were launched this year that might have flown under the radar.
Bro said, we love
what
all
he would
indie
like
games.
for you is to explore this world of indie games. And I think you'll find a scene of extremely talented and creative developers who are crafting beautiful experience for you to enjoy every single day. Now, Local Thunk, I know you're probably thinking if you can give this away to another team that you think deserves it more, but sorry, Arco, he has to take this home. So, Local Thunk, you have earned this, and you deserve this, and everyone at Playstack is just so proud of you, of what you've done, and I hope that at least tonight, you get to enjoy this. Thank you.
Spoiler alert, he's actually Luigi, that's why he's not there. Yeah, Luigi did work as a game developer, so it's not that far-fetched to assume that he also made Balatro.
All right, as we've been saying all night long, we have some very special game announcements tonight, and this is certainly one of those. Enjoy.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna play the fuck out of this. It's shameless. No, I think it's Assassin's Creed, right? Or wait, is this? It's shameless. No, I think it's Assassin's Creed, right? Or wait, is this Sekiro? No. I thought it was Assassin's Creed. Y'all are crazy saying it's Sekiro 2. Oh, what? It's Neo, right? Madden. Dude, we were just talking about Onimusha yesterday. Remember? Jean Reno, Gérard Depardieu. We were just talking about Onimusha yesterday. Chat.
Feels like I'm getting less human by the minute.
Use some vaguely Japanese
That was
shit and immediately say I want to play.
I had a great
Yes.
time seeing that game this summer out in Osaka. I love that franchise and how it combines swordplay and a Japanese dark fantasy setting with some amazing over-the-top enemies, as you saw in that announcement trailer. Thank you to Capcom for that. All right, now let's get an update on the first Berserker, Kazan.
That's me.
Hey everyone, I'm Joe Russo. And I'm Anthony Russo, and we're thrilled to be back on the Game Awards to introduce a brand new trailer for the first Berserker, Kazan, a game rooted in the legendary Dungeon and Fighter universe.
Studio Agbo collaborated closely with our friends at Neopol and Nexon to create this action-packed cinematic trailer brought to life in Agbo's signature style.
We're excited to unveil it here at the Game Awards along with the official launch date.
Stay tuned until the end and enjoy the reveal.
Chat, he got a hickey. That's why he's hiding his neck. It is me. It's me. This is my game. You want to fuck him so bad? Azan.
That was the first Berserker Kazan coming in March, as you saw. A great hardcore action RPG. And now we're thrilled to show you another game set in the Dungeon and Fighter universe for the first time anywhere. Arad is an open world action RPG developed in Unreal Engine 5. It's coming to Steam, console, and mobile. Here's the first ever look.
What the fuck?
I don't wanna give up. Everybody wants love. Tell me how you got here. Oh no, girl, you know I need this. Oh, someone to love.
I gotta check in with the admin chat to see what they're saying. Okay, they don't like it. Should never let the weebs have anything. Okay, we're united with the admin chat. They're saying dick tone game. They're saying dick tone game in the chat, dude. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if this is a Chinese-made game, but this is my least favorite aspect of Chinese soft power. More Black Myth Wukong, please. Less of this shit. Oh, it's Korean? Still, I mean, the OG version of this is still the Chinese ones. Gacha games have ruined a generation of kids' wallets. It's all Genshin Impact. Genshin and its impact on this type of game must be studied. It's all gacha. It's all Genshin.
Looks great. All right, next is the open world zombie adventure Dying Light, the Beast from Techland. We announced this at Gamescom. It's got combat, parkour, and nights you may not survive. Here's a brand new look at the game, which is coming in the summer of 2025.
Turkish game.
It's not your fault, Kyle.
No, but one of the Dying Lights was in Turkey.
I do not feel obliged to believe that
You can't get a video game character and name him Kyle, bro. That's disrespectful.
reason and intellect has intended us to forego their use. He has gifted us the means to decipher the code of nature, and it's our highest purpose we must strive to accomplish. I only answer to this divine calling, and you.
Like, that's not a Kyle. That's like a Logan. You know what I mean? Oh, that's a drywall right there. He punched right through that shit.
Do you see who's the real beast here?
Now we'd like to honor some of tonight's other nominees and winners. Here are the nominees for Best Action Adventure Game: Astrobot, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, Silent Hill 2, Star Wars Outlaws, and The Legend of Zelda: Echoes of Wisdom. This year, the Game Award goes to Astrobot. Congratulations, another win tonight.
Bro, what the fuck?
That's three.
Astrobot is sweeping.
RPG, Dragon's Dogma 2,
Elden Ring,
Shadow of the Erd Tree,
Elden Ring.
Final Fantasy
It's
VII
gonna be
Rebirth,
Metaphor probably, but
Like
Elden
a
Ring.
Dragon: Infinite Wealth, and Metaphor: ReFantazio. And the
Ring.
Game Award goes to Metaphor: ReFantazio. Congratulations, Yoshida Kojima.
I gotta try this game,
Here are
but
the
isn't it
nominees
turn-based?
for Content Creator of the Year: Queso, Illawan, Techno Gamers, Typical Gamer, and Usada Pekara. And the Game Award goes to
Queso.
Queso. Congratulations. Here are the nominees for Best Sports Racing Game: F1 24, EA Sports FC 25, NBA 2K 25, Top Spin 2K 25, and WWE 2K 24. Gotcha. And the Game Award goes to EA Sports FC 25. Now our nominees for Best Sim Strategy Game: Age of Mythology Retold, Frostpunk 2, Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess, Manor Lords, and Unicorn Overlord. And the Game Award goes to Frostpunk 2. Congratulations to all those winners.
Did you catch all that?
No, but I wish the rest of the show went that fast.
Yeah, it's like the game commercials with award interruptions.
Oh!
Fucking got him.
Hey, someone watching online saw us on the show.
Oh, yeah? What did they say?
Let's see. Riverrunner 445 said, "Have you two ever considered becoming developers?"
We're already developers.
We are?
Yeah. By watching this show, we're developing an immunity to bad entertainment.
Oh!
Wait. Huh? There's Kojima, look. Ooh. Did you know that Jeff Keighley's friends with him?
Yeah, but does Kojima know that?
Don't even bring up Hideo! Don't even bring up Hideo Sama!
Apparently right now, 100 million people around the world are watching this show.
Yeah, and the other 8 billion people have better sense.
Yeah, hey, look, Jadebot 6 is asking, why are Statler and Waldorf at the Game Awards?
It's a great question. I've been asking myself the same thing. Help!
Yeah, help us, Jadebot 6. You're our only hope.
Yeah, make the commercials stop.
Yeah.
Please. Please stop.
Make it stop.
Make it stop.
Crytek.
It started in the swamps and moved to the mountains. Everywhere corruption went, hunters followed. But now, there's something new on the move.
Why is Post Malone on this
and
ad?
Things will never be the same. Welcome to my murder circus.
It's showtime!
Post Malone's Murder Circus?
Watch me do it. Watch me do it. Handheld gaming revolutionized. Advanced by AMD.
Steam Deck on top.
TV shows and movies? Don't watch on that. You want a Quest. Look at that. It's a movie theater in your living room. What? And you.
Why
you
would
wanna go to the
anybody
gym.
do that?
Then you remember Gyms. Bring the gym to you.
Let's do this.
Ah, that's what I'm talking about. Whoa! And do you want to play the
Put your
hero
ads
or
when
be
they
the
do.
hero?
I don't run ads no more, but you can still subscribe if you'd like to support the show.
The night. Okay, y'all.
Chatters.
Yeah, you got this.
For $7 or for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub. My contract ended, so I don't need to run ads no more. I should just lie and say I'm running ads. Oh my God, Squid Game, no way. Planty Andy, thank you for the 10 gifted. I think the second season of this shit is gonna suck so bad. Wait, are they making a new game? Are they making a game?
I assume you are all familiar with the Squid Game, because not everyone can physically experience the games. We have created a simulation. Unleashed will provide the same highs, or for the unskilled, lows. To all players watching at home, access will be granted to everyone on December 17th, whether you're a Netflix member or not. Be on the lookout. In the following weeks, my team will be unveiling the next round of the games. I have brought with me a special preview of Squid Game Season 2. We believe games can reflect and improve society. Whether we succeed will be for you to judge. To all the heads of the studios and CEOs,
I'm not gonna lie, I think the game might not be that bad, especially for like co-op.
Please welcome the founders.
Because I remember playing the Squid Games game, that like the bunk ass Squid Games game that we all played together, and that shit wasn't that bad. Was it Roblox?
This year, my father and I launched Death Row Games with the dream of bringing minority stories to the gaming world. We intend to create a hip-hop gaming universe that could stand beside some of these nominees tonight. Here we are to present Best Ongoing Game.
They went for L.
See, back in the day, if you loved the game, you wanted more.
They're conflicted because they think Snoop Dogg is cool, but they hate the minority storytelling
chill
angle.
To the next episode. But obviously, y'all just couldn't chill.
Today's players are treated to regular updates to their favorite games, making sure the experience always stays fresh. Here are the nominees.
Best Ongoing Game.
This place, it's reshaping reality into a perfect stillness.
The return of hatred has pulled us back into the light.
Our nation is a fortress, and its people the bricks with which it is built.
Together, they fight for freedom. Will you?
Bro, if Fortnite wins, this is so bunk. It's probably gonna be
the Game Award goes to, I don't have a game, cuz. Yet. Helldivers 2.
Thank God. I know Fortnite is still massive. I just, ugh.
Well, I did not expect that. All right. I'm very honored to be accepting this award on behalf of the amazing, amazing team over in Stockholm, Sweden that made this possible. So please, a round of applause for our amazing devs. Thank you. So thanks the Game Awards for this honor. This really is an honor for all of us.
Kayama.
Thank you PlayStation and our partners for believing in us over all of these years. And also, and most importantly, thanks to our amazing players for the support over this last year. It's been super inspiring to
for the
see
25
everything that you've done
gifted.
with the game since we launched it. And we are very committed to keep going with this game for many more years to come. So thanks a lot, and for Super Earth.
Congratulations to Arrowhead, and thank you, Snoop. He's dropping like it's hot right now in Fortnite Festival Season 6 after an appearance in Chapter 2 Remix. And later tonight, he will be back live on stage, premiering brand new Snoop Dogg music. You are not going to want to miss that performance. But right now, we're thrilled to share the announcement of a brand new game from a beloved game developer.
Who?
Never heard of them. Oh, that game.
You got way too angry playing that.
That game turned you into a psychopath.
What?
You threw a right tantrum.
No, I didn't.
You said if I tried to pass you one more onion, you'd...
I told you 1,000 times we didn't need any more onions. Okay, yeah, things did get a little heated.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me. What did I miss? Shh, it started.
Hey, you're blocking the screen. Rude.
What is going on back there? This looks pretty good. Oh, this looks wicked.
Oh my.
Oh, it's a 2-player. And they're showing so much gameplay. Oh, no. What's happening?
Drew, what was that? Did you feel that?
Oh, I don't understand what's happening.
This would never have happened at E3.
What the heck is that?
Huh?
That's a fun one. Stage Fright is the next co-op game from the incredible team at Ghost Town Games, the creators of Overcooked, that I know we've all played over the years.
missed the
and I am
woke
so
game.
thrilled to share that with you tonight here on the show. And now it's time to head to a familiar place, the home of iconic novels and television shows, and now an upcoming action-adventure game.
In the name of the warrior, I charge you to be brave. In the name of the father, I charge you to be just. In the name of the mother, I charge you to defend
Sopranos.
the innocent.
Did we get a Game of
Arise,
Thrones game?
a night of Lennon's rest.
This could be so sick.
Castle Black is the only thing standing between the White Walkers and the Seven Kingdoms.
Or
we could
ass.
use your help.
I'm nothing but a northern bastard from a powerless house.
Don't underestimate northern bastards. Someone must gather the support of the great houses.
Attaining your father's name will be hard. Making your own will be harder. It is up to you to decide which is more worth your while.
Modesty won't get you very far in King's Landing. Do at least try to feign a little arrogance. We find it far more familiar.
You've seen the White Walkers yourself. You know what they can do.
I
They
wish
have
it
to
wasn't
be
a one-to-one
stopped.
clone of the OG plot, though. Like with the OG characters, you know what I mean? That gives me a little bit of... That makes me a little skeptical.
John, I will see it done.
Like it or not, winter is coming.
All right, hunters, get ready. Monster Hunter Now brings the monster hunting action to mobile, letting you take down epic monsters on the go. We're excited to introduce Season 4 Roars from the Winter Wind. Introducing Switch Axe, Tundra Habitat, and even more monsters to discover. Look, there's one right now. Tonight, you'll get an exclusive bundle to kick off your next adventure by using the code TGA2024. So, grab your gear,
This is a
download Monster
CIA
Hunter
game?
Now,
Why?
and prepare for the hunt. Now, here's the trailer for Season 4. Let's check it out.
You got it! Stop! Go, go, go, go, go! Hit! Oh my god! Vieni!
Finally making its Monster Hunter Now debut, Tigrex, Lagombi. Get ready to hunt them and wield your own Switch Axe. A new season begins. Monster Hunter Now.
Dude, I love the graphics. That's Unreal Engine 5 right there. The power.
It begins. Another battle.
Let's get this done.
It is time we settle this.
What?
Shadows surround you.
Video Game Awards.
Let's go. No time to waste. Feel the dragon's wrath. Tensatsuya Jinken! Let's end this!
There's a game for this already? That's crazy. That makes no sense.
You are all weak. Who is your king?
You called.
Are you the king of the humans?
Arise.
Mid-leveling.
Power your dreams.
Leveling.
Power your dreams. Advanced by AMD.
Longing, ambition, vengeance, powerful emotions that fuel our lives. When death lurks around every turn.
Need for Speed.
When fear and destruction consume us. Again and again. My tournament. Find out once and for all what it takes to defy
Need for
death.
Weeb.
Show me the strength of your will, Screamers!
You all know the drill. Run your routes, clear any infected you see. You run into anything you can't handle, you come back.
Dina, run!
Good joke.
I have to finish it. You killed my friends.
Are they fucking joking? Are they being for real with this? What the fuck is happening, dude? It's not even okay. It's good, but it's not even that good. Like, what are you doing? God damn, dude.
Please welcome from The Last of Us Part 2, Shannon Woodward. And from Season 2 of HBO's The Last of Us, Isabella Mirsad.
Hello. Hi, Dina.
Oh, hi, Dina.
Hey. So...
What brings you here tonight?
Well, I'm just really excited because we're about to present the best adaptation.
Please pull up
And we
Asmongold's
were a
chat.
part of
I don't
an
want to be in
adaptation
agreement with
many ways, and
Asmongold's chat right now.
No words right now for me to read, so this is all riffing and improv.
Yuck. Put on a shirt. Wrap it up.
Oh, and it
That's
got
what
me
they're saying.
thinking. I know that while we both spent
Okay,
a lot
maybe
of time
I'm
with
not in
Ellie,
agreement with
we heard
Asmongold's chat.
so many lame puns.
Oh, God, so many lame puns. You know, actually, there was one. Did she ever tell you the one about tripping over your girlfriend's bra?
No, not this one again. No.
Yeah, it was a real booby trap.
Oh, yeah. Hey, but hey, have you ever heard the one about trying to catch some fog? I did, but I missed it.
Oof. Wow, guys, these puns could not be worse.
Stop
But,
making
Ellie's
jokes. No more
pretty great,
jokes.
yeah? Yeah, she has her moments. Okay, but last one. Did you hear about why the Scarecrow won an award earlier in the show?
Dina, please.
He was outstanding in his field.
Much like these TV shows were outstanding in their field of best adaptation. Here are the nominees.
Best Adaptation.
Wrath must be met with wrath.
You look out at this wasteland, looks like
Bro, this is a
chaos.
stacked ass field. Never mind, I take it back. I spoke too soon.
All I wanted.
I heard this
was
show
to
is
be a
ass,
dragon.
by the way. I haven't even watched it, and I'm a massive Yakuza fan. What the fuck is this? I didn't even know this show existed.
And the award goes
Arcane and Fallout
to,
deserve it. I don't care whichever one gets it, but probably Arcane.
Fallout.
Whoa! No, sit your fucking ass down, Todd Howard. Howard, sit your ass down. Todd, sit your ass down, Todd. You don't deserve it. No, sit down. We didn't forget what you did. We didn't forget what you
I
did,
spent
Todd.
most of the evening coming up with ways to heckle Ella for when she won for Arcane, so I don't really have a speech, but I want to thank Graham and Geneva, our extraordinary showrunners who can't be here tonight because they're too busy making season 2.
Fallout was sick.
I want to thank Ella, Walton, Aaron, the rest of our extraordinary cast and our extraordinary crew. Amazon, Kilter. I want to thank the fans of Fallout New Vegas for not burning my house to the ground. You'll be very happy you didn't. Last but not least, I want to thank Todd. Todd and the extraordinary team at Bethesda, who were absolutely the most incredible
don't thank
collaborators you
Todd.
could possibly imagine.
Thank Amazon before you thank Todd, man.
I too have to thank our cast and crew, everybody involved in this show, led by...
Bro, Todd is a whole ass manlet, dude. I had no idea how short he was.
And really to everybody who's worked on Fallout over the years, everybody at Bethesda that I've worked with on Fallout for 20 years now. It's been incredible. We are so blessed with the best fans there are. Thank you all for supporting everything we do. Thank you.
Congratulations to Fallout. Next up, we head to the year 2097 and a co-op heist FPS Den of Wolves from Ulf Anderson, the creator of Payday 1 and 2 and GTFO. Here's your first look at the gameplay.
Midway City, an unregulated corporate haven in the middle of the Pacific
Doors
Ocean.
open.
The new land of opportunity.
the only thing that matters here.
Every single re-release of Skyrim takes an
Industrial
intro.
espionage, sabotage, assassinations. Who gets into this line of work? It could be you.
Plant the explosives at the window.
Is this Cyberpunk?
Hang in there, we're almost ready.
Divided the enemies line up one by one like a real foot soldier. Stand my ground when I stare them down, cause they can't control us.
Diving in 3, 2, 1.
Cyber Payday.
Run up the system right, let the people right for the real takeover. This is the takeover.
This is New Eridu, the last city on the planet.
Uh-oh.
Despite the seemingly hopeless situation, we've clung to a strange
Oh
sense of
boy,
joy,
here we go
enduring
again.
one
Oh
wave after
boy.
another. Even if our destruction is inevitable, we'll confront it on our own terms. This is the place.
Target detected.
The booba is out of control though, straight up.
I've never hesitated to fight for you.
I wield my blade only against evil.
Take it easy. I've got a lot to live for.
It's all because of her. Led us to a dead end.
What is happening, bro? I don't even know what I'm looking at.
That's a new look at Zenless Zone Zero, a nominee tonight, and the reveal of Astra, the most well-known celebrity in New Eridu. And now here's a new look at version 3.0 of Honkai Star Rail, coming in January, and a look at the upcoming adventures in Amorphous.
Attachment. 3, 2, 1. I'm over here.
Yeah, the Hoya version is like not it. Bro, I literally can't distinguish these. I cannot distinguish these games from one another at all. Like, literally, they all look the same to me.
All right, here we go. Last month, Snoop Dogg simultaneously took over Fortnite and Times Square with one performance. Well, tonight, he's here at the Game Awards to finish the fight, to help us celebrate our 10th anniversary like no one else can, debuting a brand new song from his new album, Missionary, with Dr. Dre, that drops tonight. Game Awards, give it up for Snoop Dogg!
That's racist? Yeah, it's racist.
I need you on your feet right now. Everybody on your feet.
Yeah, I'm being racist for saying all of the same exact game design, art direction, games look the same.
Hi, yeah, please excuse me while I kiss the sky. Thank you for letting me be myself. Can we get high, yeah, please excuse me while I kiss the sky. Things just ain't the same for gangsters, times are changing. Young homies is dangerous, rich and shameless. Do anything to be famous. If you're talking about this stripping, then you speaking my language. That's how you feel waking up with the world up under you. I'm rolling up, toe up, so comfortable. I'm revving at my revenue, I'm unavailable. Somewhere in Malibu, somehow I made it off the avenue. Once upon a time, the dog would do it all with draws and bringing off the streets under my paws. In the field, ducking sales, close calls. You big whales got fish scales that snowfall. Hold up, I like to thank me. And if we talking about the West, homie, thank me. Walk of Fame made it, you better thank me. Ain't nothing new, this is what I wanna do. I just wanna say thank you for letting me be myself. Can we get high, yeah, please excuse me while I kiss the sky. Thank you for letting me be myself. If you're having a good time tonight, make some noise! Yes! All right, y'all. 32 years of Snoop Dogg. We gonna give it to you 1993 style. With so much drama in the LBC, it's kinda hard being Snoop D-O Double G. But I somehow, someway, keep coming up with funky ass hits like every single day. May I kick a little something for the G's and make a few ends as I breeze through. It's 2 in the morning and the party's still jumping cause my mama ain't home. I got some freaks in the living room getting it on. And what time y'all leaving? 6 in the morning. So what you wanna do? Look, I got a pocket full of brothers and my homeboys do too.
So turn off the lights and close the doors. But what we don't love them now. So we gon' blow an ounce to this. G's up, freeze up for a second now, bounce to this.
Rolling down the street, smoking window, sipping on gin and juice.
Oh my God, watching game devs fucking go crazy to Snoop Dogg is so
Everybody
funny.
saying, rolling down the street, we smoking indo, sipping on gin and juice.
What a time to be alive, dude.
With my mind on my money, now that I've got me some Seagram's gin. And everybody got their cups, but they ain't chipped in. Now this type of hit happens all the time. You gotta get yours, homie, I gotta get mine. Everything is fine when you listen to the D.O.G. I got to cultivate music that be captivating hate. Who listens to the words that I speak as I take me a drink to the middle of the street and get the maggot to this freak named Sadie. She used to be my homeboy's lady. Now it was 80 degrees when I told that freak, please raise up off these UTs, cause you get none of these at ease. As I mob with the dog pound, feel the breeze, and now you know I'm just
rolling down the street, smoking window, sipping on gin and juice.
Laid back, with my mind on my money, yeah, my money on my mind.
Rolling down the street, we smoking window, sipping on gin and juice.
Laid back, with my mind on my money, and my money on my mind. Thank y'all.
Would you hit a joint if Snoop passed it around? No.
Snoop Dogg, the legend, what an amazing performance. Thank you, Snoop. His new album with Dr. Dre, Missionary, comes out tonight. And Snoop's now in Fortnite as a Season 6 festival icon. And starting today, you can also grab Platinum Festival icons, The Weeknd, Lady Gaga, Billie Eilish, and Karol G. Also this year, once again, we had the Game Awards vote in Fortnite Island, where the Fortnite community picked Murder Mystery as their favorite island of the year. You can head to the TGA Island right now to check out all the nominees and meet MetaHuman Jeff. Yes, that's actually a thing. Stick around, much more Game Awards ahead, including more surprise new game reveals. That's right, we are far from done. And awards like Best Narrative, and of course, Game of the Year with the Game Awards Orchestra.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. Game Awards is so fucking long. Grand Theft Auto 6 is gonna come out by the time this shit ends. How long is Game Awards, man? Was the Streamer Awards this long?
Zelda's adventure begins with monsters? She can learn echoes of pots, meat, and even enemies. Ha! A delicious distraction. Uh-oh. Plan B. Time to fly, Zelda! With so many echoes to learn, how you use them is up to you. The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, available now only on Nintendo Switch.
Hey, you're in a PC Game Pass ad. Want new games on day one?
Yeah.
Bet. We got you. A cool safe house. Next. How about a new career with EA Play? Ribs got Boo. This is my kind of office party.
I want to play with all the League of Legends champions.
Why is the girl playing Sims?
Say less. We got you.
I meant the ones in the game.
Hey, PC Game Pass. We got you.
Oh shit, that's BB No Money. Let's go, get the bag, King.
Gotham like a plague. I have to stop it, even if it consumes me.
We repress our rage. It feeds the shadow deep inside us.
I'm done holding back.
You licensed that song for the spa? Wait, really?
Welcome back. We still have a few big awards to hand out, but first, for a limited time only, Prime members in the US can go to Amazon.com/The Game Awards to get up to 50% off select gaming accessories from brands Turtle Beach, PDP, SteelSeries, and Razer.
Megaphonics makes music.
Please welcome singer-songwriter Khalid.
Music and score in video games isn't just the soundtrack of our journey. It's the racing heartbeat of every battle, the haunting echo of every failure, and the soul of every victory.
Do you not know what Mega does for work? Yeah, I do.
From soaring orchestral pieces to intimate melodies that break our hearts, the right music makes games unforgettable. Here are the nominees for Best Score and Music.
Best Score and Music.
And the Game Award goes to Final Fantasy.
I didn't know Khalid played ball like that.
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。 I'm reading Asma's chat. Someone just said W Japan, dude.
So excited, I have no words.
W Japan, man. Just W. Thanks for existing.
まずこのような素敵な賞をいただくことができて、一緒に開発をしてくれた開発メンバーにまずは感謝を伝えたいと思います。
It's truly an honor to receive this award here at the Game Awards. And I'd like to take this moment to express my sincere thanks to our development team that helped create this wonderful game together.
W, man. Y'all had the comeback story of a decade, of a lifetime, you know what I mean?
私は今回この TGA に初めて参加させていただいたんですけど、その初めて参加させていただいたこの賞でですね、初めて受賞したことをすごく嬉しく思っています。
This is my very first time attending the Game Awards here today, and I'm so honored and pleased to receive this award.
本日ですね、ゲームファンが待っていたようやくファイナルファンタジー7リバースの PC 版を発表できてすごく嬉しく思います。また、この PC 版を通してですね、このゲームのサウンドをですね、多くの人に伝えられたらと思います。とてもワクワクしています。
And I'm equally pleased today to be able to finally announce the PC version of the game. With this, I am delighted to be able to bring the beautiful music of this game to even more fans around the world.
今日はありがとうございました。Thank you.
Lamau, fucking empty chair, Lamau.
Congratulations to Final Fantasy, and now it's time for a tease of what's next from a legendary gaming franchise.
Half-Life 3. Bro, this shit makes no damn sense. Sonic Racing? Why would they be racing in cars?
Yeah, that's all you get. There will be much more to share about Sonic Racing Cross Worlds in 2025. I've had the pleasure of playing it, and trust me, it is a ton of fun. Next year, fans will get to experience the Mafia franchise like never before in Mafia: The Old Country, an origin story set in the brutal criminal underworld of 1900 Sicily. Tonight, we have the world's first look at this cinematic narrative action game.
My brother thought Jeff Keighley is Jimmy Kimmel.
All of the men in this room are bound by blood. This is a family. And in this family...
This is the origin story of Luigi Mangione.
It is not forgiving. Betray one is to betray all. Do you wish to commit yourself, your life, to this family?
I will play this.
I do. To become a man of honor, repeat these words. I swear my loyalty to this family. My flesh must burn like this saint.
It's the origin story. He looks like a Luigi.
Welcome, Enzo.
I'm gonna be so racist towards Italians. Oh my God. I can't wait.
Summer 2025. Now more winners tonight at the Game Awards. Here are the nominees for Best Independent Game. Animal Well, Balatro, Lorelei and the Laser Eyes, Balatro, and UFO 50. And the Game Award goes to Balatro. Congratulations again. Now the nominees for Best Mobile Game. AFK Journey, Balatro, Pokemon Trading Card Game Pocket, Wuthering Waves, and Zenless Zone Zero. And the Game Award goes to
Balatro.
Balatro. Congratulations again, Local Fun. Here are the nominees for Best Audio Design. Astrobot, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Senua's Saga Hellblade 2, and Silent Hill 2. And the Game Award for Audio Design goes to
Balatro.
Senua's Saga Hellblade 2. Congratulations, Ninja Theory. Now the nominees for Player's Voice. It started with 30 down to these 5. Black Myth Wukong. Genshin Impact. Elden Ring Shadow of the Erd Tree.
It's gonna be Genshin that wins. They fucking dominate. They rig the polls. But it's
and the Game Award 100% by the global community selected this goes to Black Myth Wukong. Congratulations, Game Science. All right, there's still more Game Awards to go and more game announcements ahead. But right now, here's a look at Infinity Nikki, which has already achieved 20 million downloads, and a look at the new Shooting Star scene for the first time anywhere.
What the what?
Jump into this life, falling through the rings of sunshine, explore and fantasize, picking outfit for this ride, trying out all styles, leave any friendships behind. At a final touch, snap a photo so adventures can rewind. The world is full of surprise all the time. Make a wish and your dreams will come to life.
What is going on?
From the field so green, the breeze is picking up. It's time to rise. The bigger find tonight. The dress brings out your smiling eyes. So hold still and your courage will lead stars plenty behind. Soaring high, the day's so wild to be done and done. With your talents, make some friendships and feelings to harvest.
I'm afraid to inform you that Asmongold's chat actually loves the game.
Your talents, make some friendships and feelings to harvest.
I'm afraid to inform you that Asmongold's chat actually loves the game. They literally love it. Like half of the chat was like, "Oh, you gotta play this Asmongold." Like they haven't said like L woke once. Okay. How do y'all feel that you and Asmongold's chat both love this fucking game?
Everything I've done for my family.
Family who you're born with is who you die for.
It's actually super popular. It's refreshing too. Hassan forgot women also play video games. Yeah, I don't think Asmongold's fan base is playing the Barbie simulator because of females empowerment. Okay. Yeah, the real horseshoe theory is extreme misogynists and extreme misinterests getting together to enjoy the Korean Barbie game. It's Chinese, brother. Oh my god, my bad. The second time I did this tonight. You don't understand. It's specifically made by women for women. I'm gonna play it now that it's Chinese. I'm gonna play it.
Welcome back.
I'm playing it on stream. Fuck it.
Now you get to play the games. Wuthering Waves and Solo Leveling Arise are available on Google Play Games on PC for both Android and iPhone users. The best part, with Google Play Games, you can seamlessly sync your favorite titles across mobile and PC. Check it out and go play.
Please welcome previous Game Awards winner Laura Bailey and Emmy Award winner Aaron Paul.
That's crazy. I know all the gacha games are Chinese. I know. Don't remind me.
Wow. Oh my God. It is just so awesome to be here at the Game Awards with Laura Bailey, an absolute voice acting legend, right? I mean, Last of Us, Spider-Man, Critical Role. I'm honored to say that I got to work with you on Dispatch, the game that we're actually announcing tonight.
Yeah, but I haven't actually worked with you. You know, we never recorded at the same time.
No, I know, but technically we never shared the booth, but it is cool if I tell people, our friends out there, that we work together.
Wait, no. Let me get this straight. You are asking if it's okay to tell people you worked with me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, dude.
No.
No, this is just a flat no.
Flat no, yeah. Listen, Evan.
That's funny, but that's actually Aaron, not
sure
Evan. But yeah.
Look, I get it. You were in like the greatest show of all time, and yeah, everybody loved The Wire. But listen,
okay,
that's TV,
right?
And this is video games, okay?
Yeah.
This is art.
Are we supposed to see
It's kind of
this?
strange that we've been backstage the whole time, and you're only asking me this
Betelgeuse.
Well,
They're
you told
reading
me
from
not
a
to speak to you
teleprompter.
backstage when I came up to you.
No,
I guess
I
I'm
told you
not
not
the
to
only
look
one
at
that got
me,
127
okay?
on the
Listen,
autism test.
Evan, acting is listening.
Okay.
We're back
Got
there
it.
all night. You jump on me with this now?
I mean,
No wonder
look,
we banned so
I
many
guess I
motherfuckers
was
in this
just a
chat, bro.
little
We're all
starstruck
autistic
meeting
as
you,
shit.
You know, let's be honest.
So I know we're just reading off the prompter, but it still felt really good to hear you say that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn, they're getting hella close.
Sorry. All right, here is the world premiere trailer for the game Laura and I worked on separately together.
Laura Bailey, famous voice actress.
You met the man. You're dead, I thought.
Just on the inside.
Her husband is the voice actor for Ace.
You have a lot left to give. I would like to make you an offer.
This is SDN. How can we help you?
You want me to sit in an office and dispatch heroes?
In exchange, we can make you Mecha Man again. Washed up dad bod superhero with no superpowers. Can't wait.
Laura Bailey, husband.
Crisis in the area. We get a call, and guess who?
Oh my God, he's yoked. He's a giant, dude.
Oh, you shouldn't have done that.
What are you doing in Visigal? Is that your car?
I don't have a car.
That's gonna be a weird insurance claim.
You're right at home behind that desk because you're no hero. You're a nerd playing a video game in a suit your daddy built.
You gonna eat those Twinks?
That's not what they're... You know what? Help yourself.
You playing this right? Yeah, dude, are you kidding me? This is the easiest lock of the fucking... This is literally the easiest.
My name's Beef and I'm naked. Oh, no. I refuse to believe that's what he sounds like.
Easiest lock of the fucking day.
That was Dispatch, and now to present our next award, please welcome a Game Award winner from last
Wait,
year.
Moist
He's a
Critical is in
visionary
it?
creator,
How come they
Sam
never
Lake
asked me to
from
fucking
Remedy.
voice shit like this, man? This sucks. My goat.
I was back at the Game Awards. It felt like a loop. I'd lost track of how many times I'd been here, how many awards I'd won. Something kept nagging at me, forcing me to snap out of my reverie.
Okay,
I was
these
here
bits
to do
are...
a job, hand out the award for Best Narrative. The nominees were each incredible. Frankly, I was so impressed by the storytelling genius, I was overcome by a nasty fit of jealousy. But they would never need to know that. Play it cool. On the stage, I felt an urge to dance. That's what they all wanted. I'd save it for another time. Keep this short. Here are the nominees for Best Narrative.
Best narrative.
You here to pick a fight?
Why not take us on?
It's upon us. I'm sending you to Hawaii. Someone there who
I
wants
love
to
this
meet you.
game.
You ready for this, Kasuga?
This is the way of the real world! Scour! I will show you a world with honor!
The heartbeat of the lost ones. I can feel them on my skin.
I hope
Mary
Dragon
died of that damn
Infinite Wealth
disease
wins.
3 years ago. So then why am I looking for her?
And the Game Award goes to
That'd be Metaphor, probably.
Metaphor. ReFantazio.
Fucking woke, dude. These guys are woke. They're giving all these awards to this fucking commie ass game.
今日は本当に素敵な素晴らしい賞ありがとうございます。RPG を今まで作ってきて本当に物語こだわって作ってきたのでこの賞をいただけて本当に嬉しいと思っています。関係したスタッフみんなと喜びを分かち合いたいと思いますし、何より遊んでくれたゲームプレイヤーの皆さんに心より感謝を申し上げます。ありがとうございました。
So first of all, I think it's fantastic. I feel so happy and so honored to be up here on stage at this incredible show. I think storytelling is a really important part of games. And I think knowing that we focused on making stories throughout our career, and knowing that we've been honored here in this way today is really honoring. So additionally, I'd like to thank everybody at the studio who has helped make this game. Without their help, we could not have done this. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Hoshino Sojima. That's really amazing. Metaphor ReFantazio. I love these moments where we're able to pass the torch from a previous winner to a brand new honoree. Thanks to Sam Lake as well for coming out for that. All right, well, before we get to Game of the Year, we do have one last very special announcement to share with you. This year, the stars aligned for some very magical things to happen at our anniversary show. Things that might not have ever seemed a possibility. If you truly love video games like I do, this moment is for all of us.
It's not gonna be Gaben, dude, with the fucking drums. Come on. No, that'd be crazy. It's a Ghost of Sushi. Wait, more Wukong? No. Yeah, it's Ghost of Sushi. Ghost of Wokima. Wait, is it Okami? The painting game? Oh my god. Yo, honestly, W Japan, dude. Honestly, W Japan, dude.
Oh my God, what an amazing moment. Together again, Takeuchi-san and Kamiya-san and his new studio that we're also announcing, Clovers. Production is just about to begin on the Okami sequel, and I am beyond honored we could share this very special announcement here at our 10th anniversary celebration.
Did you end up watching Blue Eye Samurai? Yes.
And the Tsujimoto family for this anniversary gift. Still to come, Game of the Year, but right now, here's some much-awaited news on the release timing for Crimson Desert from Pearl Abyss.
Oh, I've been waiting for this one.
The continent of Pywell, a land soaked in blood by the battles of those who seek peace and those who seek to shatter it. Here begins the saga of the Grey Names.
There are beings who brought chaos to Providence. The rifts they have created will return everything to nothingness. We seek to correct this.
Saga of the Grey Names.
I have my own mission, seeking out my Grey Name comrades.
What I can tell you now is that this mission will restore the disrupted Providence.
For those who have died, for those who have survived, and for those who will live on.
This is Korea if they follow Neo-Confucianism. They do follow Neo-Confucianism. You're crazy for saying that they don't.
The world's best gaming processor.
And they follow it thoroughly.
By AMD.
Now is my time. Now. Walk up with my cutie, what they do?
Yeah.
I got red shoes, I got blue. Let that thing down and point at you. Billy or the Rari, hold that you. We gon' ride the bank, bring the loot. We gon' take this boy back to school. Money on the floor just like a
What? Waldorf, you old fool!
What a nightmare I was having. I dreamed we were still at the Game Awards.
We are!
My chat is this. So am I, to be honest.
And even worse, I heard a Final Fantasy game is up for Game of the Year.
Playboy woke.
My Final Fantasy is for this show to be over.
Yeah.
You can tell who in your audience is white by who's hyping Cardi.
Nominated DLC for Game of the Year.
That's like giving a Lifetime Achievement Award to pre-order bonuses.
Oh! Oh, hey, look! I think the show's about to get better.
Oh, yeah. Time to watch Keighley make a fool of himself again.
Exactly! I love this show!
More Jeff Keighley!
Yeah, what a moron! Look at him!
Give it! Bring it to us!
Look at him just standing there! What a maroon!
Ah, the Muppets. All right, welcome back to the Game Awards, everyone. Before we present Game of the Year, I just wanted to come out here and reflect on the moments we've shared over the past decade. And tonight, there have been so many incredible announcements. I can't believe the show that we're able to put together, and thanks to all the studios and developers for helping us make it happen. So I just want to say thank you to so many of you here in the person who have believed in me along the way and trusted our team to create this event. And thank you to the fans around the world for taking your time to watch this show every year. Gaming's greatest days are ahead, and I can't even begin to imagine where this industry will be for our 20th anniversary. And we're going to keep working as hard as we can to keep the Game Awards and the game industry growing around the world. Now, because tonight is such a special show, we do have one more thing. One of our industry's most celebrated developers has been hard at work in complete secrecy, building a brand new original world unlike anything they've done before. What you're about to see is captured entirely in the game engine. And we're happy to share with you tonight's final world premiere at the 10th anniversary of the Game Awards.
Stalker 3. It's Zelda, but in space. Starfield 2. Porsche. Woke. It's woke already. Immediately. L. Oh God, a Kamala voter. Biden voter.
Jordan, tell me something good. Well, you're right. It checks out. He's hiding out around the Superior Moon. Excellent. How is that excellent? He's next to fucking Superior. No one has left that planet in over 600 years.
Concord 2.
Anyone who flies close to it is never heard from again. Superstitions. No. Superstitions are the crazy rumors about what happened on that planet. These are facts. You worry too much.
You know what I worry just the right amount. I say we wait for him to leave, or how about we find a new lead? He's not worth it. I'm wasting my time, aren't I?
Can you please blame him?
Wait,
I don't need
that was
other
Kumail
hunters with me.
Nanjiani.
Who is
That's
swooping?
Kumail
No one's
Nanjiani.
crazy
What the
enough to go
fuck?
there.
He clearly is.
He is clearly desperate.
And so am I, so claim him, or I will find another agent.
Kumail Nanjiani, but he looks he looks chunky. He doesn't look brawly. Oh, never mind. He does look brawly.
Thank you.
Listen, kid. I'll see you on the other side.
Bro, this is so far, it's fucking cooking. I don't know what's happening here, but eye patch equals Kojima. It could be Kojimbo, but I never saw him look at Kumail's feet like that. I never saw him mocap scan Kumail's feet. Okay, bro, come on. What the fuck is the game? Okay. Oh my God, it's not Last of Us 2 remastered second time edition for the PC this time. Oh my God.
There you have it. That was Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophet, a brand new franchise from Naughty Dog and PlayStation, directed by Neil Druckmann and starring Tati Gabrielle as Jordan Munn. I'm also happy to share that the trailer you just saw and the full game will feature a new original score from Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross. The game has been in development since 2020, and we can't wait to learn more. Thanks to Naughty Dog and PlayStation for that special announcement.
I'm not gonna lie, that shit
And now
looked
to
dope.
present the biggest honor of the night, over the past decade, 10 distinguished titles have been recognized as Game of the Year. Please welcome last year's winner from Larian, Sven Vinka.
I realize you guys have been sitting here for over 3 hours, but I still have some time credits from last year to cash in. So,
Bro, everybody that says
it turns
that
out
it's long
that not only
makes it
will I
longer
be the one
unironically.
who will know as first which game wins tonight. They actually also know which game is going to win next year, the year after, and the year after. Now, how do I know this? Well, an oracle told me. She said, change is coming. It's a modern oracle, so they made me sign an NDA, but I trust all of you. I know you can keep a secret. You will never leak it. The oracle told me that the Game of the Year 2025 was going to be made by a studio who found the formula to make it up here on stage. It's stupidly simple, but somehow it keeps on getting lost.
Yeah, that's
Studio
a
made their
Gaza
game
ceasefire pin.
because they wanted to make a game that they wanted to play themselves. They created it because it hadn't been created before. They didn't make it to increase market share. They didn't make it to serve as a brand. They didn't have to meet arbitrary sales targets or fear being laid off if they didn't meet those targets. And furthermore, the people in charge forbade them from cramming the game with anything whose only purpose was to increase revenue and didn't serve the game design. They didn't treat their developers like numbers on a spreadsheet. They didn't treat their players as users to exploit. And they didn't make decisions they knew were short-sighted and function of a bonus or politics. They knew that if you put the game and the team first, the revenue will follow. They were driven by idealism and wanted players to have fun. And they realized that if the developers didn't have fun, nobody was going to have any fun. They understood the value of respect, that if they treated their developers and players well, those same developers and players would forgive them when things didn't go as planned. But above all, they cared about their game because they loved games. It's really that simple, said the Oracle. Winning Game of the Year turned out to be a life-changing event for us. It was an amazing thing. To those who will win Game of the Year 2024, you have no idea what's waiting for you. It's an incredible honor, and you're in for a heck of a ride. Now remember, should you be told to wrap it up for tonight, you can always come back next year and chat for 3 minutes, okay? So, now, to pay tribute to the nominees for Game of the Year, once again, Lorna Balfe
I want Wukong. I'm Team Wukong. It was fantastic. I had an amazing time playing it. Wukong was butter, dude. But all these games are fire. Like, damn, that goes hard. Okay. Wukong sweep, Wukong sweep, Wukong sweep. Do it for China. Wukong sweep, do it for China.
And the Game of the Year is Astrobot.
Get the fuck what? What?
Astrobot.
Get the fuck what? What? What is happening? Bro, what? What? Oh, nah. Oh, nah. A corporate mascot game, one game of the year. Holy shit. I didn't play it. Is it that good? Like, what the fuck? Like, where's the fandom for Astrobot? I just don't understand it. Like, there were people when it first came out. There were people in my chat that were like, "You gotta play Astrobot," but that's it. Like,
nothing can prepare you
all
for that.
games are
Thank you so
beautiful.
much.
Okay, every game is amazing.
Once
All
again
games are
to all the
beautiful.
SOBs
People put a
back
lot
in
of fucking
Japan.
time and effort into making them. So respect.
So please, a round of applause for them. Thank you. It's you guys as well. You know, when I thought about, why this game, give people joy and smiles on their faces, I think it came down to the people every day making the game and doing exactly that. I think, when I think of the team, it's the amount of generosity they gave. They put the user first always, never thought about any calculation. It was just about the kids, especially, because we had this huge privilege to be potentially the first game to be in the hands of children, and we know what it means very much. So Team Asobi, really, from the bottom of our heart, well done and thank you so much. Now, thank you.
The whole industry thinks it's great. Some people just think it's a big ad. Everybody likes
I have to
it.
thank a few more people because a lot of people contributed to this game, of course, in SIE and PlayStation or Family. Herman, who give the studio a chance, and Scott
I ban
Roddy,
people
who
for
really
mentioning it.
believed in
Yeah, because I was
Astro
playing
even before we
Wukong and
did.
people were being annoying.
Ken Chan on marketing, and many other people that I'm not mentioning. Astrobot is full of 30 years of PlayStation history, and actually a lot of people in this room tonight gave their characters, their IP, without asking anything in return, just because they cared about celebrating 30 years. So to them as well, from the bottom of our heart, thank you so much. And then last and not least, and you want to stay for this one because I didn't plan to say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. Platformers, PlayStation 30 years, and we made a platformer, which is great. It's very
They had to
nostalgic
give it to
and-
the
and fresh
fucking
at the same
Sony
time, but
game, dude.
Let's not forget that even before PlayStation,
They couldn't let
there were people making
China
platformers.
thrive.
I remember I was a kid in 1989, Christmas, and I got a gray box. There was a game packed in. It was called Super Mario Brothers, and it was really, really great. So we are in Japan, we're in Tokyo, they are in Kyoto, but I want to pay tribute to the company who really put platformers and showed us innovation and quality consistently.
I
and
am a
inspired
Sony
us to
fanboy,
actually
but
make the game that
Wukong
we
is
made.
a
So that's
fucking
also-
awesome
and I've
game.
managed not to mention them, have you noticed? But you all know who they are, and many other companies that have been inspired over the years. So
And
that's really,
Elden
really
Ring. I mean,
important.
Elden Ring was a DLC,
And
so
we
it's
want to
unacceptable.
pay
but-
tribute to them tonight. So from the bottom of our heart, thank you so much. It's amazing, and we'll see you again. Thank you so much.
The DLC couldn't have won. That would have been unacceptable. But it's Wukong Game of the Year material, just another Souls-like
Congratulations,
clone.
Astrobot, and that is going to
Bro,
do it for our 10th anniversary of the
it had
Game
a lot
Awards.
of-
More than anything, I hope tonight made you believe the future of our medium is brighter and greater than ever. Congratulations to the winners, and thanks to all the incredible teams around the world who shared their upcoming work with us today. Putting together this show has been so special to our team, personally and professionally. Thanks to all of you for showing up and believing in me and the Game Awards. We'll see you back here at the Peacock Theater for the Game Awards 2025.
Astrobot sold 1.5 million copies. Black Myth Wukong sold over 20 million for reference. Yeah, but Black Myth Wukong was on all platforms. Astrobot was a PlayStation exclusive.
Have a good night.
Is Astrobot just a tutorial on how to use a PlayStation controller? It was. It actually wasn't bad. That's the same game, right? I think Wukong sold that mostly in China. They didn't vote on this. I will say this much. All the top games, the top contenders were great. I never would have thought it would have been Astrobot, though. I'm gonna be honest. That shit was crazy that it was Astrobot. 1.5 million copies for Astrobot, 20 million for Black Myth Wukong. Yeah. Astro's Playroom is the one that comes with the PS5. Come on, man. This was also in 2020. Okay, everybody chill the fuck out. I'm not gonna play Astrobot right now, okay? If you took a bucket of confettis, how much would it be worth? I don't know. In the Keizo community census, I was voted as one of the dream collabs with his fans. Wait, really? Oh shit. Dream collabs. These were the most common submissions. Jerma, Dashi, Jacksepticeye, Tim the Tabman, Quackity, Markiplier, Sinjin Drowning, Hasanabi Iron Mouse, Corey X Kenshin. That's crazy. I would love to do a Keizo collab, dude. Keizo's reaction to winning.
And the Game Award goes to Queso. Here are the nominees
Was he
for
live?
Best Sports Racing Game. F1 24, EA Sports FC 25, NBA 2K 25.
Was he live?
Top Spin 2K 25, and WWE 2K24. Gotcha. And the Game Award goes to EA Sports FC 25. What? Our nominees for Best Sim Strategy Game.
No
Age of Mythology Retold. Frostpunk 2.
There is no way!
Wrath of the Goddess. Manor Lords. And Unicorn Overlord.
No way!
And the Game Award goes to Frostpunk 2.
I got a cheer.
That's sick. Why is he so shocked? I mean, there's some pretty large gamers in there. Man won in his bathrobe. Elo Juan didn't have any doubts Keizo was going to win. Dude, I will say this much. Like, honestly, so many of the games had 0 white men in them, which is crazy. Like, I don't give a fuck about any of that shit. I don't give a fuck about any of that shit, obviously. But it's pretty funny that gaming's gone woke as fuck, dude. Gaming has gone woke as fuck. Oh, I can't wait. People are already crying about the new Naughty Dog game instead of being excited that there's new Naughty Dog IP. You know what I mean? Which is fucking crazy. You bum. There was some decent new shit there. Anyway, Twitter is mad about Siri. Oh, great. It's content for me for tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? But for today, I'm going to go and hang out with my family. All right, everybody. Love you all. I will see you tomorrow. Finally, we'll do the Sicko watch party tomorrow. There's a new video that disproves the woke gamer shit with raw Steam data. Yeah, that new Mafia, new Witcher, old ass Yakuza game, new fucking Naughty Dog IP. Shit is dope. Shit is fire. Anyway, love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow. All right. Peace.
Just begun. There is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate. The Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this. Plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction. A mass riot at DC. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments. Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming.